Nailed it. I said yesterday was the last day, but I totally forgot to. Well, I have good reason why we haven't changed this one. Why we haven't changed the potato. We have very good reasons why this isn't happening. This is why it's not happening. What's going on, everybody? Orion, how are you? How are you doing? Holy potatoes. We have clear skies tonight. Hello, my love. So adorable. Pookie. We have clear skies. Well, now we get an airplane. We're probably going to get an airplane running through our shot. Not only do we have clear skies tonight, but we got the big boy out. We got the 8-incher ready to go, imaging the night sky. We've already started on a target. I just picked an indiscriminate area of the North American Nebula. And I gotta say, there's a lot of stars. We got some dark dust lanes, but the important thing is the guiding is working really well tonight. There was an update to the ASI Air, and there are, I imagine there's a little bit of movement here, but we have very accurate star colors tonight. We have our That's exactly what that one's for. Oh boy. We are doing a live stack on the North America Nebula, and I gotta say, it looks great. The thing is that we have the really nice star colors tonight. We have actually you look at the temperature, minus 21.9 degrees Celsius. The cooler isn't even on. The cooler isn't even on. That's how crazy cold it is tonight. Also, I do have a guest tonight. We do have a guest in studio. Now, she doesn't really say much. She doesn't say a whole lot, but I think she might be a good co-host for now. We'll see how long she wants the job for. But we are, like I said, we're doing some live astrophotography. I'll show you my co-host in just a moment here. Let me make sure I get my... I've had to rearrange the desk a little bit. So I just have to hang on a second here. Let me get things sorted out. But let's make sure we have my little information sheet. And I don't think it's going to work. What is up with Sky Safari? Sky Safari isn't responding. Yeah, let's close the app. Let's try this again. Please, Sky Safari, work. Please work. There we go. Let's get our view of the telescope. You can see a little bit of Cassiopeia in the camera frame there. But right now we are looking at the North America Nebula. And this is a rare achievement for sure. Caleb, how are you? How are you doing? Yes, we got the big boy out. And I also realized the back of the... Oh my god, there's so much to talk about tonight. The back of the telescope of the RC8 is pretty much all metal, or at least all aluminum, and that gets really, really cold in temperatures that are like right now. The camera's at minus 22 degrees Celsius. We are capturing images, and the camera is getting colder. It is really cold, and when you hold the back of that plate too long while you're adjusting, you get a little bit of frostbite. You get a little bit of frostbite on your hands. Hey, woke up not too long ago. Well, good to see you in here. Wonderful to have you joining us. How has your day been going? Well, yes, very, very glad to have you all in here today. Like I said, we're doing some live astrophotography tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is exactly what this channel is all about. I am here with a co-host. This is, well, at least I don't know how much she's co-hosting here, but this is Salsa. This is my little co-host, my little... I think we need to get like a cat thing in, a cat stand in here. She's just chilling out right now. Minus 22 degrees Celsius chip and 0% cooler. Exactly. Exactly. She's chilling right now. She's in her own little happy place. Yes, this is my miniature little co-host for the night. My co-pilot. She will... Well, if she starts snoring, I'll see if I can move the microphone. Yes, I think see. This is also I didn't know if she would actually want to stay in here. We'll see how long she wants to stay with us tonight. But that's the thing. Do we want to look at cats, or do we want to look at stars? Cats or stars? What's it gonna? Both. I don't have that set up for both. Let's see. Hang on a second. Let's see if we can do like a quick chat command here. Command add. Here, let's nope, that's not the one. Yes, you want to look at stars, but here, let's have a cat for a second. Let's do that. Action. Let's add this name. Cat. Let's see. Add action. Let's go to change. Set. Oh, wait, where's my... delay that for, you get, let's see, 15 seconds of cat. And then it goes to OBS, and we're going to set scene. And we'll take this back to the, we'll go back to the stars. Always go back to the stars. There we go. Okay, so group, no, action, cat. There we go. Exclamation point cat. Exclamation point cat will bring us over. We'll bring her back over to Salsa. Had I said her name? Her name is Salsa. She is so cute. She is, well, she's just chilling out right now. But yeah, we're doing some live astrophotography. We're looking at the North America Nebula. Let's make sure we got this all set up. It was kind of, again, setting up the 8-inch telescope added a little bit of some extra work. However, while there is a full moon, there are still many targets that we can take a look at and see what we can view in the night sky tonight. But wonderful to have you guys in here. As always, we are aiming to take as many pictures of the night sky as possible tonight. And actually, let's also change the title a little bit here. Boy, there's so many commands. Let's add one more command. And one more command. There we go.
Holy potatoes.
Lars, what's going on? How are you? How are you doing? I think I'm going to leave this on for, well, let's see, for one more, probably one more redeem. I think I can change this up. But yeah, good evening. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Like I said, we're doing live astrophotography. Finally, we got the big boy set up tonight as well. But yeah, good to see you. Good to see you in here. Let's, where is the party potato number 2? All right, let's go. Let's fix this up here and delete that. Add hotkey. There we go. And save. There we go. We are unable to assign. What? Why? Nobody has control number 2. Okay. All right. The potato should be back to normal. That face when you put too many frozen berries into your yogurt and straight up becomes froyo. Are you showing off the redeem? Well, it is back to the normal potato now. Now you need to wait for it to defrost a bit. It is like I could take yogurt outside. Actually, the other day I was cooking some things for dinner, and it needed to cool down before I wrapped it up in phyllo pastry. And I just took it out. I left it outside for like 5 minutes, and it was cold. It was ready to go. Oh boy. But yeah, freezing out there. Like you said, you can see even the temperature right now is getting even colder on the camera while we're still taking images. Let's also pick another target here. I have put in the L Pro filter as well. We are shooting in broadband tonight. Shooting in broadband, and what is it's 980 millimeter focal length. That's what we're at tonight. Now it's also the first night with the dew heater on the secondary mirror. So we got about half an hour on the North American Nebula. We'll let this last exposure go through. I think there may have been a little bit of movement early on in the imaging session, so we'll have to see how but otherwise the guiding is looking pretty good tonight. Guiding is looking all right. I did refocus the guide camera, so we're back to some nice round pinpoint stars. So there was a little bit of small maintenance. Sorry. What kind of frozen berries? Is it like a melange of berries, or is it just kind of maybe some blueberries, raspberries? Are there certain berries that are more difficult to come by in Australia? Because that's, I mean, you kind of wonder like what's, or do you have like different fruit? Or is there more different types of common berries in Australia? Yeah, wonderful to have y'all in here tonight. Let's also drop a little bit of some shout outs. So go check out Galars the Cat. Lars is a fantastic streamer, a good friend of the channel as well, and a hero among others with the Herculean effort of building the NASA space shuttle. The Lego NASA, not the NASA space shuttle, the Lego NASA space shuttle in one sitting. You also want to check out some other views of the night sky, and from another hemisphere, go check out Astro Caleb. Go see what wonders of the night sky he has to offer from Australia. You're on a Discord chat. No, let's make Lars do all the blushing. All the blush. All right, let's see. Also, I did realize that some of the these may be a little too low. Yeah, we are like, it is actually too cold to snow right now. It is actually too cold to snow, believe it or not. So that's also another plus.
I am inevitable.
Woo. We got lucky there. What's going on, Faith? How are you doing? Good to see you in here. All right, just a quick little adjustment here. All right, there we go. That's good. Doing all right, feeling a little better today. That's good. Excellent. Wonderful to hear. Wonderful to hear you're on the upswing. Wonderful to hear that. Good to see you again as well today. Luna Keller. What's going on, Luna? How are you? Good to see you in here today. Here for the holy potatoes. We have all the potatoes. We have our holy potato shirt today. Yeah, good to see you in here. Octems, hello. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Well, Lars, thank you very much for the
potatoes.
Thank you very much for the recommendation, Lars. Always wonderful to see new people joining in.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Ew. Well, wait. This is gonna... Wait, which mustache? Uh-oh. Which one was it? It was this one. It was this mustache. I think it was more of a... kind of a little tiny mustache voice, perhaps, that we will kind of keep along with this one. But we are doing exactly what we want to do in this channel. We're taking images of outer space. I think this one is like quickly kind of going into somebody that kind of almost like an American voice. There. Okay, boy, there we go. So yes, I was going to start a new exposure on another area. This is a small portion of the North American Nebula. Because we are shooting in broadband, we're going to be getting some different details than we usually would with our narrowband filter. And we are seeing pretty much all of the visible spectrum. Einstein Way, hello, how are you? Good to see you tonight. All right, so I will let this exposure complete, and then we'll pick a new target, which should be somewhere kind of close by, I believe. Let's also see if there's a broadband target that we can view in this general area that we normally wouldn't take a look at. And let's turn off our atmosphere. We are going to be fighting with a full moon tonight. So that is just some of the things we need to take a look at. All right, turn on the Sharpless catalog and turn on Able catalog as well, because we want to check out some different targets tonight. Maybe some things that are in the broadband. All right, we got that last little bit. Let's stop the live stack. And we'll pick another target to image in broadband. Now, I would like to image the Pleiades. The only problem being, is that the moon is pretty much right in the way. Because right now, tonight, we are at a 98% full moon, which, well, isn't the best conditions for astrophotography, and the best conditions for actually shooting in the narrow band, or sorry, the broadband. But we are going to take a look. We're going to go over to the moon. We are shooting with the bigger scope tonight. We do have the larger aperture, the longer focal length as well. We're shooting at almost a meter in focal length. But there are still some targets around Orion that I do want to check out. And actually, probably even going back to over the Casper the Friendly Ghost Nebula, over this reflection nebula within Orion. That will look, I think that's going to look pretty interesting. Because we're letting through a great deal of the of the visible spectrum, but we also have, this is not the view we have. This is, there we go. That should be our view for tonight. So we are we're much closer. We're not going to get any of Barnard's loop in our images tonight. But let's see if we have anything in the vicinity. Hello, Ms. Beecher. How you doing? She's she's asleep already. She's asleep already. Like a fine co-host she makes. Maybe I need to be a little more jarring, perhaps. Has anybody else fallen asleep at the moment? Is it just the cat? Gothfox, what's going on? How are you? Yes, that is my co-host, my co-pilot tonight. This is exclamation point cat will give you the status on Salsa and what she's doing. Most of the time it is probably just going to be sleeping. Ariana, hello. How are you? How have you been? Good to see you tonight. How have things been? Wonderful to see you again. So this is our view. This is the big telescope is out tonight. I guess you could fall asleep if you really want. Well, maybe that kind of, you don't get to enjoy the views of the night sky. However, if it is if I put you to sleep because it's soothing, wonderful. If I put you to sleep because it's boring, then my goodness, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. But let's have a look at another target tonight. I had a movie night tonight, ended with showing the channel. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Lars. I appreciate that. I don't know why that didn't trigger. Hassan, hello. Hello, hello. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in here. Let's replay this one. And let's say that is for Hassan Yahya. Hassan, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. We are doing some live astrophotography tonight. For those of you who are new to the channel, I appreciate you all popping in tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And this is what I intend to do for every stream possible. However, we do get thwarted by clouds fairly often at the moment. But we have the big scope out tonight. And we are taking a look at some interesting targets. We started off with the North American Nebula that we see down here. It's just a small portion of this target because we are shooting at a much longer focal length tonight. And I think it's better that we choose a target that is more adept to the broadband filter. We may pick out something a little different. Let's see what we got here. Something that works out well in the broadband. The Bubble Nebula is. Let's see, what do we have for? We go to the star cluster of Caroline's Rose, Pac-Man and Cassiopeia. Now we could try to go after... This is a combo of a reflection and emission nebula for the ghost of Cassiopeia. Where the star Navi will kind of come into play. It's been crazy retail. The corporate gives no bothers about the fact that you're getting abused. It doesn't care that workers got the plague, the usual. On PTO right now, so trying to kick butt with unpacking and cleaning before you got to get back to work in normal public season, where you have the presentations you need for MC every Saturday. Well, wonderful to have you in here. Hopefully, the life can at least kind of get back to some kind of predictability, normalcy. I know, like, everything is like super stressed right now, which is obviously very stressful. Actually, here, let's go over to the Triangulum Galaxy. We're going to go over to M33. I think that will that should look good, because we've imaged this in the narrow band, which is all right. But if we can look at a galaxy in broadband, then that is even better. Astropix, what's going on? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Wonderful to have you in here tonight. We are finally back to doing some live astrophotography. I gotta say, I am super stoked for this. So let's go over to a galaxy. We'll check out the moon a little later. The moon's going to be up all night long, so we're going to be fighting with it a little bit. But we also want to take a look at some other interesting targets. It is minus 17 right now, feeling like minus 28. Oh, there's the cat. There's my co-pilot tonight. That's Salsa. Now, again, is it cat or telescope? What's more interesting, cats or scopes? Winter is the best season for astrophotography. Exactly, because we have so much time with dark skies. I do and don't want to bother her. She's chilled out right now, although she largely is a very chilled out cat. There's a little, because there's some very light snow that I've kicked up on the deck. There's no snoring yet. There's this very small amount of, it's not so much that there's snow. It picks up all the fine little water, the fine little bits of water out there, the frozen water molecules. Let's see, we have, I think guiding is looking good. We can see the nucleus of the galaxy. We can see the nucleus of M33. So why not get going on this? And we'll start doing some live imaging. So yeah, minus 22 on the sensor. I don't even have to turn on the cooler tonight. Also, the seeing is better because less heat distortion. I like the only time you're going to get really good seeing as well, if in the summertime, is like after a storm. If you're lucky enough to have like a nice high pressure system behind that, so that you can some nice clear skies. Oh, she's moving. She's moved a bit. It's so cute when they snore, because they don't know that they're snoring. It's just the regular thing they do while they're sleeping. It's so cute. But cats on scopes would be better. They would probably, they would steal the dew heater warmth. Or if you have a Starlink satellite, then they're going to go for the warmth of that. And we have 4 cats. So invariably, if I was to get Starlink and put it on the ground, they would hunker over it. Do we have another cat named Chips to go with Salsa? No, we don't. We didn't name... Well, I didn't have any say in naming these cats. I didn't have any say in naming these ones. But, rest assured, if there was... Okay, so we have to get a 5th cat. We'll name it Chips. I just finished your latest YouTube video. It's currently going through the software to make the final version for the premiere tomorrow. Excellent, Astropix. I have yet to make an official YouTube video yet, which is Are you leaving now to get the cat? Now? I have yet to put out an official YouTube video. It's been just saving all the VODs. Yeah, you do. It is. It's good. I appreciate it. And it just like there are so many elements I like to do for the stream, and there are so many other things I don't know about YouTube. Like the uploading a video, there are so many other steps that go with it. Not that it's not worth it, but it is. I didn't realize how deep the settings go in YouTube. So making sure you have it set in the right place, make sure that your languages are correct, make sure that the you have like end cards and title cards and things like that, and all the tags to go with it.
Holy potatoes!
You know, it can be a little difficult sometimes, but I think it's well worth it though. It's got to be, right? You know, get people looking at things, find some things interesting to do. There is another potato that I'm trying to work on rolling it in, getting it sorted out. And I think I might need to contact some people who I know who have a better voice, or at least a better impression, because we need to work in this potato. So give me your best Arnold Schwarzenegger impression.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, perfect. Bill Nash, how are you doing, sir? Good to see you in here. I would imagine Astropix, yes. Many of the settings in YouTube are very, 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 very involved in there. Wouldn't it be terrible if this was the weather right now, snowing on the telescope? That is definitely not the case, because it is way, way too cold out. These are nice, big, fluffy snowflakes that are much better adept to the warmer weather. Now, we do have the possibility of a great deal of snow coming in the next few days, so I'm gonna have to shovel the deck again. But here is our first exposure, a 3-minute exposure of the Triangulum Galaxy. Let's see if we can already start to bring out a little more details here. That's a little better. There we go. So we are using a broadband filter tonight. I see there's movement. I think I think there's probably there may be a little bit of balancing on the right ascension, perhaps, I would have to address. Otherwise, I think for the most part, the images aren't looking too bad tonight. So this is our first stack. I'm tempted to turn the camera on to at least start cooling it down to like minus 25 degrees Celsius. At least to have something consistent. Well, at the same time, we're not doing like an imaging session yet. If we do pick a target for the end of the night to focus on, I'll turn the cooler on so we at least have a consistent temperature so we can get the dark set up. Clear there tomorrow, hopefully, using your 150 PDS with the 26C and capture the flaming star close up. Ooh, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. I would go after the flaming star, but there are a great deal of targets, and I don't know why. I do know why. I just like to complain about the moon. Is that there are so many targets out toward the east where the moon is sitting right now that it'd be great to go after them, but for the most part, that moon is going to start to wash things out. We'll head over to Orion, so we get a nice close-up view of the Orion Nebula, and I also want to take a look at NGC 2071 or M78 at this reflection nebula with the broadband filter tonight. So we can, actually I'll focus it on NGC 2067, and that should frame everything up nicely. How many details will your telescope show on the moon? We'll get some decent views of the moon. I think we'll get some decent shots. But I wanted to take a look at a galaxy without the narrowband filter on, because we have looked at Andromeda and M33 with a narrowband filter, and we kind of lose some of the details in the galaxy. But if we start shooting in the broadband, and we can get some better views of the whole structure of the galaxy. That's not too bad. I kind of am tempted to turn on the cooler, even though it's just for the consistency. I mean, the temperature, it's dropping. Like, it's still dropping. We're taking images, and it's down to 22.7 degrees Celsius. And we started off at 21.9 tonight, so it's already dropped a degree. So that's the other thing, is maybe having to go out and refocus a little later on. That may be something we'll have to look at. But other than that, we're doing our live astrophotography. I still find it amazing that we are already in collision with Andromeda. It's the gravitational forces are already beginning. 4.5 billion years before us, Andromeda, and M33, we all get together for the largest star party in the Virgo supercluster. But it's I wonder if we do go for like a brighter target and maybe slow. See, it seems consistent though. I wonder if it's just the no, that doesn't seem right. I'll have to check. A galactic threesome, yes. It's because M33 is only about 780,000 light years away from Andromeda and 2.8 million light years away from us. The three of us are all gravitationally bound together. So it's because M33, it's because, we're at 980 millimeters and this galaxy fits within this focal length. It's a smaller galaxy compared to Andromeda, the massive size of Andromeda. But yeah, it is, the three of us are gravitationally bound. Token Otaku, what's going on, Token? How are you? Good to see you tonight. We have our live astrophotography session going on. Now, I'm wondering if this may not even, this little bit of the, this extra diffraction spike on the stars. And I did put I'm wondering if it's actually the cable that's moved across from the dew heater that's causing this little bit of an extra little bump of diffraction spike. Because guiding is like on point tonight. So if that's causing the little, let's see, I need to find a bright star in here. It might be that, and if it's that, that's fine. I can always fix that up later on. However, being able to take a look at this galaxy, 2.8 million light years away, I think it is absolutely amazing that we can use this. We're using the big telescope tonight as well. It's not the middle one. It is the top is our guide scope, and the bottom 8-inch telescope is what we're using to get these deeper views of the night sky tonight. That's what we're going after. So, like I said, we are looking at the Triangulum Galaxy, 2.8 million light years away. Let me pull up a little bit of information on M33. Also known as a pinwheel galaxy, but not the same pinwheel galaxy of M101 that we usually would like to look at. But MSCA 33 is commonly known as the Triangulum Galaxy, barely visible to the naked eye. This nearby spiral is the third largest galaxy in the local group, after the nearby Andromeda and our own Milky Way. Triangulum Galaxy was probably discovered by Giovanni Battista before 1654, who may have grouped it together with the open cluster NGC 752. The galaxy was independently rediscovered by Charles Messier in 1764, who catalogued it as M33. The galaxy was not noted by any known pre-telescopic observer, which was not surprising, given its indistinctness. It's not likely to be noticed unless one already knows of its existence. M33 is sometimes informally referred to as the Pinwheel Galaxy, a name that is more often used to refer to M101 in Ursa Major. The Triangulum Galaxy was mentioned in the Star Trek Next Generation episode, Where No One Has Gone Before, as the galaxy to which the USS Enterprise travels when an apparent malfunction boosts its warp engine speed. At least 3 techniques have been used to measure M33's distance. Older sources give 2.3 to 2.4 million light years, but a 2004 study using Cepheid variable observations found a value of 2.9 million. In 2006, the discovery of an eclipsing binary star in the Triangulum Galaxy gave a distance of 3.1 million light years, assuming an average of 3 million light years. M33 lies about 750,000 light years from the Andromeda Galaxy, M31. So again, this is part of our local group. The 3 of us are gravitationally bound, and eventually it'll start getting larger and larger in the night sky. Billions of years from now, it'll dominate areas of the night sky. So, although no supernovae have yet been observed in the Triangulum Galaxy, several supernova remnants have. At least 112 have been discovered in M33, including 4 novae, about 25 Cepheids. In 2007, a black hole about 15.7 times the mass of the Sun was detected in the galaxy, using data from the Chandra X-ray Observatory. The black hole, named M33X7, orbits a companion star, which eclipses it every 3.5 days. I want it tomorrow. I want the galactic collision to happen tomorrow. Give me more galaxies. Bring them to me. Bring the galaxies to me. Yes, there is our outdoor view of the telescope. Veruca Salt deGrasse Tyson. Is that you? I want a galactic collision now. Daddy, bring me the galaxy. I remember that episode. It's not very good. Season 1 as a whole was rather stupid.
Inevitable.
It's a miracle Next Generation lasted as long as it did with such a shaky start. There's a lot of programs that you watch just like that. First season was garbage. Oh, someone did not like my impression. Hey. No. She let me know how she feels about that one. It's Salsa. Hey. Hey. This is Salsa, my co-pilot for tonight. Hey. Wave to the people. Blow them kisses. No. All right. Oh. Looks like we have a goal as well. Okay, so we also have for, or at least the game is starting for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Whenever the Leafs score, that cup will light up. Like it's huge. It's massive. There's still some late games. Yeah, that is a Oh, hi. Hi. Hi, baby. No! Exclamation point cat will bring up the cat cam for 15 seconds. There's no limit to how many times they can be redeemed. But just to see the status of my co-pilot. My co-host. Sorry, she's complaining. I'm not giving her the 3-1 Leafs. Oh my gosh. So I've been missing this going off. We saw it once. We saw it go off once, only because we were staring at Salsa. There she is. Hello. She doesn't know. Hey, say hello to the people. No. She's contemplating life. Joke's on you, I don't have a car. What's going on, Kyle? How are you doing tonight? Welcome in. Please, sit, stay a while, enjoy the stars. We are taking live images of outer space tonight. We have stacked 5 images of the Triangulum Galaxy. This is one of our nearest galactic neighbors alongside the Andromeda. And like I said, in a few billion years, we'll all get together and have a fantastic, incredible star party. But we are using a broadband filter tonight so we can get some better views of the galaxies. And we'll take a look. We'll head over to the moon in a little bit to get a live look at our nearest low density satellite. But usually when we're taking our images of galaxies in the narrow band, we get more of the pops of the pinks for the hydrogen alpha signal. But because we're shooting broadband, we get many more details. We see many more stars. Oh no, Salsa, come here. There we go. You're on. No. You've been called. Hello, Rebecca Brooke. Hello. How are you? Yes, you're back. Good. The joys of building your own computer for imaging. How's it going, Kajad? How's that going for you? Where are you going? Uh-oh. I think she might be, she's wandering at the moment. Don't mind the cat. She'll call you for when she needs her servant. Exactly. I think for most of all of us are named can opener. Some reason there's some daemon that's causing 100% CPU usage. Ruh-roh. She is famous. She has I think she's gone for her bathroom break already. We need a stand-in cat. I feel everybody's gonna be like so. There's our Lego stand-in cat for now. For now. Your cat is currently being an insane asshole. A lot of cats are like that. What was this? What did I do? Veruca Salt DeGrasse Tyson. Is that you? I want a galactic collision now. Daddy, bring me the galaxy. Veruca Salt DeGrasse Tyson. Is that you? Hang on a sec. Why isn't this one work? Oh, you see, when I'm so excited to start taking images of outer space, I forget to make sure that every camera is working. Okay, check it out. Here is on sale now. Excuse me. There we go. Get your Holy Potatoes t-shirt. No, she's like just kind of walking around, and it's like time to jump sideways off the wall. Cats love parkour. Cats love to parkour. Forgotten Astronaut, what's going on? How are you doing tonight? Oh, parkour. How are you doing? Yes, Sky Safari is where I get the majority of the information that I read out to everybody. Yep, it is. I mean, there's, for the most part, a lot of the targets, a lot of the famous, popular, beautiful targets have a great deal of a write-up in them. And, you know, it's always nice to be able to give you guys some fairly reliable information, you know? Now, there are some little pops of nebulae that we can still see within the Triangulum. However, see, there's a larger... Forgotten Astronaut. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 88 bits. That is greatly appreciated. I owe you... I knew I forgot something else. I forgot my little bowl and chopsticks for the hot sauce. I'm gonna have to go get that. But yes, thank you very much for the 88 bits, because in every increment of 50 bits, we will take we'll have a little bit of hot sauce and cheese bites. So yeah, naturally I forgot to grab that. Hopefully it is forgivable, because I was also getting the bigger scope set up tonight. We haven't had that set up at all in the new place. So I figured we get some imaging going on tonight, and I still think it should be the 100-bit threshold. Well, it was when I was doing the ghost pepper tortilla chips. That was a 100-bit threshold, because they were like large tortilla chips. I figured the 50. Thank you. Yes, that is a receipt printer printing that out. Okay, we got him. We got it. Oh, hello over there. Now, because before what I was doing, I had the hot spicy peanuts, which were like these tiny little things, and you know, it was possible with I would say it was more plausible for 50 bits for a single peanut. So we do the same thing as well until I can get the peanuts delivered. Right now, it is these delicious little cheese bites combined with what is a dwindling amount of the blueberry scorpion pepper. Jigsaw, Demon King, what's going on? Lord of the Underworld, good to see you. But yes, Forgotten Astronaut, good to see you in here. Always wonderful to have you in. Always wonderful to have you in here. Now let's go for the 50 bits. Like I said, every increment of 50 bits, there is the spicy scorpion pepper in honor of the ghost pepper peanuts. There we go. But yes, peas and rice, that's still hot. Yes, thank you for the 88 bits. It is well appreciated. You have random receipt and label printers. This is all entirely possible through the wonders of Leorin board, and soon to be through StreamerBot from the incredible mind of DJ Teo. Yes, also let's give another round of shout outs here to go check out Jinxo, the Demon King, in the other side of the world right now. Lars.
Enjoy.
Oh boy. And also to the Forgotten Astronaut, a very, very talented I don't even like this, the audiological musical wizard. It's the always some banging tunes there, and some wonderful ambient just space vibes with the Forgotten Astronaut. Lars, thank you very much for the 77 bits. On to the spike of appreciation for you, my friend, but also another spicy. This is what I'm eating with. These moon cheese, garlic parmesan, delicious. It adds to the flavor. It doesn't cut out any of the sting of the scorpion pepper. It just adds to the wonderful flavor. Until I can find some peanuts that are easier. They're much easier to line up. There's a little less faff involved with the. Make sure we get that coated. Get it coated everywhere. I don't want to cheap out on it. It's spicy. It tingles. It doesn't last as long as when there are multiples going through. But thank you very much for these 77 bits, Lars. Well appreciated. It never hurts any less on any given night. But I love the spice. I love the flavor that comes with it. I would be remiss if I would have a hot sauce that just hurts. I don't see a hydrate redeem. Unofficially, it is Make It Rain. However, I also like to enjoy and experience the spice before we do partake in any of the water. Oh no, well, it's snowing. Well, did you hear me singing? It's spicy, it tingles, moon cheese balls. Moon cheese balls. Was there another tune you had tied to that one? Oh boy. And these ones, the scorpion peppers come back. Like I think you need another line. What was the song? Glad you like Bottom Feeder by Parkway Drive. You got a couple more songs for you if you check out. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, share away, Jinxo. We have again. I know you did drop in the Discord before. For anybody who doesn't want to join in on our Discord, we have sections for Lego. We have a section for music and books and movies. Always nice to see people dropping in on the Discord and kind of sharing the information. And I've also realized I forgot to run I forgot that I didn't run a 90-second commercial at the beginning of the stream. Again, there are probably a few things that I've forgotten to do because of the imaging session. I did have to get the there wasn't a great amount of mucking about with the equipment tonight to get everything sorted out. I was very happy with that. The best thing I ever did was I took a picture of the back focus that I needed, or the whole setup I had for this imaging train for the big scope. I just dropped connection randomly while trying to do an initial alignment. Now it won't come back up. Oh no. Oh dear. Maybe just get an ASI air. I mean, there's more that you can do. There's still more that you can do with the Astroberry, and you hate the hacky crap sometimes. I get that they're with the. I feel the frustration there with having so much more to customize for what you want the the unit to do. It comes on with so many other issues, whereas something like an ASI Air or like Apple products, it is just like there is like one function that they do. I just want to do some basic imaging. I know, right? That's frustrating. That stinks. But also, Kajad, Bill Nash. This is the same Bill Nash we were mentioning to you about before. To go get get some information from. There in the Discord channel under books and movies when I get the chance. No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. What do we got? What's this? Well, did you hear me singing? It's spicy, it tingles, moon cheese balls. Moon cheese balls. Oh, boy. Why not? What's going on? How are you? How you doing tonight? Good to see you. Good to see you in here. Good to see this as well. Like, clear skies tonight. We're imaging the Triangulum Galaxy. It is a fantastic evening. We started off fairly early. But this is our, how many, we got about almost half an hour worth of imaging on here. And let's see, we can start to bring up some more detail here. There we go. That's starting to come through nicely. We see a great deal of structure that we wouldn't have before with the narrowband, because these smaller concentrations of stars don't show up that well because they're not as brightly populated of areas within the galaxy that the narrowband filter is going to pick up. We're using the Optolong L Pro filter tonight, which is their broadband filter. We could probably get away without using any filters in the in our area, but we're in a Bortle 3 section, but it's also a full moon. So that will be causing a little bit of problems, but we will head over to the moon in a little bit. So yeah, even with the onboard Wi-Fi for the ASI Air original N+, I still have everything connected with the LAN. Upon seeing the name of the snack, you're compelled to send your boyfriend a package of moon cheese balls. They're delicious. They're wonderful. And I do have one more. I do have the Gouda. They are very Gouda. They are delicious as well. Totally possible. The total power budget for the unit isn't enough to power a lot of devices from the USB ports. You'll want a powered hub.
Well, eat some.
Why not? Thank you. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. On to the spike of appreciation for you. We're going through the garlic parmesan bag at the moment. Just search. You don't think we got moon cheese balls there? These are, I guess, actually, peas and rice were running low. That was, I'm blaming Nori Kitty for that one last night. Running through the cheese balls. The Raspberry Pi is a great little unit, but it's got limitations that you got to plan around. So even with like the specifics of the ZWO products being required just for this, I mean, excuse me, it is a yeah, you're kind of stuck with like the same product. However, everything just kind of works. How much you got left till the Gouda? There's a few in there, but it is actually running low. So I'll probably need to make a trip to the grocery store next time around. But thank you. Why not for the 100 bits? There is the reward / penance. I don't know. I usually can't, it can't be anything bad for me because I enjoy the taste. However, you eat enough of these and it starts getting hard to make S sounds. But thank you very much, Why not for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Currently impossible to get up high. I did see that Ontario Telescope and Accessories did get some ASI Air Plus in stock. I do believe they do ship worldwide. I don't know how many they have. It was an order they put in quite a while ago. And they said right now there's even ZWO is out of stock at the moment. So I would say if you are kind of looking. You're about 100 kilometers away from Gouda. I had a wonderful cheese adventure when we went to Amsterdam a few years ago. Actually, it's like 6 years ago now. Has it been? Oh my God, it's been way too long. If you mount a powered hub, you can use both to power the Pi and provide power connectivity for all your peripherals. I haven't tried to power anything with the ASIR Plus yet. Part and parcel because I don't have anything else that really needs to be powered. Because I have the Pegasus Astro Dewmaster, which handles all of that, which is fine. I think everything works out really well. Cloudy nights are for troubleshooting the build. Cloudy night. The thing is, I need to get like an artificial star, or at least get something set up that I can use to do some tests for the setup as well. Because I got to say, it's waiting for these short stretches of clear skies. It is there's I don't want to spend that much time troubleshooting. I just want to get out and start imaging. TV stations, what's going on, TV? How you doing? You got some work in progress in the Discord? All right, cool. We will check that out in a short while. Well, good to see you tonight. How are things? How is your evening going? Right, but this night is for troubleshooting the imaging portion. You actually plan on powering the Pi off the mount. Though it got a DC step down unit from the 2.1 millimeter to USB. You got the 12 volt to 5 volt power on the Pi, and it's off one of those ports. I mean, it is like I did see. I saw your post as well in the Discord about the. It is annoying. I don't have an artificial star yet. You do have Iter, ITER. What's that? What is that? What's the? That's looking all right. What program are you using there? Is that on an iPad? Iter.org. What does that do? All right, we got some more musical suggestions as well from Jinxo. Now, why does the internet keep cutting out? I keep getting some. That's Fire Alpaca. I never heard of that one. Is that like another alternative to? What's the iPad program? What's that iPad program? Which one is it? I can't remember the name of the one that's like Procreate for the iPad. Is that what you mean? So what is this? Iter Fusion, the nuclear reaction that powers the sun and the stars, is a potential source of a safe, non-carbon emitting and virtually limitless energy. The harnessing fusion power of the goal of Iter, which has been designed as a key experimental step between today's fusion research machines of tomorrow and tomorrow's fusion power plants. So what's this one all about there, Lars? Oh, it's close enough to an artificial star. I got you. All right, we can kind of see just up above the telescope. You can see the constellation of the little W shape of Cassiopeia, which has the Wizard Nebula and the Bubble Nebula and the Pac-Man Nebula and a few other targets. But I think what we're going to take a look at, we have been imaging the Triangulum Galaxy for about half an hour now. So we've got 8 seconds left on this exposure. Let's let this one roll through, and then we will We'll stop this exposure, and then we'll check something out. All right, let that let that load in. There we go. We'll save that one. We'll save that image, and we'll go back to our preview section. There we go. Let's make that look a little nicer at the moment. Actually, let's blow it like right out of proportion here. Let's make it. Let's really get some. There you go. We'll call that one our preview image for now. While we pick our next target. You wonder if the resolution on your 3D printer is tight enough that it could print a mask that functions as an artificial star that will plate solve. Ooh. So it'd be interesting. Could you make like a whole constellation or a whole like section? Could you use like a lot of the key stars in here for a mask and then try to plate solve with that? That'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. Actually, maybe do we slew over and try to fight the moon a little bit and get some. See how this reflection nebula looks. I think we may as well go for it. Why not? Right? Let's go. Let's try to check out something. Try something interesting. You're trying something wacky and maybe dumb. Go for it. What? Wait. What's the dumb part? Because if it works, then it's not dumb. There you go. That is like the mantra that Bill Nash lives by, right? Just go for it. All right, let's head over to NGC 2064 and see what we can 2064 and pick NGC, not IC. Got a pizza delivery for Icy Wiener. Oh man. All right, it is freaking cold out right now. What do we got? Minus 18. Minus 18. Feeling like we're gonna freeze the balls off a brass monkey here. Minus 26. Actually, no, that's the wrong temperature. Let's refresh here. 8 o'clock. Yeah, feeling like minus 26 degrees at the moment. Nope, something about the 294 MC drawing too much current or something like that. Oh, no. That's no good. Sourdough Mikey. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome in the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. Just about to huck it back in the garage. You're tired of fiddling with it. Man, I know the cold air doesn't help out much either. Hello, my name is Mr. Ian Peter Freely. You may call me IP Freely. A delivery for in your name, Mr. Staker. Your full name, Peter Ian Staker. P.I. Staker. Piss. No. I got just the USB power coming from a Powerbox Micro. It sounds weird that things are doing that. All right, we have our target. Is this where we want it to be? I think that's. Let's compare. Yeah, I think that is looking. NGC 2064. I think it's not too bad. I think I want to focus on this section here. I want that to be where we're focusing. Just move it a little bit. Has USB to the 294 and the Powerbox Micro, so INDI can chat with them both. I mean, is the there should be there is power as well, like the 12 volt going from the 294 to like a mains, right? Do you have some images on Discord that you can kind of share? Because maybe there's, I don't know, something maybe isn't jiving. All right, let's start our exposures on here, and we'll let these images start rolling through for NGC 2064, or Casper the Friendly Ghost Nebula, or M78, whichever way we're keeping score here. There's many targets within this nebula. Now we're probably not going to get something that looks exactly like this. This is more of the result of a finished processed image. However, I think we should be able to. I mean, we can already start seeing a little bit of the blue from the reflection nebula in here. You have the dark nebula that's passing, that dark molecular dust that's passing in front of the whole area. You know when you cough and the scorpion pepper comes right back up? Yeah, that happened. Oh boy. I don't know if anything offhand due to decent reporting from the Pi's power bus load, aside from the undervoltage warnings. Well, hopefully that does work out. Sports fan! What's going on, sports fan? Have I noticed the most recent firmware update borked the guiding numbers? To what degree? Because I just updated things tonight. And so far things aren't long. This is just a 5-second exposure. Guiding hasn't been that bad. We're still getting sub-arc second guiding. Coughing a scorpion pepper is the least of your concerns with something that hot. It depends on which end you cough out of, right? Yeah, so far the guiding hasn't been too bad. We're already getting, we're pointing very close toward the moon at the moment, so this is getting a little washed out. So I'm expecting guiding to be a little less than favorable. I wonder if I kind of switch it to, let's see. If we adjust the gain on this, will that help out, or is that going to like totally muck up the guiding? Maybe that's too aggressive. Oh, okay, well that's going to that's probably going to ruin this exposure. Let's see how that goes. See if that helps improve things if we just adjust the gain a little bit. Here we go. We're doing 3-minute exposures, doing some live stacking on M78 at the moment. Now we did take a look at this reflection nebula in narrowband. Stack error not enough. All right. Wow, that is the first time. That's the first time something's been ignored. On your EQ8R, you've always had an average of about 0.25 total RMS, and now it's 0.75. Check power sine wave, balance, polar line, focus. It's been 2 days in a row. See, this has happened before with certain updates. And actually, I noticed it from... Actually, it's probably something that I have that I've changed a while back. Where the... the original ASI Air, I feel there was one update that occurred, and I never got like the same amount of guiding. Last ASI update completely broke your kit. Won't track, won't go to, won't guide. Oof. All right, then I'm feeling very fortunate at the moment that we're actually getting images tonight. Then, how quick is ZWO going to send out an update then? If a lot of people are getting these errors, the problems, because for the most part, I mean the guiding, because I've switched the. I've adjusted the center of gravity. Everything is really cold out. I actually got a little bit of frostbite on my hands earlier tonight while I was setting things up. like the knobs on the counterweights are basically frozen in place. So I did my best to adjust the counterweights for the right ascension, and declination. It was, I would say that one was fairly on point, but we'll see how the rest of the guiding turns out. We got about another minute and a half before this exposure comes through. Hopefully it will accept it. And right now, and also I may have to go out and do a bit of a refocus with the RC, because we have dropped about 3 degrees, at least the camera sensor. Like we're at minus 23.8. We started off the night at minus 21.9 degrees Celsius on the camera. Like I don't even have the cooler turned on. Like it is that cold out tonight. One of the mods on their Facebook page said he fixed it by imaging a new SD card, uninstalling the app from the iPad, and reinstalling the app, redoing the upgrade a couple of times until it worked. That sounds like there's way too much work. That's ridiculous. Did your best to be kind to him about how not acceptable that was. No, that's not. That is ridiculous. That's crazy to have to go through that. I'm thinking, I want to say it's because everything I did tonight with changing scopes, there was very little faff that had to be done, and now we seem to be possibly paying with it with the update to the ASI Air. Imaging Triangulum right now with your 127 millimeter triplet. Ooh, very nice. How is that looking? We have. All right, let's go over here. This was our Triangulum from earlier. This is just a 30-minute, about a 30-minute stack of 3-minute exposures. Now we have imaged Triangulum in the past in narrowband. So you can see there's a bit of it. This is also with our 72 millimeter refractor. But again, we get more of the nebulosity showing through. This is also overly red because I used the wrong temperature darks to calibrate our live stack with, so that kind of ruined things. Using ASI Air Plus, the OS is on the eMMC RAM. I reset the ASI Air tomorrow. That just seems so much work. Swaffbon, hello. How are you doing? How's it going tonight? So yes, this is our earlier image of Triangulum, and then tonight we had a little bit better success with using the Optolong L Pro. At least the fact we're trying to get some more accurate star colors, and I don't know if we'll pick a target to image a little later on tonight, but we're still very fresh into the stream right now. Yes, we do have a Discord. We do. ! Discord. We'll bring that up. I don't know how that'll upgrade the plus you'll upgrade the plus anytime soon. You like being able to drop into the pro, stack and trace things, see why it's misbehaving. Exactly right. Boy. But yeah, we're doing our live imaging tonight. This is our earlier image of the Triangulum Galaxy. For those of you who are new to the channel, I welcome you in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we like to take live images of outer space as often as possible. And whenever we have clear skies, that's what we're doing. So we are. Oh boy, this is going to be a bit of a tough one because we're shooting like right into the moon. Let's see if we can improve this any way. Ooh, you know we're getting really close to the moon. We can start to see that one donut. We start to see that one donut in there. If someone wants to send you a plus to disassemble, you wouldn't say no. I'm not sending you mine, sorry. You can't stay long. We hope the exposures go well. Well, thank you very much for popping in. Wonderful to see you in here. So we'll see. Hopefully it starts to improve a little bit. Now we are shooting almost straight toward the full moon right now. So after we do a few exposures on M78, we'll hop over to the moon. We'll do some live stack on there, and yeah, we'll see if we can get some. Well, see if we can get a better image than we have from in the past. Where do we have our This is one of our stacks of the moon earlier. Now this is at about a 75%, 78% full moon. Obviously, it's a little better to shoot the moon when it's not full because you can at least get some details of the craters. But we'll check things out. We'll see how it's going to look. It's too freaking cold to run out and fiddle with stuff. I agree. It was. I didn't realize how cold all the equipment actually got until I had a little bit of early frostbite.
I have the mustache.
Oh, perfect. Yes, I had a little bit of frostbite on my hand, almost in the pattern of the back of the RC scope, because it was all like this, the aluminum cast on there. But yes, there we go. This is also a thing with shooting in Orion. Shooting in the constellation of Orion is very tough because you get a lot of satellites rolling through. We'll play the game of count the satellites while we're doing imaging, but it is getting colder out. It is minus 24 degrees Celsius reading off on the temperature of the sensor. So that is getting mighty cold out there. I need to do a thermal time lapse next time you put the scope out. Like, it is... I'm surprised we are already seeing frost building up on there. The good thing is, at least it is only about maybe 60% humidity right now. So we're not getting overrun with frost being that's going to be built up on the scope at the moment. I'm imagining in the morning it is going to be mighty chilly. But right now, the way how the weather is forecast, the weather is looking to be very, very favorable throughout the whole night. So we will not that we would run on right until our lazy Sunday Lego stream, but there are going to be targets that we'd like to start imaging. I forgot which of the app filter you use for these. It is SnapCam. SnapCam is what I use for this one. The PC version of Snap Camera, or is this Snap Camera? Snap Camera, and SnapCam is for the SnapCam's for the phones. Death warmed over. Hello, Death. How you doing? How you doing tonight? Sam 93X. You listen to Sam WSAM 93X playing all the classics. I don't know why we rolled into that, but thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How you doing tonight? How are you? We're taking some live images of outer space. Glad to have you in here. Now, this is what our channel is all about. Sharing live astrophotography using this big ass telescope in my backyard. I'm in Bortle 3 skies. The only big issue right now is that we have a full moon. You have a 98% full moon. So we are also pointed out we're basically pointed almost at the moon. So we're getting these images are a little washed out at the moment, and usually we want to, if we're getting a great deal of time on this target, you put some hours into the integration, then you can start to get some of these details. But you can see with Orion, the moon isn't that far away, and in the broad sense of things, we're staring right into the moon. So yeah, we're going to, and it is cold out. Not cold enough. It's too cold to snow, actually. Actually, maybe we might go over to the 37 cluster. That's always kind of interesting. But we have our broadband filter in tonight, so we're letting in a great deal of light, which is good and bad. And right now, because it is a full moon, the moon itself is causing light pollution. Usually where we are, it is a Bortle 3, which is kind of on the lower end of the scale of light pollution. 9 being the highest, and well, obviously 1's the lowest. We're fairly close to a 1. But yeah, Sam, good to see you in here tonight. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Glad to have you joining along with us. Like I said, this is what we always aim to do: taking live images of outer space. Usually, if we do have some some inclement weather, we will be doing some image processing. We'll be talking about astrophotography and astronomy news. Also, keep an eye on the James Webb Space Telescope. Currently, it is aligning the mirrors, which is another important. Every step is always important, but to be able to get the mirrors lined up is going to be the next big step until it moves into its L2 Lagrange point. I just posted the imaging suggestions Discord, the before and after update guiding. All right, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look, because it seems that sometimes when there are those upgrades to the software, something gives, and that's always a pain. Doing well, thanks. Very stoked about JWST. Two friends have asked if you can show them a telescopic view of the near-Earth asteroid that's passing by. I told them it's too dim. Even if when you hear asteroids, they're like, it's like a kilometer across, and it's like, ooh, can we see it? And I was like, well, kind of not really, unless you have a larger telescope. Then it's going to be very dim and difficult to see. All right, it's back up. All right, Kajad, good luck with that. Good luck with all of that. Now, I keep playing with my post-it notes. I got to move those. AstroJav, what's going on? How are you? We do have clear skies. Finally, right? So I think what we'll do after a few more exposures on M78, we'll move over to another target. We're either going to go over to... Actually, we'll go over to the moon for a bit. Well, why fight it right now? So that should be our focal length on the moon. And we'll check that out in just a little bit there. I had to take the dog out. It's partially cloudy here. It makes it look kind of hazy because of those thin, wispy clouds. We don't want any thin, wispy clouds over here, though. We don't want any of that. Now, we're still getting sub-arc second guiding. However, I am thinking that is also part and parcel to the adjustment side, because I changed the center of gravity on the scope when I moved the camera down to the larger scope tonight. Let's see. Let's have a look in. There you go. Wow, that's awesome guiding though, and this was before the update. And then now it's 0.85. Yes, and nothing's changed, and nothing has changed in your imaging train. Dang. So I guess I should imagine we should be getting. Well, let's see. I balanced things, but it was getting really cold out, and the seeing is better. Well, there you go. Then ZWO mucked some things up pushing this update. And what was the overall update to everything? Oh my goodness, that Bill, that the satellite image of that volcano that erupted today. That was incredible. And we did get Volcano Doc was the first one who did drop that in the Discord. But it was huge. Like this, like the shockwave as well. That's incredible. It was to fix station mode and add all sky polar alignment. Now we had another one of our friends of the channel, Halthor. He doesn't have a view from his apartment balcony of Polaris, and he tried the all sky polar alignment, and he didn't get as good of results as he did with just kind of using an iPhone app and pointing it roughly for where Polaris is. Yeah, so I am counting myself very fortunate actually that we're actually still able to do some imaging tonight. Because if we had this clear sky and this thing went borked, then I would be very, 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 very annoyed. I thought hardware issues. The fact that with Sports Fan, they didn't change any of their settings, and the only thing that changed was the upgrade to the software, or the upgrade to the firmware, and something like that shouldn't happen like that. You know, we want to be able to, like, you got to test this stuff, and it just seems like the one, oh my goodness, I don't know, for those who have been using the ASI Air, if you've been using it for quite a while, Samuel, what's going on, Samuelo? How are you doing? Thank you very much for the follow as well. Glad to have you in here. So yes, we are doing some live astrophotography tonight. See if we can do a little bit of an adjustment on here and fix that up. So we get some more details. Hello. Sports Fan! Sports Fan, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome in. Enjoy the emotes and your commercial-free viewing as well. Thank you so much for that. On to the spike of appreciation for you. Wonderful to have you in here today. Hello over there. I see you. Yes, this is our view tonight. Crystal clear skies. We have the nice view of Cassiopeia just over there right now. Let's see if we can. Now we're like I said, we're shooting right into a full moon. We're not getting the we're getting all of the light pollution coming through here. But I wonder if this is also a target we could prop on a new moon. If we could actually do some live view of this. I wonder how bright it is. But yeah, Sports Fan, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Okay, Kajad. So, how's the equipment going now? How's that going? Actually, we could probably get a live look of at the Orion Nebula. I bet. Have I taken the daily dose of hot pepper? We have had a few bits come through tonight, but it was just a nice little dash of spice. So far, it's not being a point of sale. All right, cool. Now let's see. Okay, now I'm happy with how this is turning out, but we are at the mercy of the moon. Let's see what we can. No, because now we're amplifying so many issues on here at the moment. We definitely need to probably change targets, and it might be at the moon. Although this is starting to look a little better than what we had before. We're starting to see some details coming through, but because we're going against the moon, these images are going to be washed out like even more so than usual. An Optilong L Pro would help out. You're in Bortle 9. Borderline in Miami uses a Radiant Triad Ultra to tame the light pollution. It's still rough though. Bortle 9 can be so tricky because you like all that time. You don't get enough. You don't get enough integration time. How far is that target from the moon? Not very far. I mean, it's like this close. It's like right there. No, wait. It's like right there. We're not too far from the moon. So we're basically pointing at the moon. So what I might do is we'll pop over to Orion for a second here. We'll go over to M42 for a sec. Yes, it is way too close. So we'll stop that exposure. We'll still save that because this is definitely a target to come back to in the when we have a new moon, if we have like clear skies. I mean, we have imaged this. We did image M78. We did image that on. We did take a look at that earlier with the wide field. That is not M78. There we go. So that was the target we were imaging just now. So even with a narrowband filter, we were still getting some nice details. Also, this was shot during a new moon, so there was no extra light pollution in the way. So picture this. Picture this target, a little better resolution, because this is shot at 300 millimeters, and now we are shooting at 1,000 millimeters. But we also got that little bit of Barnard's loop. Literally moving the power box to the saddle hub worked. Excellent. Excellent. Bill, thank you so much for the help on that one. Appreciate that, mate. So let's send the scope over to the Orion Nebula, which is very close to our current target. But we can it's nice and bright enough that we can take a look at this live. We do a live video of the Orion Nebula. I think it would have ended up there only after drinking the rest of the bottle of wine and maybe some hypothermia. Well, I mean, the wine would kind of take the edge off the hypothermia a bit, but... Let's see if we're on our target. Didn't have to move, the camera didn't have to move too far. Didn't have to move too far away. And there's, my God, my goodness, 5 seconds. 5 seconds on the Orion Nebula. Like, yeah, we can take a look at this live. This will be, I mean, that's awesome. That is so beautiful. Like, that's what you want to, that's what you want to strive to achieve, to get that core, to do the HDR imaging. GEM45 EC won't directly connect to INDI. I see. I am using the ASI 533 and paired with the Optilong. Like, that's 5 seconds on there. Like, how? This is why I love the Orion Nebula. 5 seconds, and it's so satisfying. Nope, we don't want to go there. We want to go over there. Now, guiding is seems to be going for a bit of a tank at the moment. Aries Mite, how you doing? Well, it is my pleasure to share these images of the night sky. This is a 5-second exposure on the Orion Nebula. Like, you know, you can see this. Like, I love how, because it's so bright. Like, this is 5 seconds. I love this. Like, I'm not even using a fast scope either. Like, you don't even need an incredibly fast scope. We're using an 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope. We were shooting at, with our focal reducer, we are at about f4.8. And we're still getting this kind of detail with 5 seconds. However, not every target that we image is this bright and this rewarding. It can be difficult to get a lot of these details. Oh, you didn't put your filter in though. Oh no. Which filter are you going for? See, I think if we, I always toy about talking about, do we get a RASA? How can we get this integrated? But I mean, something like this, it's bananas. You feel called out for getting stuff done by drinking. You're almost half done with the bottle of mead. I mean, sometimes if that's what you, if that's what you like, then that's, you know, more. Orion, hello. You're back. You caught up with just over 10 hours of AEW. Now you're here for potatoes. I feel there has a bit. I've lost track of what's been going on with AEW and WWE. If anything, well, okay, the cat's out of the way at the moment. Like, I'm still loving the old ECW days. That's what I long for again. All right, BRB, gonna freeze one more time. All right, Kajad, good luck. It's much like when you're climbing a hard problem in the gym is getting further than you expected. So you're just like, I did not plan for this. You're improving the rest of the route. That's what I love about streaming as well. There's a lot of improvisation that comes along with things because I have a rough idea about what I want to do here, And then, for the most part, things can go wildly off the rails. When you image M42, you take 100 subs at 10 seconds for the trapezium, and then 60 subs at 300 seconds for the nebulosity. And that always that's that fine line between this is a great target to look at immediately. You know, we can do, let's do 30 seconds. We'll do 30 seconds on this target. And you can, and then again, you can go farther by making the high dynamic range of images, so you can bring out the detail of the nebulosity, because there is a great deal of nebulosity surrounding Orion. Like, there's more than just what we see here. Like, I'm blowing things out of proportion at the moment. Like, we're just really overdoing things for 5 seconds. But you can see as you start stretching the histogram that there you go. 30 seconds is a little nicer. Again, just starting to lose that detail in the trapezium, in that core of Orion. Mostly because your first day of PTO, you feel bleh because you had your COVID booster and flu shot. Oh, you doubled up on them, eh? I felt a little fuzzy for about 24 hours after my booster. The Orion Nebula is almost supernatural, like a ghost in the sky that shouldn't be there. And yet it is. And it's one of the most... You can see this. You can look out at the 3 stars of Orion. You look at Orion's belt and... Wait, hang on. Wrong one. You know, you see the 3 stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka. And if you're in the northern hemisphere, it's below the belt. If you're in the southern hemisphere, then it kind of appears above the belt. But you can see this with your own meat cameras. You don't even need like a binoculars or a telescope. You just kind of, you can look at in the direction, you'll see this faint fuzziness, this bright patch, and that's the Orion Nebula. Like, close enough to us and bright enough that you can start to make it out with like unaided eyes. Don't watch the W, so you don't watch W so much anymore. You're really invested in EW. Got behind with work, so you and your friends smashed it out today. You got caught up. Excellent. Excellent. It's always nice to kind of tick those boxes of TV that you want to watch. All right, let's start stacking some of these images over. Actually, no, we weren't going to stack. We were going to take a live look. We're going to take a... it's not live. Let's go to video. And need to adjust some of this a little bit here. There we go. There we go. Now we're starting to see it come through. Infinity is big. It sure is. It sure is. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Do I know of Telescopius? I do not. Lots of nice tools for astrophotography, and you can build your free image library with image astrometry. Oh, really? I'm going to open that up. There we go. We'll save that in there. Yeah, Infinity, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you in here. Telescopius is awesome. Interesting. I use Deep Sky Stacker in Photoshop at the moment. That's what we do. One of a kind. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome to the observatory. Pardon me. Telescopius is awesome. It blows Astrobin away. Really? Really? I will have to have a deeper look at this program. Tell me a little more about it. Astronomy planning made easy. Interesting. All right, so here is the Triangulum. That bright patch we were just looking at in Orion, but this is a live look. This is a live video feed right now. Turn up the gain. Increase the exposure time just a little bit here. But we can start to see these. One of a kind, good to see you in here. Hello. Oh, member of the Anchor Club, good to see you in here. How you doing? How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Astronomy planning in 2 steps. 1, look outside. 2, cloudy again. Exactly. All right, Kajad, good luck with the image acquisition. Infinity, how you doing? Tell me about your setup. This is our telescope. Are you at an observatory? Negative. I'm in my own backyard here in southwestern Ontario. We're using the Altair Astro 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope, or also known as the TPO or the GSO RC8. And the ZWO ASI 533 MC Pro is our imaging camera tonight, which is getting this live look at the Orion Nebula. And we're just trying to get some more details coming through. So you can see the trapezium, we can see some of the nebulosity. So yes, this is our live video feed. I think the white, actually the colors aren't looking too bad. I think if we start turning up the gain and exposure, yeah, but again, another testament to how bright Orion is. That this is we're not doing single quick exposures. I mean, well, technically we are if you're looking at video, but still, this is a live look at the core of the Orion Nebula. I should give Serial a shot. It's very good and easy to use. It does photometric color correction and dynamic background extraction, as well as many other things. You're guaranteed to try Serial for 30 minutes. You'll be blown away. I imagine, yes, because Photoshop, I'm used to Photoshop. However, like, Photoshop is for terrestrial photography. We need to bend Photoshop to our will for astrophotography processing. Click on targets to find a deep sky. There you can frame a target with your scope and a camera specs. Interesting. So it's a little less faff than with getting things set up in like Stellarium or something like that, right? But yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Happy to have you in here. One of a kind, supporting the homies with the work, Lurk. I appreciate that. Lurks help the Twitch world go around. Am I right? The metal girders off to the left, that is, those are the towers. While there's the far left is the original tower, and the one closer to the tower, closer to the telescope, is where we have our satellite internet hooked up. So we don't have any fiber in the area. We're in rural Ontario. We are out in the middle of nowhere, so which is why it helps for the skies, the dark skies available to us, so we can take a look at the Orion Nebula with a live look. Bending Photoshop to your will sounds nice. Consider how often the reverse occurs. The more we can do with Photoshop, I mean, it's also, I guess, the accessibility of things. Let's see if we turn down the gain a little bit. Let's bump up the exposure time. It slows things down, but we can still see that live movement there. Any thoughts on doing an image sequence with ECOS? I have not had any opportunity with that. I do want to start to use Nina. I did say that once we get the observatory and studio built, then we will have I'll have more. I'll dive deeper into Nina, and also, like I said, for our community, our sub goal eventually would be to acquire PixInsight to actually do some proper astrophotography processing. Use the programs that are designed for adjusting these images. I'm not about to go install a completely new software stack and try to debug that right now. No. You don't blame Kajad, but on the other hand, you're a glutton for punishment. I mean, it's nice to learn from the frustrations and the gremlins that get in your way. But then again, there's times when it's like, let's just be happy that things are working with the scope, and we'll dabble with things the next clear night or the next cloudy night. It's a privilege to actually look at the Orion Nebula live. I think it's just a testament to how bright this target is. And, you know, we look at these wonderful images that come through, but that's also hours of time put in. But to be looking at this, at the Orion Nebula, 1,400 light years away, and getting this essentially a live, I use like the live as possible. Fix and debug, then change or upgrade a thing, find bugs, fix bugs, wash, rinse, repeat. Exactly. And that's kind of the thing that's going on at the moment with the issue that's going on right now with the guiding on within the with ASI Air, because ZWO put out this update and there's some issues that have been going on. Think so?
Oh, okay.
No worries. Appreciate it. Appreciate the lurk. Keep warm in the beard because it is nice and warm in here. That's you all the time there. That's, you know, largely there are things that I want to work on with the with our imaging setup. But again, this is like the first clear night in over like in almost 2 weeks now. So we haven't had a long stretch of clear skies. Tomorrow night there is a chance of, actually, what does tomorrow's weather look like? So right now, for a 99% full moon, tomorrow night it is clear up until about 10 o'clock. Now that might change, maybe in favor of things. If the forecast is going to change, it's going to be a lot longer, then I'd be inclined to do another live imaging stream tomorrow night. However, tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be continuing on with our Lego build of the Space Shuttle Discovery. So we'll continue on with that with our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. And yeah, if the sky's looking clear, then I'll have a hard cutoff at about 1 o'clock so I can get ready and, you know, do adulting around the house for a bit on Sunday afternoon, but then get ready for some more imaging. It depends on what we're going to look at later tonight for what's going to be our object of affection for the most part. Now we might try to do 2 targets because there is a planning mode available in the ASI Air Plus that I haven't actually really put to use, well, largely because we haven't had a great deal of clear skies. Now next Friday is also looking to be nice and clear. What's the temperature for next Friday? Still cold. Witch Head Nebula. We did take a look at the Witch Head with the narrowband filter, and actually didn't get too bad of a result with that. However, we will probably only get a very, very tiny portion of it. And again, because it is a dim reflection nebula, maybe we'll try to go for a galaxy and still get the remnant of it. But this is our focal length, 980 millimeters with our scope. Grrrr, boyfriend's a butt. Oh, why? He just had to go remind you got voted into being development committee chair. What's the development committee? Are you like working for Parks and Rec? Are you Leslie Nope? But there's a great collection of galaxies behind the Witch Head Nebula. Now I would go for it. Ooh, we've never gone over to the Cosmic Bat before, or the Fox Face. See, but we're staring right into the moon.
Skull, I have the mustache.
So it's a little difficult when we're looking straight into the moon. Hello, Lily. How are you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. Anyway, I feel like I'm slipping into comic book guy with his mustache. Need a bit of a different mustache for that one. I don't know how to pronounce. Is it Poirot? I see that. I see Agatha Christie's. I'd have to find a clip and listen to him, and then we'll nail that accent, shall we? If you watch Parks and Rec, you would understand that reference. Oh, darn it! Poirot. Poirot. Oh my goodness. Wait, which is it? Poirot. Agatha Christie's Poirot. And I need to...
I need to listen to the character because I may as well change it into that. You're supposed to have a date tonight. Oh yeah, that's right, but it got canceled. Oh dear. Well, we're happy to have you in here. Sorry that you're. Ugh, what's going on over there?
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, well, it's this one with big jolly good with wonderful. Sorry that your date didn't turn out. We're glad to have you in here. All things considered, we'd rather you not be in here. To be in favor of going on a date tonight, Lily. But other than that, welcome in. Good to have you. Wonderful to have you in here tonight. But yes, we're doing some live astrophotography. Finally, this is a live look at the Orion Nebula. We don't often get to see this either. Are you hoping for a different mustache? There are 6 different mustaches that could come up, so we always pay attention to what's going on. And some of the mustaches rotate in and out, depends on the holiday. Good comic book guy voice, by the way. Thank you. It happens. She said she was in a bad mood and wasn't in the right headspace for it, which is understandable. Fair enough. I think there is a broad understanding of that. Yeah, sometimes just. You know what? It's just let's get back in the right headspace. Let's recenter, spend a little bit more time for yourself and better well-being, and then yeah, maybe next weekend it'll work out for a positive experience there for you. Now, what I haven't been paying attention to has this cup. And actually, I need to keep that a little closer so we can see it go off. Every time the Maple Leaf score, this little thing should be going off. I don't know what the score is at the moment. The mustache was like it's flexing. Maybe it should be more like a bit of the. Wait, no. Who's the one who wanted to do? It was Kevin Nealon, and who else did that? We're going to Pomp You Up. It was like almost a Schwarzenegger. The flexing mustache, but no, same reason you have programs to MC every Saturday, April, October, at a minimum every first Saturday during the rest of the year.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, this one's more of a backwoods, brawny kind of mustache. That's what it is. There we go. But yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. During the rest of the year, the UACNJ, the previous chair, noped out of it for responsibility. Well, these things happen. But as long as you're enjoying stepping up to being the chair. You say it's more of a lumberjack. Well, I guess I need to get some flannels on, should I? Cafeteria used to attend would put out samples of several dishes, and there was a guy who talked like comic book guy who would stick his finger in each dish and taste the sauce. Oh no, that would not fly too well now. That wouldn't go over very well. But you got a bunch of furniture and lighting for your room. It actually feels like someone lives here. Well, that's nice to be able to do a little bit of nesting, as it were. All right, so there is our live look at the Orion Nebula. Why do I keep wanting to say Andromeda? There has to be some reason why I keep wanting to call Orion Andromeda. I don't know what it is. All right, let's do let's go for another quick. What's guiding doing? Guiding is terrible. Let's do a quick 5-second exposure on here. Let's get Orion in its glory back up on screen. There we go. That's a little more like it. There we go. But we'll also do. Actually, no. We'll start doing a live stack. Start doing a live stack of the Orion Nebula. And what works out very well, what we can do is also adjust the time on here, because we don't need to do. We could do like 60-second exposures. There we go. 60 seconds. And we can start to get some detail building up on this one. Does the Andromeda Galaxy exist? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And it is we are already gravitationally bound to that galaxy. We did take a look at its neighbor, the Triangulum Galaxy, a little earlier on. You may be up late with you as well. Well, good to have you. I'll always appreciate. You see, I appreciate the time that is spent, that you guys spend in this stream. And I do often see people saying that they apologize that they can't subscribe or they can't donate bits. And that's not the whole point of everything we do. To be able to spend some time in here with me and take a look at and let me show you something cool in the universe. Like, that means more to me than anything else. That I can show you something amazing that you don't regularly get to see. Now, for those in the southern hemisphere, what I love about Orion as well is that we share this constellation. We share so many of these targets. So we get to enjoy these together. And it's like that nice little constellation that kind of that binds us together in astrophotography, glory and our wins and losses for astrophotography. It's always tough sometimes, especially when we're dealing with some crummy weather. I mean, we don't always have like the best sky quality conditions, but when we can have a target that we can all enjoy is that's all. I feel like that little special connection that we have. So yes, everybody in the southern hemisphere has the large and small Magellanic Clouds. You have the Orion Nebula, but you know what? We have the North Star. That's about it. Now, is it Ares or is it R Smite? Which one? I mess up names so much. I just want to say Ares, because that makes you like the god of war. But always happy to share the night sky with you guys. I can show you the world. I can show you like entire galaxies. I can show you worlds. Like the Greek god. Perfect. Wonderful. We'll have the god of war with us. Always wonderful to have you. The asteroid 74829 1994 PC1 will reach its closest approach to Earth this Tuesday, 18th of January. Will be nicely positioned for imaging near NGC 706. Check it out in Stellarium, NGC 706. Let's see where that is. Where we have it. Now, we are doing some live stacking of the Orion Nebula. We will still go over to the moon. We're not going to fight the moon too much longer. Or at least we'll pick some other targets. I was kind of hoping to pick some other reflection nebulae, but the problem is the moon washes all that out, and we're using a broadband filter. I thought I would try something. We try something a little different tonight. Also, because I did say that we're going to go over to the moon. We're going to point out some of the landing sites, some of the Apollo landing sites as well. But NGC 706, where is that? Oh, I always keep forgetting that searching on the ASI Air, you can just type out a number and then it'll give you either the IC or the Caldwell catalog or whatever the number is, and then you can pick it there. But you have to specify NGC within Stellarium. So, Aries, I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome you into the observatory. We do have new follower emotes as well. We do have follower emails, so if they're still showing up locked, you just give a refresh on the stream, and those will be available. We have a couple that I'm going to update because the this Earth and the Lego Astro Canuck have been used before, but these are the brand new follower emotes, as well as I did adjust the 1000-bit emote to be to kind of reflect the purple of Twitch. And then we've put the regular hype emote in like the regular rotation. You happily stumbled across the stream tonight. Awesome to watch as you work on labs. What are you studying? Or what is your... Well, not to get too personal, but you know. Astrophotography, you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Nope. We want you to fight the moon and win. Uni 50.
Thank you very much. Ariana, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you. I appreciate that. My tongue won't, but I do. I appreciate that. On to the spike of happiness, the pillar of wonderment, the rod of thankfulness, or Rod Stewart, as we may start calling it. I don't know. Yeah, we're also running low on these ones. So we'll probably be switching over to the Gouda eventually, but thank you so much for that. As always, to show my appreciation for the 50 bits, we do nibble on some of the spicy scorpion pepper because I like hot sauce. And ugh, okay, don't look into the bottle. That's gross. You need to do a little bit of need to clean that a little bit. All right. With some preliminary spice on there. But yeah, glad to have you all in here tonight. And as always, bits are greatly appreciated, never necessary, but you always get a reward of watching me suffer through some hot sauce. Now we get a good amount on there. They are yummy. I'm counting myself fortunate they are delicious. Because if they were gross, I wouldn't want to do it. Just to be clear. Whoop. 1994 PC-1 poses no danger at this time. It will miss Earth by 1.9 million kilometers, 1.2 million miles, when at its closest approach, 4:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, on Tuesday, January 18th, is 5 times the distance of the Moon-Earth separation, or roughly the same distance of NASA's James Webb Space Telescope. This pass by will be our closest shave for at least the next 172 years. The comparable but slightly more distant flyby occurs on January 18th, 2105 at 2.3 million kilometers. So here is NGC 705. A galaxy that is, where's the distance here? It doesn't, it just tells if it's redshift. So that's roughly where we should be seeing the asteroid going through. All right, Lars, thank you so much for joining in. Have a very good sleep. Wonderful to have you in here, and I thank you as well for sending some new friends our way. And I appreciate you sharing the sharing the wonders of our stream. But once again, there you go. If you want to give Galars the Cat a follow, always wonderful to have you on in there. Also, as well, Astro Java, another Twitch streamer who is sharing astro images from their location. We like to share as many areas as possible. There are different targets that are available for those of us in the northern hemisphere, those along near the equator, and those in the southern hemisphere. There's some different targets that we have access to. Now, what image do you have the longest time investment in? I would have to say it's probably the Whirlpool Galaxy, combined with like wide field and deep sky imaging. I think all told, probably have about maybe 40 some odd hours collectively. If I was to combine like my different focal lengths, yeah, there would be it would definitely be over like 50 hours on that target. Now the longest oh my goodness, there's the scorpion peppers coming back. Yes, we are continuing, Lars. We are continuing the shuttle build tomorrow. We're going to get more of this base completed tomorrow because it is absolutely cool. I just love the landing gear as well. It's like already my favorite part of this whole build. Yes, as far as like the single longest image, I think it still has to be the Whirlpool Galaxy, about 24 hours.
Enjoy.
Oh, Lars, thank you for the 73 bits. Thank you. On to the spike, and that is the 50-bit threshold. There we go. Nice large one there. Jeff! All right, running image acquisition on M81. I'm going to do 60 lights at 60 seconds. Good luck, Kajad. Has somebody moved this? Is it like farther away? AstroJab, thank you. Thank you very much for the... Excuse me. Focus. Pardon me. For the gifted sub to Mashiu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On to the spike of appreciation. I appreciate that very much. I have not tried a mosaic yet. Telescopics will create a file you can export to your ASI Air. You can use the RC at 1,000 millimeters to do a large mosaic. Really? Really? Ooh, I have not tried a mosaic yet. Oh, wow. I like the idea of that. Mosaic will be the death of your PC. Yeah, but Caleb, you have like holy potatoes. Your your monochrome imaging. Yeah, of course it's gonna kill it. First images back. How did it turn out, Kajad? How did it turn out? PC struggles to deal with drizzle times 2. I think I'm gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing drizzle times 2 on some of these images. I don't have to see. We'll have to see how it works out. But there is the scorpion pepper from Lars. Lars is 77 bits. Ooh. There we go. Let alone a 4-bit drizzle times 2. Now I have a different kind of mosaic that I was looking at doing. But also thank you so much for the bits and for the and for the gifted sub. It's greatly appreciated there. Very nice. Very nice. First image coming through. Excellent. Well, hopefully that's going to work out very well. You've done a 10 by 10 mosaic with your 127 millimeter. The final image ended up being a 500 gigabyte FITS file. Wow. Wow. Very nicely done. Appreciate that. You never. Well, hopefully everything continues humming along for you. Like there is, again, that joy of of finally getting a solution to the issues, and I hope everything continues to work out really well there. Here's what we have at the moment. This is 9 minutes. We got 9 minutes of exposure time on the Orion Nebula. And while we're kind of starting to blow out the core, I mean overall, you'll stack it with the darks and flats. Exactly. You know what? Well, I rarely use flats, and it's not for any kind of boycott or anything like that. It's just that I do care about them as well. Especially if I'm putting multiple hours into a target. It is like I'll try to get as many of the sub frames as possible. However, for the most part, something like this is, where's the noise in this one? Where's our noise in here? Okay, we got some satellites. Rolling through, but overall, like even if we start to really stretch this thing, that's also another thing I love about Orion. It's such a bright target. Show me the noise. To image the Orion Nebula in broadband, and we are essentially now we're beating the moon on this one. Exactly, So, does the software allow you to grab stacked images for HDR as part of a single long exposure? Not in the sense, like what we're doing right now. These are just 60-second exposures, and they're all stacking up on top of each other. The only other thing you can add on here is a dark frame. to kind of cut down on some of the noise. Other than that, just what we're previewing, we can't really do an HDR on this preview. However, every image is saved as its own FITS file. So if we were doing like 10-second exposures, and then later on, we could, even if we're doing a live stack, we could take those FITS files later on and combine that into an HDR image. So it's like, yeah, you look at the live, like only recently have they started to add more, I guess, more of the live features for the ASIR Plus. Recently, the latest update has mucked up a little bit of the guiding, apparently. Actually, not apparently. It has been documented by a couple other people already. And even now I'm noticing that we're not getting like the greatest guiding. However, I'm probably going to attribute some of that to switching over to the big scope tonight. What are my guide scope settings? I kind of don't want to show. Probably like way off. Like even my aggressiveness is probably too high. Again, it's one of the things I haven't really fiddled with. I probably should. I could probably even get better guiding, if. But there's like no real instructions on guiding settings. You know, like even here like I'm almost at like 100% aggression. So that might be attributing to some things as well. But again, there's been so few times available, and I'm kind of using this more as an excuse now than anything, of just kind of running with the current settings that are working. For the most part, guiding is sub-arc second. The numbers here don't match up too well right now because it's dithering every 60 seconds. So we're getting that jump in the right ascension and the declination included in everything. Maybe if I reset the guiding, we can get a rough idea of what we're dealing with. But I mean, overall, I'm always happy to take a look at the Orion Nebula, and even if we put the settings back to normal, we still have a decent view of the Triangulum. Now I'm thinking that these stars are nice and round at with 60-second exposures. So clearly I don't have everything as well in balance as I should, because we're getting a little bit of movement in stars earlier on. It also maybe depends on the orientation of the mount as well, which is kind of a little better balanced where, you know. So that could also be attributing to maybe some of the poor guiding, at least with a little bit of the movement. So at least I know that it looks like that little bit of the dew heater that might be poking out down the bottom isn't actually attributing to anything that we don't want to see on here. That is our... So what do we got there? That is 13 minutes on the Orion Nebula. And maybe if we like really increase the... really start to blow out the core. But then... let's move that in a little bit. And then we can see more of the nebulosity within this target. And again, it's such a bright stellar nursery. And again, when you're looking at at stellar nurseries versus supernovae, there's like this soft kind of elegance to a stellar nursery, whereas the violent looking supernova remnants, they just have this other jagged, harsh looking structure to everything. Whereas everything, the stars being born, they're kind of as violent as the action is still with the stars being born, the radiation blowing away the gas and dust in the areas and kind of ionizing the hydrogen gas in the areas. It still has a nice overall beauty to it. So the star, I'm happy with how the stars look. Like, it is looking really nice. And especially if we're using the L Pro filters tonight, so we're getting very, very good overall color for the stars as well. I would like to be able to add more time on the Christmas tree cluster. But again, with the other scope, however, it's just the overall time frame with clear skies hasn't been consistent yet. The Eastern Veil Nebula is a great example of the harsh, jagged structure. I also love the bicolor that you get from the Veil Nebula when you're using like the something like the L. Is it the L Enhance or the where I'm using the Altair Astro Tri-Band filter? I think it's the L Enhance is the equivalent of that one. The L Extreme, I have not had a chance to use that, but the images that people have got from the L Extreme, like really cutting out so much of the of any light pollution that could be interfering with the image, and just getting the really interesting, the meat and potatoes of the that stellar, about the supernova remnant. Antlion C4, Antlion, Antlion. Let me muck up your name. What's going on, Ant? How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Can't use the L Extreme on galaxies though. I would say if you're going to use the L Extreme on a galaxy, use it on M33 to really, really pick out those areas of hydrogen alpha. Get the nebulae within there and highlight that, and then combine that with like broadband on M33. I think that would be a really nice combo. Like, that would look pretty interesting. I'm also looking to get just a UV and IR cut filter, and then just imaging the entire broadband. Because when we don't have the moon, we don't have the full moon, when it is a new moon, it is ridiculously dark out. Like, I took a picture last night, I should have shared it on Discord earlier, of how bright the backyard gets with a full moon. It looks cool, just your bedtime now, but you want to catch another stream soon. Well, every time we have clear skies. Every time we have clear skies here. Ooh, a little bit of wind. We are taking live images of outer space, so always check for that notification. When we do have rainy days or cloudy skies, we do like to talk about astronomy and astrophotography and complain about the clouds. But yes, whenever we have these clear skies, we are always happy to be sharing the night sky with you guys. Have you ever done any photography on the spectrum outside of the visible range? Very interesting question that you would ask right now. I am looking to get an IR pass filter, and that's only going to capture the infrared, because the camera that I'm using, the ASI 533, is still sensitive to the infrared. So when we are looking at the Orion Nebula now, if we image it in the infrared, it's going to be, I would imagine it's going to be a little difficult getting focus with that. We have to do a lot longer exposures. However, I think we can do it. It'd be very interesting to take a look at the Orion Nebula in the infrared and cutting out a lot of this, a lot of the hydrogen alpha in this target, and seeing some more of the stars that are behind that we don't get to see that often. A fantastic example of what we have in the visible and the infrared is with the Horsehead Nebula, done with a very large telescope in Chile, versus some of the infrared equipment that was added to Hubble. So you're cutting out a lot of that hydrogen alpha and seeing more targets beyond that are shining through in the infrared. So very similar to what we're going to be seeing with James Webb. We're not going to get a lot of these overall deep structured images, but we're going to get a lot of the light coming through. Smoke from the fireplace? Nope, that is probably a little bit of the heating kicking in. It was just the central heating turning on. IDIS has a great UV IR cut filter. Yeah, I'd like to check things out. I still haven't nailed down a filter I'm going to purchase right now. Also, stock as well has been a bit of an issue. But I'll be talking with Steve over at Ontario Telescope and Accessories later next week, in terms of just what he has in stock, what I can get my hands on, and as well as joining him with a podcast in the coming weeks. Oh, Brian! Hello, Brian. How you doing? Good evening to you. Good to see you in here. We are imaging Orion at the moment. What are my thoughts on the James Webb Space Telescope? It is fantastic. It has been a nerve-wracking experience watching it make its journey into its Lagrange point. However, everything is going very, very well, going according to plan. And the fact that they were able to get a boost from the launch to add some extra time and save some fuel to extend that life of James Webb, that is fantastic. Doing very well. Wonderful to see you again, Brian. Good to have you in here. And Mr. Blunder. Hello, Mr. Blunder. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. We're taking we're doing live astrophotography. We're taking 60-second exposures of the Orion Nebula right now. We are in southwestern Ontario. We have clear skies tonight. We have very little light pollution. So we're taking advantage of that. The only real source of light pollution that we have right now is a little bit of the full moon. It's not what we want, but we're going to deal with it. Actually, I'm going to go over to the moon in just a short while right now, so we can we'll take a live look at our moon in about 1,000 millimeters of focal length. That's what we can expect to see there. You're fine, excellent, wonderful. I am doing very well tonight. I'm doing very well because we have clear skies. It has been almost 2 weeks since we've had some imaging sessions available. Fun James Webb Telescope factoid you learned is that the lenses are made from a type of salt because they're so good for infrared as opposed to normal silicon-based glass lenses. I was not aware of that fact. So you have passed along that factoid. And just the accurate the wavelengths of infrared that needs to transmit. I mean, everything is just like so supremely polished and curved to all those the whole structure of the telescope. And I know that the first round of images, if they do actually release them, are going to be fairly ugly because it is still going to be single mirrored calibrations. But I think if they have that nice first light image shown and then share some of the images that weren't quite ready to be witnessed. Wasn't the JWST dropped by someone like a week before the original launch date? There was a bit of a malfunction. However, it didn't impact the whole observatory. It only kind of added another 4 days onto the launch date, which kind of compounded onto Christmas Day. It was a nice gift for astronomers. So that's the IDIS UV IR blocking filter, $169. That's in about the range I'd be expecting to pay. There is another one that I was looking at there's a ZWO version. No, it's not in here. For a UV IR cut filter, and really, I just wanted to see what we could be able to look at with the, in broadband. We're kind of close to broadband right now. There is some transmission lines that are cut out from the Optolong L Pro filter that we're using, but I don't know. I also don't know how much more of a benefit that would be when I'm thinking about it. Star bloat is an issue with the ZWO version. All right, fair enough. See, that's the thing is the L Pro filter. There's only a few little bits of light pollution that would be cut out, and really, it's not even any interesting areas of outer space. So I'm kind of thinking, if I was to get a UV IR cut filter, like how much would that benefit what we're seeing now? I would also hate to spend another $160 on that filter versus maybe getting a different, like putting some of the money towards like an HA filter. Because down the line, I still want to get a monochrome camera. The benefit of having the color camera is that we can take this image of Orion. We have a color image of an object in outer space that you don't necessarily get to see that well. Even if you're looking at it with binoculars, it's still this faint, this smudgy gray object, because unless you have a large enough aperture to kind of collect enough of that light, our meat cameras aren't going to be able to discern a lot of the colors out in space. We can't look at an object for that long. We can't process it that well. Current coordinates of the James Webb Space Telescope. The current right ascension of James Webb is 6 hours, 41 minutes, 54 seconds. Declination is 2 degrees, 53:47. I wonder if I have to see where that is. Have I thought about contacting a manufacturer to demo the filters, etc. on streams? Many will do it. I haven't yet. I haven't. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to talk about everything that we have here, everything that I've been using, has been purchased with my own money. Nobody has actually done any sponsorships for any streams yet. This is me talking about my personal experience with everything. But no, I haven't actually really thought about doing that. I haven't thought about doing that yet. Maybe. Deadly Fork, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. How is your evening going? It'd be cool if you could see a JWST with your scope and be able to see its movement. A lot of people have imaged James Webb as it's kind of cruising across. Let's see, see if we can see that. 6 hours, 40 minutes. Is that in my field of view? I'm not sure. Let's, before we do that, before we check out actually, would it be in Stellarium yet? Let's see, all right. We've stacked 22 minutes on Orion. Like, we've put in a great deal of time on here. How would I find it in there? Or where do I go to add? We're going to go to add web. Not bad thing you're going to get stuck. You're going to get stuck out at work in the snowstorm. Ruh-roh. I think we're anticipating a great deal of snow in the next coming days. I'm not too sure how much I know that places in Ottawa are going to get like slammed with some snow. We might actually just kind of miss it for the most part. I mean, it is freezing. It is freaking cold right now. So cold that the temperature on the camera is minus 25 degrees, minus 21.5 degrees Celsius. I don't even have the cooler on. I haven't turned the cooler on all night. It is that cold out. 13 inches are forecast for tomorrow. Oof, oh boy. I mean, we're using a 8-inch telescope. It is so cold. It is so cold that there's some of the steam from the heating. So maybe we'll start turning. Let's go over to the moon. We're gonna go over to the moon. Where you are tonight, 9 to 16 inches tomorrow. Just depends on when you get out tomorrow. Hopefully you get ahead of that. Fork. Hopefully you get ahead of that weather and get to where you need to be safely. You sure as hell don't have to turn your cooler on either. Like, if I'm going to do an a longer imaging session, I'll turn on the cooler so we have at least I can take the darks for it later on, so we can actually have the right temperature. I just searched JWST and Stellarium. It should come up. No, I looked for it in there. Do I need to? Is there something I need to add? The dew heater is on. Dew heater is running. Everything seems to be holding up fairly well in the cold. They're running at about 50% right now. Actually, I don't even know if they're like. I mean, everything seems to be working. The images coming through are just fine. The guiding is overall looking good. So, I mean, I have a dew heater on the primary and secondary mirror on the RC. as well as the guide scope. Let's see. Oh. No, it wouldn't be in the surveys, would it? Where do we go to add? Not to change the subject. That's okay. Ben and Jerry's Netflix and chill ice cream is so good. Just finished a pint of it first time. What's in it? What's in that one? Configuration window, plugins, satellites. No, am I going ahead of things here? All right, should that... Nope, that didn't. Okay, did I get ahead of things? Peanut butter fudge brownie pretzel. Oh my goodness. Really? That sounds fantastic. I love peanut butter. I love pretzels. I think those two flavors go together very well. All right, I'm hoping that isn't actually getting in the way. It doesn't seem to be getting in the way of the images. Or is there something else that we need to search for? Let's see. We're gonna let this one image of Orion finish going through. Then we'll save this one. We'll save this image of Orion. Then we'll move over to the moon for a little bit. We've looked at the moon in the narrow band, but we'll look at it in the broadband. If you actually in broadband, you can start to create a little bit of a mineral moon. So we can pull out some of the colors from the iron oxide and the titanium oxide in the mare on the moon. So you can start to see some of the green, some of the blues, and some of the reds of the surface details. So we'll let this one go. We'll let this one come in in 10 seconds of the Orion Nebula. For those who are new to the channel, welcome in. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what this stream is all about. Doing live astrophotography, taking a look at these interesting images in outer space. This has been our 28-minute exposure of our live stack of the Orion Nebula. I have seen a few satellites rolling through, but this has been a live stack of this beautiful target of one of our nearest nebulae, nearest stellar nursery. We're using a broadband filter tonight, so we are getting much more accurate star color overall for these images. We'll save that down. We have just switched telescopes as well. This is the big scope, the big 8-inch telescope is what we're using tonight to get these details. And what we'll do is we'll switch over to our preview. Yes, that's fine. Excellent. Wonderful. We'll do a quick 5-second exposure. Let the scope know where it is, and then we're going to point over to the moon, which can be a little tricky. Looking at the moon can be a little tricky there. We'll sync the mount. We'll head over to the moon because it is a 98% full moon at the moment, and it's not too far off. The scope isn't going to have to slew very far. Actually, we're looking at every single telescope I have. There is the 8-inch Altair Astro Ritchie Chrétien. Just on top of that is the Skywatcher 72 ED, and on top of both of the telescopes is our guide scope of the Skywatcher 50 ED Evo Star. Now, I did have a Celestron 127 SLT, which was part of another go-to system that we were using. All right, let's see if we are on the moon here. And it worked out very well for me. It worked out very, very well. And we are on the moon. We chose to go to the moon, not because it was easy, but because it's a very rewarding target to look at. This is why we chose to go to the moon. And we need to do a bit of a quicker exposure on here. But maybe if we reset that. No, it's still too bright. Let's do it much quicker. Okay, figured it out. Go to the online version of Stellarium. You can find it there. Not sure why it's not showing up on the options of the PC. All right, we'll take a look at that. Uncle Bill, hello. How's it going, Bill? Good to see you. Good to see you in here tonight. All right, we need to go faster. We need to go faster on the moon. Do a very quick exposure. There we go. That should be a little better. There we go. There's our moon. Hello, moon. It's almost right above the horizon, due north. Let's have a look. Stellarium. Stellarium. Is it just it's just on Stellarium? Oh, Stellarium Web. I agree. Yes, I allow. Okay, I have never... JWST. Does it point to it? Where... Oh boy. Oh, is it tracking it now? Is that it? Or... Oh, I totally got the wrong thing here. JWST. Does it just... It just goes to it. Okay, so that should be... Alright, so that is tracking it. Alright, JWST. That is, unfortunately, that is going to be way too low on the horizon for me, unfortunately. Boy, listen to me muck up this one. Shinego Pombo. Anywhere close? Pombo, is that going to be good? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, we are looking at, or we're looking for, the James Webb Space Telescope. Perfect. We'll go for it. Oh my god, it's warm in here. Forget it. No more celebratory arm raises. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here. As well as... I wanted to say plower, but that's not right. Or is it? Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the observatory. So this is the location of the James Webb Space Telescope, eh? That's going to be... That's going to be very... That's too low on the horizon for me. I think... Basically what we're looking for is... Yeah, we're not going to be able to see that, unfortunately. Really want to understand what's going on here. Simple answer is we're looking at space. Simpler answer, we're looking at the moon right now. We're taking live images of outer space. We're just trying to take a look to see where the newest telescope that was launched, the James Webb, if we're going to be able to see it. However, it doesn't seem that that's going to be possible. It is very, very low. We do have almost 360-degree views of the night sky, but there is a limit to the horizon. I do have a lot of trees in my backyard, so if we start aiming up, like where the moon is right now, we are at a 98% full moon at the moment. If you want to get really specific, we're at a 97% waxing gibbous. How do you know the moon is waxing? Well, because it screams when you tear off the strip. No, so this is in the phase when it's coming out of the shadow, and then once we reach a full moon on Monday, we are going into a waning gibbous, which will be going back into the shadow. But right now, yeah, this is a live shot of the moon. Actually, this is a single exposure of the moon. Let's see if we can go to our live view. Sorry, not our live view. Let's go over to video. And let's adjust some of these exposures. There we go. There is a live look at the moon. Do you want to adjust some of this a bit there? Now we are like super zoomed in on the moon here. And it's a little blurry because of our atmosphere. Our atmosphere isn't exactly the nicest to astrophotography and to astrophotography images on Earth. Now it's actually overall it's not too bad seeing tonight. It's been I've seen wobblier. Here, let's move. How about 960? Let's increase the resolution a bit, shall we? That's a little better. Okay, I think we have... What's going on here? Not too sure. It keeps varying. I think it's because we're at 1 millisecond exposures here. That's a little better. Turn down the gain. There's, again, fine little settings that we need to do to take a look at the moon here. Turn off the histogram. That's fine. Is that UV that causes the haze? You know, most of our atmosphere eats most of that up. The haze is most likely is also coming from the exhaust from the central heating in the house. That's what's causing a bit of the haze. The atmospheric disruption is, or the dispersion, comes from the moisture in our atmosphere, which causes those wobbly views of our targets. That's why when you're shooting the moon, you want to shoot video, so you can actually get some of the you get the good frames, take out the bad frames. All roads lead to that one crater. That is the Tycho crater, or Tycho crater, depending how you want to pronounce his name, for the Dutch astronomer Tycho Brahe. Let's see if okay. There's what's causing the moon to dim in and out. It is it's not clouds. It's just the exhaust coming out of the heating, because it is minus 28 degrees Celsius. What it feels like at the moment. So everything is frozen out there. But this is a live look at the moon. This is about as live as we're going to get. We're taking 3 millisecond exposures. So this is essentially video of the moon. Now, if we can adjust a bit of the... nope, that's not what we want. That is way too... Oh boy. I'm mucking around. Let's go back to 50-50, shall we? Let's fix that up. Oh boy. Powler. Go with Powler. My goodness, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. My goodness. Greatly appreciated there. Thank you. Focus. Camera, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate for you. On to the spike of appreciation. Greatly wonderful to have you in here. Now it looks more like cheese, which is the moon is made out of. It is made out of cheese, Gromit. Yes, and now I have totally mucked around with the white balance here. Let's see. We got to be able to fix this up. Let's get back to the more of a somewhat neutral gray look at the moon. Now, there is color in the moon. There is a mineral moon. Like these darker areas of the mare are titanium oxide, so it does cast more of a blue overall look to things. And if we're able to get enough, if we can able to get the right color adjustment, we can start to get some of the red from the iron oxide in the moon as well. So there's always this wonderful contrast of the red and blue in these darker sections. The mare, Italian for oceans, which is what was originally thought by early astronomers, that the moon had these oceans, and that Mars had oceans and canals, or canale, that were on there. Regards from Chile. Well, hello, Chile. You have some of the best skies for astrophotography as well. Instagram help with white balance. Yes, Caffeine Daydream. What's going on, Caff? How are you? How are you doing? Good to see you in here, sir. Oh geez. That was stupid. There's some free scorpion peppers. What's going on, Caff? Good to see you in here. How are things? How are you doing? Good to have you in here. Who is this wonderful person? Who is Caffeine Daydream? Go check him out. He has a voice that's probably smoother than mine. A wonderful community as well. Great place to hang out. And yeah, go check out another awesome Twitch streamer, if you will. But yeah, hopefully your night is going well there, Calf. Let's fix a little bit of this, of our histogram here. Let's go bring this. That's a little bit. Let's adjust. We want less gain. We want less gain. Who am I? Who are you? Well, good to see you in here. Here's our live look at the moon. 3 millisecond exposures. As live a look as possible. We can actually do a little bit of a tour around the moon. Actually, I was going to say yesterday. I did promise that we were going to talk about some of the where the landing sites are for the Apollo 11 lunar lander is around this area in the Sea of Tranquility. Now, also, you want to get a good idea of what's the scale is. We're not able to resolve any of the lunar landing sites. However, this crater, these two craters are 10 and 6 miles across, respectively. So I'm trying to go the wrong way here. The Tycho crater, this is 98 miles across. So to try to get like a rough idea, you can pretty much in almost every crater that's on the moon that you see, you're going to be able to fit a small town or a small city in these. Greetings from Colombia. Well, hello there, Colombia. Got Chile and Colombia in here today. Null Ain't, hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, this is our live look at the moon. For everybody else who's new to the channel, I welcome you. I'm thankful to have you in here tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what we do on this channel. We do take live looks at outer space. This is my telescope in the backyard. Nullient, thank you very much for the follow as well. If I did mispronounce your name, I apologize. If you have phonetic pronunciations, I always appreciate that as well. I don't think there is a streamer out there who gets a name bang on the first go around. So yes, this is it. We're not using any remote. Technically it is. I'm using the telescope remotely. I'm just here in my office where it's nice and warm, versus being outside where it is feeling like minus 28 degrees Celsius at the moment. So it is freaking cold. I did actually get a tiny bit of frostbite on my hand while I was setting the scope up with all the metal out there. Yeah, it pretty much it's like minus 30 degrees. Probably even colder with the wind chill that's kind of cooling down the metal even more. So yeah, don't touch a telescope with bare hands. Don't do it. It is minus 19 before we take into account what it feels like. Minus 19 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it is cold. What are the large structural beams? Those are our towers. One was the far left was the original tower that was with the house to provide satellite internet, which was 5 MB down and 1 MB up. Now we have upgraded the tower and we are able to get much quicker speeds, which is allowing me to stream. That was a big issue here in rural Ontario. So that was kind of difficult at first. But now we're streaming. The signal is largely on point and consistent. But yeah, every now and then, if we get bad weather, things do drop out. Now, also, here's another thing. If the power goes out, because it is so cold, now it hasn't happened yet, but now that I'm saying it, it's probably going to go out. Like if things go out, I will aim to get things back up and running. However, it'll be a little while. So yeah, if that happens, I apologize. But for the most part, I'm thankful that you guys are hanging out. We have clear skies, so we're actually able to take a look at the moon right now. I'm not into ham radio. I'm trying to do get things set up to do some radio astronomy, to get one of the old satellites that was hooked up to the tower. See if we can turn that into a radio, get some radio astronomy towers. Yeah, definitely. I was slightly worried at first. I'm thinking, how long is frostbite supposed to last before you really get worried? Luckily, it was only like about a minute or two, and everything started coming back, the feeling. But I was thinking, ruh-roh. So yeah, that's what's allowing us to get our view. So I do notice some considerable overall wobbling of the scope itself. So I think I'm going to have to fix up the balance on the telescope, because I did adjust the center of gravity, so we did have to adjust the counterweights, and that's what was actually freezing my hands off. Don't lick the telescope like the kid who licked the pole in A Christmas Story. No, we don't lick the telescope. We don't lick that telescope. No. Can we lick the science? Not today. Today we do not lick the science. All tongues off the science today. See, we are at 98% of a full moon, so we have just a little bit of detail in the craters. So we're just kind of coming out of the shadow. Usually, when you get the full moon, even something like the Tycho crater looks largely featureless. But when the shadow starts going over it, you can see how deep some of these craters are and how high some of these ridges rise up on the moon. And around this area, this is called this very, very thin line that we have at the moment, but this is the Terminator. So this is the line, this is the Terminator, and that's where we see you get that line of where the shadow and the light from the Earth is, or the sun, sorry. That's where we see all the details. I've tried to get the blue lake like Astro Biscuit did. I have not yet. I have not tried for some of that. But what if the person wants to lick Uranus? 6-5 Leafs win. Excellent. Did Austin Matthews score? Did Austin Matthews score at all? I always pick him in my my Tim Hortons picks. There we go. All right, I was supposed to have a co-host earlier tonight, but she has long bailed, so I'll probably we'll move away from this was supposed to be cat cam, but she's buggered off at the moment. So I'll move this back to the other overhead camera that we have, at least looking at our desk space. He did. Excellent. Good. Lick Uranus. Try to get all the... the cat may have been doing that earlier. To herself. Not her. Anyway. I know she left. She bailed. She was sleeping. She was relaxing. It also kind of was a bit of an experiment to see if the cats would want to stick around. Just remember that Uranus is big and gaseous. I'm resisting to pronounce it like how we want to pronounce it. Now we have looked at Uranus. We have got some deep sky views of Uranus. Actually, I wonder if we can we do that right now? Can we do that? What planets are visible? It has been probed. Oh my goodness. We might be able to look at Uranus. All right, hands up. Who wants to see me take a look at Uranus? Actually, this might be... Here! Oh, teach, pick me. All right, we got some show of hands. All right. Sir, I'd be privileged for you to view it. Ooh. What do we got going over there? I see the moon. The moon is going in and out of focus here. All right, maybe it is probably better that we do take a look at Uranus. Oh my. Deep view of Uranus. But you can't go deeper. Row. That's going to spin you into a bit of a rabbit hole for the rest of the night trying to prove the web app wrong. There is no reason for web to be so low on any horizon this time when it's approaching the L2. So where should it be? L2 is at the opposition point of the ecliptic. Is there another one? Ooh! A little rare to see. Yes! Score! Nicely done. All right, if we can get some actual... See, because I did think it was... that web shouldn't be that low. See, it's not rigged. We do get rare achievements. I don't know. Maybe it'll trigger again. You got a 1 in... What did I put it at? You got 1 in 10? Is that it? Achievement. Yeah, you got a 10% chance of hitting that rare achievement, which I got the lights to work properly, so we actually get like the red overall, so it's not just the generic green with everyone. All right, let's see if we can take a look at Uranus, shall we? Let's go. Let's probe. We'll take a look. It might be... We'll see. Let's... Oh, sorry, Calf. Please play again next time. All right. Ooh, it is looking frosty out there. All right. I also got to think about what we're going to image for the remainder of the evening. Now, also, the position of Uranus might be... The towers might be in the way. We'll see. So yes, this telescope is just on my balcony, on the deck, which is like just about 100 feet that way. There are other L2 points, yes, but Webb is using the Sun-Earth L2. Nope, still green. Still green. I see Yogi. What's going on? Hey, Yogi. Good to see you. That's indeed cool. And hello all together. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you in here. All right. We are... Oh, let's see. Let's have... There we go. There is... Oh, sorry. The International Space Station's in the way of Uranus. How is approach to L2? Remember, it needs to pick up some orbital energy with respect to the sun. Maybe it's sort of arcing towards L2. I would have to take a look. All right, so there is the planet Uranus. Boy, hang on, let's adjust things a little here. So we are. I mean, it is very tiny. Also, we might also be peering through the towers, because I remember we've had some better views of Uranus in the past. You use a ICOM IC705 radio transmit to and receive from the ISS. Oh, really? I see you're asking about the ham radio as well. Very cool, because you can listen into the transmissions then. It's right now it seems to be playing fast and loose with the camera at the moment. This is the ice giant Uranus. Now it's just also a matter of I think by its shape, we're possibly looking through the. Yeah, there's a good chance we're looking through the towers at the moment, which might be mucking things up. But at least we still have the color. We still can see the blue of Uranus, which is actually let's switch over to. Let's go back over to video. Let's try this out. Let's increase things a little bit here. Nope. There is Uranus. We just need to there we go. That's starting to look a little more blue. That's looking a little nicer. You can turn up. There we go. That's a little better. That's a little bluer. You actually transmit and receive from a repeater that's installed on the ISS. Anyone with a license can do it. Really? How much is said license to be able to do that? And what do you listen to? Just everything? $20. It's kind of cool. It's very interesting. But what do you like? Like you just kind of you hear commands. Like what would you transmit to the ISS? You just kind of be like, hello. Talk to folks all. Okay, so it's kind of like another chat room. The filter I'm using, the L Pro, does have the IR cut in there. So I think there is also the possibility that because it's the temperature may be causing things to slip a bit. Also, if we are guiding through the towers, that's going to muck things up as well. A little lower on the horizon. Yeah, we're shooting through a little more atmosphere. But let's try to... I keep saying but while we're on Uranus. Let's overexpose things. Let's try to get the moons of Uranus visible. Now if we start to do longer exposures, we're going at like half a second now. If we turn the gain down a bit. Your uncle, who was the one who got you interested in astronomy, had this huge ham radio tower on his property. He would always be talking about and chatting with folks in Russia all over the globe. Very cool. That's awesome. I mean, we have a 75-foot tower, and that is so we can reach some of the like the local satellites in the the repeater satellites for the internet service. So I don't know if we point up, we can still put things on this tower. We just can't have anything pointing in the direction of our internet. That would muck up the signal and everything else. Yeah, this is a live look at Uranus, but I think if we take a little bit of a longer exposure, things might look a little different here. Let's go with let's do a 5-second exposure. How's guiding doing? Is guiding even guiding? Are you even guiding? I don't think it's guiding. We've lost the guiding. Seriously, what happened to the guiding? Do we not have enough? Maybe, is this, All right, let's try this again. There we go. Strange that the guiding decided to give out. Periodically, people have like giant games of tag telephone on ham radio and broadcast the message, and people who receive that message report back on how they received it, where they received it, and the signal info. Well, that's cool. That's very cool. It's again the other little niche hobbies that come about. I can't even say that ham radio is very niche because a lot of people do use it. I haven't, but I mean it's still cool to see that people are still engaged in that. All right, so taking a look at Uranus is, well, trying to image planets can be difficult in the sense that you really actually want to take more video, but seeing how everything is jumping around and we are kind of shooting through the towers. The clouds are rolling in for the next few hours. You're going to move data to the USB drive and do some processing. Thank you for the great stream. Have a great night. Thank you very much, sports fan, for tuning in. And also as well, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciated. Hope to see you again very soon. We'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm not ending, but I'm just saying, reiterating, we're back tomorrow morning in 12 hours time from now. We're going to continue our build of the NASA Space Shuttle Discovery, which was going to be a multi-stream construction. We do have the Hubble Space Telescope that is part of the set that has been built, and that will fit in this whole thing. So this is huge. This is going to be I'm going to say it's probably like yay far. It's going to be like that big. Actually, I guess this is a kind of a representation of how I think it, or maybe it'll get bigger. I don't know, of how large the set is going to be. DXing it's called DXing in Hamsby, like DX. Oh, sports fan. Oh my goodness! Thank you very much for upgrading to the tier 2 and blinding me just a tiny little bit. Excuse me. Focus. Well, thank you very much. That is greatly appreciated. Double time onto the spike of appreciation. Thank you so much. I wish you clear skies as well. Hopefully everything does work out with all the data that you're going after. Is my shirt like... It looks weird. Anyway, but yes, thank you so much. Third Rock, what's going on? How are you? How are you doing? This is how it's going. This is how it's going tonight. We got some clear skies, my friend. My friend Bill is an amateur astronomer and a ham radio operator. He He said he would listen to chatter on when the ISS passed overhead, and once he waited for a pause and then sent his call number, I don't know the term, asked him to confirm. They confirmed, sent him some kind of card. Wish you could describe it better, but not a ham operator yourself. That sounds cool. That's very interesting. That's awesome, actually. It's beyond interesting. That's very cool. Day 9 of being sick. Oh no, Third Rock. How sick is sick? Uh-oh. That's no good. That's no good. We're going to have to refill that. We're going to have to refill that because we have clear skies all night long. Now, usually we kind of aim to wrap up around now, but it's been so long since we've had clear skies. We're definitely going to be imaging a while longer tonight for sure. Now, this is our 5-second view of Uranus, and we can see a few of the moons around the gas giant. But again, like we are kind of shooting through the towers. So I'm not quite sure how. Let's do 10 seconds, see if we can get more of the moons resolved there. Guiding has been overall okay. I would say that there's a combination of the firmware upgrade to the ASI Air that is mucking things up, and also the fact that I've moved over to the larger telescope tonight, which could be causing. Giggity! Stuffy knows now the worst is over with. Worst with being hot and cold flashes and hypersensitive smell. Ooh. See, when I get like a head cold in the past, when I've had head colds, it's been like 2 years since I've had like a cold. Yeah, I lose the overall sense of taste and smell. Nix 5, what's going on? Just looking at streams and this caught your eye. Well, hello, how are you? Welcome in. Nix 5, welcome into the observatory. Good to have you in here. But yes, this is the telescope in my backyard. We're taking a live look at planets and the moon, and right now we're looking at Uranus. Sorry. We can kind of see some of the moons of Uranus. The sky, it's clear. we've used up all the fucks. It's the first time you've gotten 6 since 2015. Wow, that's quite the record. What's going on, CJ? How are you? It'll never... Good. Glad it won't get old. You don't need a sense of taste with your... Oh, boy. All right, let's take a look at what other targets are available, especially if we can aim away from the moon. As you said, it will never get old. So, okay, we're going to aim away from the moon. Let's try to avoid it. The problem with the moon being so bright is also the fact that it is in line with so many amazing targets. Although, now we've tried to... Our field of view, here, this red square is everything that we see. Although, why not? Let's go over to the Pleiades. Let's go over to NGC 1432, the Maya Nebula, which holds a great deal of the larger stars in the Pleiades. Just happy you have clear weather. Well, CJ, I am elated that we have some clear skies tonight. That we have the opportunity to do what this channel is all about. Rather than... I mean, it's not that I don't enjoy our meme fests. We can still have meme fests on here. But what I was always set out to do was to share the night sky with everybody. And we're going to try to take a look at the Pleiades. We'll do some live stacking on this. I thought this channel's all about this. Yeah, kind of. It is about the potato. It is about the holiest of potatoes. Well, it's also better than always saying like holy shit all the time. Oh, the coffee's empty. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that we are centered on the Pleiades, or at least on the area that we want to be. And that's looking pretty good. That's looking very nice. Waiter, another coffee, please. No, sir, how about a little wafer? No. I want a coffee, I don't want a wafer. Final level, what's going on? How are you? Am I able to find the Andromeda Galaxy? Yes, we are. Andromeda is starting to sit a little low at the moment, which is unfortunate. However, let's adjust some images over here. We want more than 60 seconds. We want to do... This is a reflection nebula. Now let's go with our 3-minute exposures. And we've done this. We've gone over to this target before. Let's see how's our guiding. Everybody is happy and guiding. And let's start our 3-minute exposures on the Pleiades. We have imaged the Andromeda Galaxy before. I do have a nice image of some previous sessions. That is one of our live stacks of the Andromeda Galaxy. Well, thank you. I do what I can. I try to show you some interesting objects. Final level. How has it been? How are you doing? Good to see you again here. But yes, this is the Andromeda Galaxy with the smaller telescope in narrowband. So we're not getting like the full view of the galaxy. But it is, we're also, when you image in the narrowband, you get these little pink pockets. Much like our own, like the Orion Nebula in our galaxy. This is like Andromeda's Orion. Or maybe this one's like Andromeda's Orion. Or maybe this one. But to get a nice full view of this of the Andromeda Galaxy is always incredible, and it's satellite galaxies as well. So this is, Andromeda sits fairly high up in the sky right now, kind of early evening. It's setting at the moment, so I guess it'd be more of an autumn target. I'm the most awesome Canadian. Oh, thank Chris Jericho's like. He's a short dude. I'm way taller than Jericho. Nice guy though. Nice guy. I wonder if some amateur astronomer in the Andromeda Galaxy is imaging us at the same time. 2.5 million years ago, maybe we are looking at someone else streaming over there. Tom versus Jericho. No, my goodness, no. It'd be a total shoot. He'd win. Back, you had to go redo your focus. How are things going out there, Kajad? How are things going out there? It was absolutely out of focus. Oh no. I'm thinking about. I don't know if we need to recheck the focus on here. The only thing is, it is freaking cold out. Mostly clear. Uh-oh. What's our? Let me have to go and just do a little bit of a check on the skies. Darks now that's in focus. I'm going to slap some lights in there. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's see. We got 15 seconds to go on this first exposure. Why is the stars lost? Whoa! What's happening? Uh-oh. What's this? What? Excuse me? What? It's the tower. It's the tower. The Pleiades is right in the way of one of the towers. I went over to Dubé and opened the focuser tab, and it was upset. Ruh-roh. Dang it, tower. What are you doing getting in the way? Oh, okay. All right, so maybe the Pleiades isn't... Okay, maybe I need to also take note of... Actually, I don't need to take note. I need to actually get my backyard into Stellarium so that we can actually take a look at where these things are. Focht, how is it going? I apologize. I saw you earlier and I didn't say hello. Why didn't I say hello, folks? They also give out certificates to prove that you got the picture from the slow scan television amateur radio broadcast. There you are. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Why didn't we make the tower with the ability to move itself? Imagine, right? Like,
Excuse me, tower, could you just move a skosh over to the left, please?
get out of my way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So that's a... The problem is that we're going to have the tower, like, we're going to have two towers show up. So that's going to impact the images. Actually, what can we get from one exposure? Can we get any... That's like really... Yeah, it's not too bad. But it's going to be a while. See, we're starting to see some of the nebulosity around there. But look at how this is what I love about the broadband filter. It's just how like sparkly and crystalline these stars look. I love the look in the diffraction spikes there. Kind of a weird question, but have you ever looked up in the night sky, focus your eyes to entirely in a spot? If you do, sometimes you see little dots moving. You wonder if your eyes are playing tricks on you. I always see meteors. It happens. And I don't even know what it's called. You're gonna run lights all night, maybe do multiple targets all night. You're feeling frisky. Baradur and Isengard, maybe. Hopefully they're not taking the hobbits to Isengard. Guard. Well, maybe we're gonna have to pick a different target. We're gonna have to look maybe a little bit beyond the Pleiades for the moment. So I'm also gonna have to figure out what is the zone of avoidance. When are we gonna? Actually, one of the towers will be coming down in the summer. We will be getting rid of the farthest left tower, so that will reopen the skies for us. Now, it'd be interesting. I don't even know if this next exposure is going to. It's not even going to show up. Like, we're still passing the tower. We're still going by. We'll see how this one turns out. It's probably not going to. It's not going to stack this exposure. But if we let's have a look in Stellarium, see what else is available at the moment. Well, we get see if we can get the kettle fired up and get another coffee. If you want to see the Pleiades and cannot see the hindquarters of Taurus, just look for the Subaru logo. I love all the different names that some of these targets have, and that you get the Subaru, the Seven Sisters. There's something about hearing Subaru that just sounds a little more majestic, a little more mystical, rather than I don't know what it is. The Pleiades sounds nice. I love the Pleiades. Grody. Hello. Let me mispronounce your name. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you in here. Actually, that other exposure that was stacked. That's overall actually not too bad. A little bit of movement, but I don't know. We're still getting a few guide stars showing up in there. Stellarium with the other star lore is pretty awesome. It is. There's so much more to explore in Stellarium. Tadpole Astro, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you in here tonight. Let's take a look. So it looks like kind of just shy of the meridian is where we're not going to be. Where we're going to be running into the towers. GG's imaging M42 yourself right now. Dan, I know. The freaking moon. I swear that the moon clears out the clouds. This was our 27-minute exposure of M42 tonight. Happy with it. Happy with it there. It's talking about the Pleiades. Oh, do you mean the Coke spoon of the sky? The tiniest dipper. The, or if you kind of look at it in a very tiny version, the question mark of the universe. You're way off from the moon at the moment. I'm going to see what is what's opposite the moon. What are clouds made from? Water. What is the moon's gravity effect? Water. Shh. Stop it. Stop it. That is too logical, CJ. Watches every hardcore astronomer. Twitches when you say it. I know, right? I know when I'm being a bit of an ass when it comes to astronomy. Please, I hope you know as well. Better than your 6 hours of Orion from Bortle 9. I mean, we got a 5-second exposure on Orion, and it was ridiculously amazing. So, I mean, if you're willing to put in the time to the super short exposures for Orion, I mean, it is going to be tough in Bortle 9 to get some of the really, really tiny details in there, but still. I put the ass in astronomer. Wait a second. No, we were just talking about Uranus earlier. No, wait, hang on a second. No. Wait, I rescind. Another clue that the web app is glitching and gave you the same alt-as position for 36 North as it does for you in Canada. Real. Working on the short subs for the HDR composite now. That's what I love about Orion, is that you can do these short subs and still get something cool. We took a live look at Orion earlier, and that was looking really, really nice. All right, we are, holy potatoes, minus 21 degrees Celsius now. I don't even know if I want to go out there and touch the telescope to adjust the focus. Let's see how this one, it's probably going to be, they may reject this image. Let's see. Or will it stack it? Yeah, it's stacking it. It's stacking it. Oh, but look, come on. These are, they all look like tiny little Saturns. That's not what we want. Get the focus sorted. You brave the cold, so all right, maybe here's what we'll do. We'll pick a bright star, and we'll check our focus. I found the Celeste track file that includes JWST for importing to desktop version, which promptly crashed. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't need things crashing. I don't know. You did it in socks for some of the short excursions. I have a lot of snow on the deck still. Actually, silly enough, I left my boots outside. So they're going to be really, really cold. I probably need to find another pair of shoes in the house. We have lots of little tiny Saturns. Here's a lot of miniature Saturns. Yeah, I think these exposures may not be exactly what we were kind of hoping for. Yes, I'll pop the kettle on before we do that. All right, let's. Do we leave it on the Pleiades or do we pick a new target? Because if we leave it on the Pleiades, I'm just going to turn the. I'm just going to do this on here. We'll do a BRB screen on this one while we let these images roll in. Yes, because we need coffee. We need to have some coffee. So, and actually, probably when I go for a break right now is when we'll end up getting a raid. I don't know. Anyway, yes, let's get some coffee. Let's. I can't really check the focus. I can't really stop the exposures on here. Overall, I think everything still looks fine. Especially if I'm going to do, I think we're fine for the focus on here. I suppose the Camalori, I don't know the pronunciation of that one. I'll just butcher it. Sky culture is what the JWST is looking for, looking at all the dark parts of space. Anything that's going to be like behind dark molecular dust clouds that we can't see visually JWST is going to reveal some interesting areas. As Bob Ross once said, there are no blurred stars, only happy little Saturns everywhere. So let's continue on with our happy little Saturns and see if we can get some some better stars resolve in this image, and maybe start to bring out some more of the details in the nebulae. See if we can adjust this a tiny little bit. Maybe get some details coming through. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the kettle on. We'll be back with a little more live astrophotography. And yeah, let's get some coffee, get a little bit of a stretch. And we'll be back in like 5 minutes. If anybody pops in, we are still imaging. We are still taking a look at the night sky tonight. And yeah, we'll be back very shortly with some coffee. And maybe kind of just feel how cold things are outside. But yeah, be back in just a few. I'm going to leave it on this screen while we let these images roll through. BRB. Oh wait, wrong program. Hello. Oh, what's going on? How is this? How many more little Saturns do we have here? Oh, they're all over the place. Oh boy. All right, star is lost again. We're probably going through the other tower now. But hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome. Good to see you on in here. We are doing live astrophotography tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And yes, this is exactly what this channel is all about. Excited about to punch a cat next week. What's she doing now? My little friend has gone for a walk. So I think I will move this camera. Yeah, we'll move this camera back over to its other position. And also get it charged up again here. Yeah, welcome in everybody. Glad to have you in here on it's Saturday, right? Saturday evening. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will continue our build of the LEGO Space Shuttle Discovery. Let's put this back in position there, shall we? There we go. Oh boy. A Twitter post from CJ. Oh dear. Also, very distant supercluster that Hubble found lots of Einstein rings around. Most massive gravitational lens discovered. JWST will use stuff like that to gather data from beyond the early universe. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see, what do we got here, CJ? Oh, where did you find that nude of me? Come on. Oh boy. That's a true work of art there. Thank you so much. All right, darks are done. Time for wine and lights. Wonderful. Who is disconnecting?
Holy potatoes.
Who keeps disconnecting? All right, looks like maybe the guiding will. Oh, you gave him the picture. How? My goodness, I sent those in private. No, wait, or did I send those privates? Wait a second. No, wrong stream. Wrong stream. ASI Air is doing the stacking. This is the live stack. On that bombshell, you need to bed. No worries, CJ. Wonderful to see you in here. Always good to see you. Have a good rest. We'll be back tomorrow morning. For some more Lego builds. And it is always a pleasure to have you. Well, to have all your memes. All right, Ariana, when is your next meeting for the United Astronomy Clubs of New Jersey? And can anybody join, or do you kind of need to be from the New Jersey area? All right, actually, focused light in Discord. All right, what do we got here? Very nice. Actually, I must have Bodes in view. Oh, it's been a while since we've looked. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. That is very nice. I'm looking at it even closer here. We're going in. I love the Cigar Galaxy as well. I mean, the fact that these two major galaxies are positioned so well with each other, and then there's so many other satellite galaxies. This is a fantastic area to image in. So I think I might join you over there. NGC 3077 up in the top right. That's what I love. You get your main objects of affection, and then we get the... All right, because we keep traveling through all this, and it's away from the moon. So yes, I may, if you don't mind, I may join you. All right, the sky, come on in. The water's fine. All right, let's do that. Let's go over to M81. Let's check them out. Wrong screen. All right. I mean, Pleiades is nice. Pleiades is nice. However, it is in such a situation where we're getting interference from the towers. But we'll save that. We're still going to save that for reference because I just love like I said, the spectrum you get from the lights and the stars in broadband. Yeah, let's go over there. Nope, let's actually have that focused on the window. Let's go over to M81, Bode's Nebula. We have imaged this in the past, and we'll keep imaging in the future. You actually live stream. Next scheduled one is first Saturday in February. Everyone is welcome. Come April, we will open up the site again, likely through the online reservation system once since COVID. UACNJ.org will get you all the info. Excellent. You can post the actual website in here. That's cool. Also, the Twitch stream as well is Ariana that is welcomed in here, especially to share as much astronomy as possible. I love to foster that. Love to be able to see more. Oh, sorry, we're. Rat row. What's going on? What's happening? Okay. Yes, no, please, by all means, share the info there. I'm so happy to be currently warm and doing this. It's good. It's good. We are on Bodes. We're on Bodes. We are guiding. It's looking decent. I'm saying that's, I think that might even just be bang on. Bode's Galaxy M81. Let's put the crosshairs. Holy potatoes, that's awesome. You're always careful with links because getting banned accidentally is not on the to-do. Well, there will be no automatic bans. There'll be no auto bans, so please feel free. He's not purposely being banned, right? Okay, let's get the live stack going. Continue on with the 3-minute exposures. And let's get Bodes into view here. Take some time with this galaxy. Like we'll sit on this one for a little bit. Let me readjust. The desk here. We can move our spicy bowl out of the way at the moment. I need to resolve and slew to get you got it out of center. All right. So let's also do let's drop that in there as well. Go check the United Astronomy Clubs of New Jersey. Drop them a follow. See when they are going to be. When they'll be online next. He said next Saturday you guys are aiming to have a meeting. So yeah, always wonderful to check out more people. Now you're on center. Perfect. Oh my goodness. It is. Oh my God. There's so many things that can go, that can do your nut in for astrophotography. And then when things kind of like click, like I know Kajad, there have been some documented issues with your setup. But also the fact that communities have been able to help you out and get you imaging and having the celebratory wine is fantastic as well. You also have all your past broadcasts since the start of the pandemic. You went online offerings on YouTube. Perfect. You mean you've been reading up about so much other crap, so you knew what to do once you got stuff working. It's not next Saturday, first Saturday in February. All right. Excellent. We will. I'll definitely keep an eye out for the. I am following. I'm following the club, so we will keep an eye out for that. And I believe that they do get they do pop up in the Discord in the Friends of Astro. We don't do the at everyone tag in there. However, we do have that. I did readjust things as well within the Discord with that the YAG bot, so that more people are going to be popping up in there, because it was only a few were actually coming up on there with the Me 6 bot. So more people, their streams are popping up in there. We always like to share when everybody's online. So do check out everybody in that channel, because I like to hang out in their streams as well as often as possible. I didn't expect the last bit to actually go off without a bunch of problems, so that's always good. I mean, it's under anticipate things. We are. What do we got? What's going on here? The first one's coming through. Ooh, it's looking decent. Let me get a closer look at things here. The camera is, I'm shooting at gain 101 because I like to be whimsical like that. The cooler is on, but it's not even going to hit the target temperature. We're sitting at minus 20. Okay, a little bit of movement there, but we'll have these exposures start rolling in, and we'll get some more details of the galaxy coming through in the next little bit. We'll see how the guiding is going. Guiding doesn't look too bad. You're running the cooler, but it's targeted for minus 20 or so because, well, you can hit it. Exactly. I mean, what are we? We're at minus 21. These can go 30 degrees below ambient temperature, so we could cool the sensor down to minus 50 Celsius. Crazy. But if I was going to be doing a imaging session, I would probably aim to cool it down to like minus 30. I think that would be like, we wouldn't be able to reach that ambiently. So, but right now I haven't picked a target that we will do a long imaging session on. Although actually, if I'm going to switch things up and we're going to pick a target for the night, I will go out and do a proper refocus, because we do have. Actually, let me check. Well, I'm saying earlier we had some clear skies scheduled for the entire night, but it's going on. Cool. Didn't realize it was automatic. You might have manually posted there. You don't know a couple of Discord where people have asked you to share when you go live, but we also have a Discord, which is very barren of people, but only just like you got it for the organization. And again, like everybody, like so many people have a Discord channel. You're like, oh, let's check out the Discord, and it's like, how many Discords can you really be a part of? And like I said, there are a few. I kind of, if I'm brutally honest about Discords, I do join a bunch, but at the same time, I don't always pop in a whole bunch of them. I do like I like to offer my support, and the odd time we'll drop in for some memes. But again, it's like there's so many people with Discords, and I always appreciate when people are dropping in here. It should be everything should be automatic now with the new bot that I've put in the Discord. So it looks like we have a possibility of some very small amount of clouds coming in the early hours, but again, there's not a great deal of cloud coverage. Too many. That's the answer to the question. It is like. I mean, I'll say, like, the Discord works well for some of the. I like the evergreen content that it creates. So if you guys have like suggestions or links in here, it's always great to see them. But I always appreciate to see them in the Discord, so I can refer back to them after the stream, because streamer brain can kick in, and it's like, oh, maybe not remember that, but I remember that I saw so and so. Pop in earlier in the stream. I didn't say hello to them because there was a bunch of messages going by, but I twigged that I saw them. And then it's like 2 days later, I'm like, oh, I didn't say hi. I feel so bad about that. So I never actively will ignore chat. But I will also really feel bad when I miss messages. And for some reason, those are the messages I remember that twig. And it's like, oh, well. So we have... we have clear skies up until, well, registering up until about 3 in the morning. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, yeah, this should that Yagbot should show up in there. I mean, I also here's another. I really like this setup from Jav. Is that he has the Wise Cam, the outdoor camera, set up on top of the telescope, so you can kind of get this view of where it's where it's looking. So you get the nice wide field view. I would like to kind of emulate that. Or to the point of having a different camera that you have more of a night cam, but I've looked at those and they are super expensive. The Wise Cams, however, they are very affordable, and they produce like really amazing images even for like the nighttime and the infrared. Like this one for the infrared, we can see some of the stars, we can see some of the brighter stars, but yeah, we can't always see the fine details. You don't just screenshot what K-Stars is looking at. Psh, come on. No. I've never used K-Stars before. All right, so here are our images. Guiding doesn't look too bad. It's a little, I know it's not going to be dialed in just yet. It is way too cold to be touching the telescope, actually. Like, if I had like a thermometer, yeah, I would dare say that the metal is probably feeling like closer to like minus 35 degrees Celsius. Gestalt psychology describes that twinge well. Of remembering things later on. I took the cap off the main scope earlier to go from dark to light. It was cold enough it burned you. Like when I was adjusting the telescope on the deck to balance the declination, and I pulled my hand off, like it was like I had white on here and on this finger and on the thumb. It was, yeah, it hurt. And it was like, it didn't even twig. I'm like, oh, I gotta get frostbite, like so quick. Like it was less than a minute that I was holding that thing. So I'm happy that there's a little bit, I can feel like I've burned myself on my thumb. So yeah, kids, don't touch bare metal in the dead of winter. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do as Astro Canuck does. You have Raynaud's syndrome, so it's you get to experience cold in a new, inventive, extra painful ways. Oh dear. Well, hopefully you remember to put at least some layer of gloves on. See, I also we kind of keep the house is kept very warm because there are other older generations who live in the house that feel the cold much more quickly and much more extreme. So I do sometimes go out onto the deck just to have a look around in t-shirt and not shorts, but just t-shirts and my pants, trousers, not pants, just to kind of cool off a little bit. Again, you ran out earlier in socks. You are unwise. You have chose wisely. But we do have some wonderfully clear skies tonight. The internet is going for a little bit of is conking out for a second here. What's up? What's up? What are we losing? Why are we losing power? Something's gone amiss. Something is occurring with the internet. We may be lagging. We may be bugging out. We're going to leave it on this screen. So while things are kind of lagging, let me write this in here. just in case it's lagging out too much. I wonder why. What's happening? Is somebody uploading something here? Is somebody downloading? Like this is going to pot. Is something? Are you uploading additional file for Skysfire? No. Let's see. Is anybody? There really shouldn't be anything else going on in the house that should impact the upload. Perhaps that it is so cold outside that it's mucking about with the internet. That could be a possibility. Like, we seem to be going all over the place here. Maybe it'll level out. It seems to have leveled. Nope, dropping again. Soda, 0 degrees here tonight. Man, it is freaking. I mean, you got in Minnesota, things get much colder as well. You get like all the lake effect, don't you? But you also have like fantastic skiing and snowboarding. I apologize if things are kind of bugging out here. Why is it doing that? Why we're going slow? Keep in mind, there's also a lot of solar radiation going on tonight. Really? Is that we got some solar storms kicking in? Yeah, it seems like we're lagging a tiny bit. There's a possibility of seeing the northern lights. Ooh, I'd like to see that. Funny enough, we're in an area that kind of like dips below. I don't know. Could be the ISP is saturated. I don't know if the ISP would be saturated. We're in rural, unless the fact that if there's somebody else using the internet in the neighborhood. If there's someone else, like our neighbors are like a kilometer away. And I know they don't have the same provider as we do. Actually, we're probably the only one in this area with the specific provider. Maybe it looks like things have leveled off. Nope. Anyway, we're going to continue on. We're still continuing with the astrophotography imaging for tonight. Like I said, we're looking at Bode's Nebula right now, also known as M81, in the constellation of Ursa Major. Let me get pick up the information here on M81, another popular target with astrophotographers, and it's a nice reliable target as well. That is always interesting to image. It is paired up with the Cigar Galaxy, but we have such a long focal length that we don't get all the details coming through. But actually, we got about 12 minutes on this target. When I get this last one, this last exposure coming through, then we'll adjust the histogram and start. Actually, forget it. Why wait for that one? Let's adjust things now and really start to get a good look at this target. Hey, please ignore my donut. Alex, what's going on? How you doing? Hello. Well, la-di-da, look at you with all that focal length. It is that little donut, we have a little dust mote on the mirror, on the primary mirror. Now, there is a program that you can actually measure your donuts and see where it is along the imaging train. Now, again, I feel like maybe the focus is a little soft. But again, I'm still fighting with the full moon. There's still I need to get like a whole dew shield on top of this as well, and just extend that a little farther. You smudged your filter earlier. Oh no! You got it all cleaned off though? You got everything cleaned off. Freudist, Freud, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in the observatory today. Like I said, we're doing some live astrophotography tonight here in southwestern Ontario. We're currently looking at Bode's Nebula, a galaxy that is 12 million light years away from us. And we're taking a look at these targets in broadband, so we can actually start to get some some details showing up in here. Let's adjust this a little more, add some contrast. Now the moon is kind of washing things out a little bit. AKA Tom copying Kajad's work. Yes, Kajad is on this target as well. I figured if they wouldn't mind if we shared some photons tonight. Alex, thank you very much for the follow. We welcome you into the observatory officially. We also have some follower emotes that have recently been added. We'll be adjusting those in the future. Just around the galactic block. How are you? How are you doing, Tracker? Yes, 12 million light years away. So we are looking at this galaxy as it was 12 million years ago. And basically, well, not basically, everything we see is in the past, if you really want to get very picky. I set the current field of view as well in Discord. All right. I mean, I like to zoom to have the closer look at the targets, but again, to see the context of where they are, where these galaxies sit in the sky together, is always very nice. You have another one, but not a clean one. All right, so that is your current field of view. Pardon me. See if you can get M81, M82, and the other satellite galaxies. Well, not satellite galaxies, but the more distant galaxies is always really cool. Good. Stop saying that Canadian air down here, please. I don't know if I can do that right now. If anything, it's gonna get colder. It's minus 20 degrees. What's my full forecast right now? My update. Extreme cold warning. We have an extreme cold warning going on. Was it feeling like minus 27 right now? It is freaking cold. It'd be nice to include 2976, but no way with 100 millimeters. I mean, it's still a great field of view. It is always still fantastic. Every photon is unique unless quantum coupled. You aren't properly sharing photons unless you all stack with each other's frames. Do it. Do it. Do it. We have wildly varying focal lengths. However, if we do one of those zoom in shots, then we can kind of combine the images that way. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, no, let's close that there. Yeah, let's see how much we have. About 15 minutes on this target, I would say. What are we on there? Sorry, 18 minutes. Still not a great deal of time on looking at a galaxy. But for the sake of what we like to do here, taking a look at these targets, it is still more than enough time to start to resolve some of the details, some of the double-barred spiral galaxy that we're looking at for M81. Messier 81 in Ursa Major is one of the most conspicuous spiral galaxies in the sky. It forms a physical pair with its neighbor M82, the Cigar Galaxy, and is the dominant galaxy of the M81 group, discovered along with M82 by Johann Bode, and sometimes referred to as Bode's Nebula. M81 is one of the easiest and most rewarding galaxies for amateur astronomers in the Northern Hemisphere. Now, why this was called Bode's Nebula and not Bode's Galaxy? The Great Andromeda Nebula, the Andromeda Galaxy, these were all named and discovered before they were able to be resolved by actual telescopes, to realize that these are not these little small nebulous complexes within our own galaxy, but they are actually islands of stars unto themselves. So that's why you get a lot of these, the early names that stick throughout time. They just look like fuzzy patches. If you look at them with binoculars or even just with the naked eye, naked eyes, you can see that these patches, especially if you're in dark enough skies, you can see some of these galaxies. Andromeda is much easier to see in Portal 3 skies. I can imagine it's much easier even in a 1. So they looked like these fuzzy patches of nebulosity, much like the Orion Nebula. So they got the name of the nebula attached to them. And later discovered that they were actually galaxies, but tradition kind of holds, and they maintained the name of nebula attached to them. So M81 was first discovered by Johann Elert Bode, who found it along with M82 in 1774. He described it as a nebulous patch, which appears mostly round and has a dense nucleus in the middle. With a total visual magnitude of about 6.8, M81 can easily be found with binoculars and small telescopes. Under exceptional seeing conditions, it has even been glimpsed with the naked eye by experienced observers. M81 appears as an elongated, diffuse, oval patch within small telescopes. Its periphery of rather low surface brightness, with averted vision, broad, diffuse, indistinct spiral arms can be glimpsed. M81 is about 12 million light years away, as determined by the Hubble Space Telescope observations of Cepheid variables within it. The true diameter of M81 is at least 70,000 light years. Its mass has been calculated to be around 250 billion suns. This makes it's somewhat heavier than our Milky Way. The absolute magnitude of M81 is minus 20.8, a luminosity of 17 billion stars. You're fiddling with the effects on your guide, and it was like, yeah, sure, high contrast. The image just went black. Your graph had a bit of a time with that. Actually, it was less than 100 years ago before it was accepted and that the universe is larger than the Milky Way. So all galaxies studied before that were labeled as nebulae. I mean, the amount of information that has gathered and changed in the past century is remarkable. I did see there was at an antique shop. It was back in the UK that had an old print of a geocentric solar system, which was kind of interesting. The price, however, was quite figuratively astronomical, so that was not added into my collection. But it was really cool to kind of see that, where before we accepted this heliocentric map of our solar system, that these were out there. And that's what the general idea was, that we were the center of the universe. The debate was still raging in 1920. I would say there are still pockets on the internet that's still raging today. But I've played that clip. I've played that clip from Hot Ones with Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how the internet is a scary place for people with an idea. He says you can be alone with your thoughts, and you go and Google something, and maybe a few dozen other people have the same idea, which gives you the notion that you're really onto something. This is delusional. The internet was landed in our laps without a curriculum to discern any information and to know whether or not somebody is actually full of shit. So there's that little bit of information sometimes can be a bad thing. However, it can also lead to some great insights if you do you outsource some of your ideas and talk among other groups and not just focus on one group of people who are sharing these ideas. Have the conflict, have the questions asked. That's what I say. For in here, always ask questions, because I don't know the answers to everything. But I would like to be able to find out the answers. I'd like to be more inquisitive on the universe and learn more. Learn more about astrophotography. Learn more about what's out there in the universe. If we can just adjust this image to make it look a little more interesting there. Profs don't like to be challenged, especially when you can prove them wrong. Then there is... No, forget it. That is just an opinion of ego. Like, be humble. Know that you don't know everything. It doesn't matter what level you're at. One person cannot know everything. You can be curious on everything, But then again, that starts to lead to like a lot of collection of many different books, and then you have more piles of books that haven't been read. I like to collect books. There are books that I have that I haven't even read. Some of them are. There's a book over on the shelf. It's still in its original wrapping. I bought it to support a graphic designer, and I still haven't read it yet. So I've only partly supported him. Only partly got that out there. Science is the collection of data. I do like to collect things, and if data is going to be one of them, like there are still astro images that I've taken that are still sitting in a folder, not even processed. I know there's one of the Iris Nebula. Actually, where is the Iris Nebula right now? Speaking of, I don't think we have it. Let's where it. Ooh, it's a little low. It's a little low. I don't know if we'd be able to image that. I spent some time on the Iris Nebula with my DSLR, so the temperature was all over the place. I did my darks and everything came out red. So I had to abandon those darks, and because it was a DSLR and the sensor was heating up to like 20 some odd degrees Celsius, there was a lot of noise in that image, so I wasn't also able to kind of effectively get rid of that noise. What we got over here? This looks like it would be very dim to capture. Sharpless 2136. There'd be a lot of time to have to put into that one. Iris looks like it might be... Actually, it might be doable. We could probably go after that. Maybe some whiskey after the wine. You don't know. Well, it depends on what does the whiskey pair well with the wine. The Milky Way itself was already bigger than most astronomers wanted to accept. I mean, the fact that we thought that Andromeda Galaxy was at least twice the size of Milky Way, and then it's recently been figured that it's about the same size as the Milky Way. No. Sorry, after. Yes, after. No, don't pair that. Forget it. I don't even have any desk whiskey. My old job, I had I was looking around for a good desk whiskey, and we never stayed in the office long enough. So it's just whatever's kind of in the pantry at the moment. Doing what? Doing where? The desk whiskey? I feel like though you're 2,000 kilometers away from your office at your old job. That's it. There's I had a where is it? Like I had this when I got the job. About a week after I was settled in at my desk, I wanted to have something cool on the desk, but it still hasn't been built yet. So this, we're like years away from building that. Also, another little thing that will be built at some point. We have our Lego International Space Station, but we also have the Metal Earth International Space Station. Yes. Kijab, was it you or was it somebody else who shared that they had this little kit off of Amazon that had little snips and tweezers and a little knife? Like I think that was kind of cool. It was a nice little kit. It's probably it may be in my Amazon basket. It would have been someone else, but no, yeah, for sure. Definitely, it looks like after looking at the instructions, yeah, it's going to make life easier. Eyeing the 3 Lego kits behind you. There are some Lego boxes around here that you guys don't know about yet. That we don't know about. I mean, if we do meet this goal, probably like mid-month, no, the end of the month, you guys get to pick which you guys will know which Lego set we're going to be building at some point, so you're going to pick it. Yeah, the metal snips sound really good, and the tweezers, because there are some really, really tiny things in here, in those sets. So much more, a little more difficult, a little more involved than building Lego. I mean, Lego still takes a while anyway, but I also like to ramble on about things. But we have about 30 minutes of exposures on here. Now you got to hold off until the SR-71 is approved. Well, I gotta say, it's I mean, we can like put money, we can put things aside, like, you know, you guys can claim you know, a later set. It doesn't have to be like right away, but it is just the you guys will have the say in what is going to be purchased next, up to a certain dollar amount. Like, it's not going to be, we're not going to buy the AT-AT. That one's not going to be that one won't be added. You got some satellites. Ruh-roh. I mean, there are some areas that are less prone to satellites. The Pinwheel Galaxy M101 is terrible for satellites. I think I've thrown away more subs than I have than any other target. The Witchhead Nebula that we did image for the first time the other week was rife with satellites. Actually, we had a line of satellites that wasn't Starlink. So that was kind of interesting to see how many were bombarding us. See, a full moon is always difficult to image. I always notice there's more vignetting on the scope. Even with the RC scope, it's kind of meant to have the inner baffles to try to deflect some of the straight light. It's just always tough during a full moon. And, you know, the fact that we are, you know, even though we have clear skies, like, I looked out, actually, when I looked outside to make the coffee, like, it is bright. It is very, very bright. Actually, no, I can't even share the this that camera. Maybe I can. All right, because this camera is turned off. Let me see if I can share that image in the Discord. No, well, hang on. The phone decided to turn off. What the devil? All right. Give me a second here. Let's get the phone back on. Set image and a GIF to reflect your actual face. His phone's like, nah, no, sorry, we're done. Phone is done. Oh, with the satellite. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. I'd say it's pretty accurate for the satellites. It's like, get out of the way. Machines eventually betray us all. It seems like that. Yeah, it seems that way, especially with the phone. Why did that turn off? Like, it was plugged in. I don't know if it was updating. How dare it updates. This one's still working. Yeah, that's still fine. That's good. I don't know why you decided to turn off. Strange. Phone restarted. Why did it restart? Strange. All right. That's fine. We're still imaging Bode's Nebula, M81. Collecting the data on this target. This is a live look at this well, live. We're doing live astrophotography right now. It is always wonderful to have you all in here tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and I welcome you into this stream. It is always wonderful to have you guys hanging out and spending time in here and looking at the wonders of space that we have to offer here from my backyard here in southwestern Ontario. Whenever the skies are clear, this is what we want to do on this channel. there have been few and far between. Few and far between for imaging sessions. Hopefully, the weather will start to play ball. Your Samsung showed an update early today. Well, maybe that's what happened. It just decided to update without giving me a bit of a notification there. Yummy Yum's bookbinding. Oh, hello, bookbinding. Hello, Yummy Yum. Welcome in. I do bookbinding as well. I do some bookbinding myself. I love it. It's very relaxing. It is also... Okay, we're going off. I'm coming on too strong here. Welcome. How are you doing? Good to have you in here today. It is. There are some very interesting fabrics that we like to experiment with. One of the more interesting ones is a corkboard fabric. I know it's really cool. But how you doing today? Welcome into the stream. Glad to have you in here. Let me share this image of the backyard yesterday with the near full moon, because that is incredibly bright. Select a channel, Astro. Can I find my own channel in here? No. All right, let's just go right into Discord. Is it bookbinding talk, or we like to get our books all nicely bound, nice and tight? No, hang on, no. General photography. Hang on, let me drop that image in the general photography. Full moon last night. All right, I put that image in Discord. I'll share that on here. But yeah, welcome in. Oh, do I have any books over here that I could share? I don't even know where they went. Oh, I know. Yeah, that could not have been timed any better. Any better. Anyway, these are some of the these are a couple of the other books that we made. The lesser types of fabric. But yeah, this is I learned a lot of this at university, and I found it very, very therapeutic, and I thought it was very enjoyable to create these books. So yeah, there's some other examples that we do have. There's some very interesting fabrics. This is like one of my favorite ones, and as soon as it sells on Etsy, I'll be sad to see it go. However, the faux leather snakeskin book is a very nice look to everything. It's like one of the more interesting fabrics that we've been using. Also, the what is like a nice tweed almost. This is show and tell with Astro Canuck. But yeah, I enjoy that. It's very relaxing. It's fun stuff. It's very difficult as well to try to get some of these little, like this is a very thick fabric. Like the fact that it's basically like pleather, but still. It's enjoyable. I love it. Yummy Yums, do you have an Instagram or a Twitter? Because I would always like to check it out. You can feel free to post it on here, or if you want to jump into the Discord. I know I love crafting. Mrs. Canuck and I are big into crafting and haberdashery projects. So yeah, we always like to see what other people are doing. But yes, we're using this telescope in pretty much feeling like minus 30 degrees Celsius. And this is our latest stack of images. We have taken 12 3-minute exposures on M81, Bose Nebula, which is a galaxy 12 million light years away in the constellation of Ursa Major. You do Yummy Yum's bookbinding on Instagram. Excellent. I'll drop that. I'll drop a follow right away. And because I am lazy to click a link, I'm going to do this. Yeah, for sure. I love this. Sorry, I'm creeping your Instagram page here. I love this little book. That is so cute. Way ahead of you. I love it. That's fantastic. A comment in the upper left. There we go. Let's have a look there. No, I dig it. That is very cool. No, that the upper left. That's just the reflection off of the moon, off the our tower. You're still learning. There is who did I find on Etsy? Bookbinding. They have like bookbinding supplies. So like cutting your corners and making the having like your margins. They sell some 3D printed items. I think it's bookbinding. They were very instrumental in getting some pieces together. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is that Tower 4 anyway. That's what is supplying our internet because we don't have fiber out here in rural Ontario. So we have to get our internet over the air. Fiber is probably, they're saying, about 5 to 7 years away for this area. There is I'm still on the list for Starlink. Still on the list for the Starlink satellite. And I have got no notifications, no updates on anything. It keeps saying like mid 2022. First it may be a Tesla ruining astronomy train. We haven't actually really been bombarded by any Starlink. I'm feeling very fortunate on that, but also in a way feeling kind of left out. We did anticipate. We thought earlier that long ago, a long time ago, that we had a Starlink train run through. We thought that this was Starlink when we imaged the Witch's Broom Nebula, or the Eastern Veil Nebula. No, sorry, the Western Veil. It ended up this was actually the International Space Station that blew through our images. So this was a what's the setup to do astrophotography? Yes, it can be very complicated or it can be very simple. A very simple astrophotography setup can be getting your phone, getting a stand such as this. You plunk your phone on top there, and you just take an image. It's a nice steady surface. Now, what is... This is interesting. Oh, I know why. Peas and rice. This is why my phone wasn't charging. I have two phone chargers. I have two cables over here. One of them is connected to the computer, and the other one is connected to the actual outlet in the wall. I'm thinking, why is this not charging? That's why. Anyway, let's go back onto things. It's kind of too cold out there in Quebec to do that. We're minus 19, feeling like minus 28 Celsius here in southwestern Ontario. So it is very cold out. I actually got a minor little bit of frostbite on my fingers setting up the telescope tonight. So yes, there is our example of the International Space Station blasting through our images. Feel like minus 35. Oh, yummy yum. Keep warm. Keep warm as best as possible. I've heard the satellite you won't be able to rent for like 10 minutes and look at the Earth. I forgot who it is, but it's kind of cool. Was it Space Fab? I know there was some people who were on the Space Junk podcast. They were talking about getting the kind of like astronomy for everyone and being able to have one of the satellites up there that would work well for astrophotography and as well as ground-based imaging. Staying inside and bookbinding, that is a very good way to keep warm. is a very good way to keep warm. But yes, the telescope that we're using, this is what we use. Okay, that's why I did that. I'm wondering why that thing popped up. So the telescope that we're using is this big one here in the middle. It is is an 8-inch diameter telescope, and it is down the back is the primary mirror, and up at the front is the secondary mirror, and it beams all the way back into the little camera at the other side of the telescope. This camera is designed for astrophotography. There's no view screen on the scope. It has to be connected to a computer. So it is connected to this computer, which we're running with the little Raspberry Pi. It is a similar device to this one here. Actually, this is the original version. We just plug in your peripherals in there. All the information gets stored on a memory card, and you can control the telescope from the warmth of your office or your living room or the bathroom, wherever you want to be to control your telescope from. And it can be used with the tablet, or in my case on the PC, using a Android emulator called BlueStacks. And that's what allows us to take these images, share them, and still remain relatively warm. I do not have an autofocus motor yet. I think the next kind of upgrade will look to do to be for PixInsight, but the next imaging peripheral, the next little accessory is going to be a filter. If you are getting one, do not get the 5-volt ZWO one. Okay, which one would you recommend? Which one would you recommend? It won't work with your climate. I think this is the OG 12 volt. Is it still the ZWO? Because it's kind of all I can use at the moment. Paper loves binders a whole punch. I'm gonna give you one of these. Wait, hang on. I have that. I have this for that as well. Wait, there's one of them in here that there's a specific. Bleh. Where is it? Is it the? Oh yeah, listen to the end of this one. I don't know why. The weirdest sound effects tickle me in the silly ways. There's one that requires 12 volt and one that's 5 volt as USB. Nope. I would definitely go for the 12 volt one. I would not trust the 5 volt. We want all the volts. I don't want some of the volts. I want all the volts. Wait, what was that? What's Earth? Nix 5 might be Earth now. What's this one, Alex? I'll get that. Get PixInsight next. That's kind of what we're going for. This will probably end up being extended for like the next month or two anyway. Actually, good luck finding a 12 volt. It is discontinued apparently. Son of a biscuit. I'm sure there's probably still people who would be selling it on maybe cloudy nights or something like that. I saw somebody was selling a Daystar solar scope, and then I did the conversion, and it was still like the same price as the new one here. So that wasn't going to work out. Baba Zelnik, hi Ma. Hello. How are you doing? Look at this. We got clear skies. We're actually imaging tonight. If you are desperate, you could probably sell yours. You have two 12 volts. Oh, really, Caleb? One on your SCT and one on the Newt. Well, I mean, if you're using them both, they're not going to like pry them away from you. Give them to me. No. Earth Now is a satellite-based star group company aiming to blanket the Earth via live satellite video coverage. Oh, right. Okay. You can swap to because you don't reach these cold, freezing temps. Like we don't even get temps this cold in Phasmophobia. It doesn't even get this cold in Phasmo. Like, imagine. Apparently the 5 volt doesn't like the cold. I guess if it doesn't need to send that much power through, am I right? Alright, let's I'm liking where this is going. I would definitely want to spend more time on Bodes. But I think the full moon is still wreaking havoc. You don't get single-digit Celsius that often, let alone negatives. The intent of Earth Now is to provide a live and unfiltered video stream that will be used to monitor illegal fishing, detect natural disasters, monitor mitigating whales, observing war zones, on-demand data on crop health, and whatever uses people put on them. That sounds like that is Space Fab. Or is it Space Fab, or is it another company that I'm thinking of? But it sounds very familiar. Pardon me for that project that they want to execute. Especially with that checking out the crop health, because looking at nitrogen levels and just the density of the soil, or the water, or the saturation levels in the soil, so you can actually effectively treat the areas that need it and not do like this whole blanket coverage of using fertilizers or pesticides or extra watering in your crops. You can actually be a lot more effectively saving resources and only utilizing the areas that actually need to have those areas treated. I'm going to be taking flats for these images. I will put a t-shirt over top of the scope, so we can actually, when we do some of our rainy day astronomy sessions, it's still, we're still in about like half an hour worth of images on here, but they definitely, these definitely do need some flats. That is for sure. The moon doesn't help. The moon doesn't really help overall. All right, there we go. We have that one last stack for 16. What is it, 16 or 17? Yeah, we got 16 on there. We'll stop that. We're going to, let's adjust this, get some detail. But this is the first time getting the RC scope back in service since we've been here. Everything, pretty much every imaging session that we've had has been narrowband, and with the wide field setup with the 72mm refractor. We got the big scope out tonight. We're going deep sky. We're shooting at essentially 1,000 millimeters. That is. I know exactly when that happened as well. There was. I even remember who I raided. I even remember who I raided when we got that dust donut. It was. I have to check it. It was, I want to say last December or last January, February. There was a weird time in the UK when there was actually some snow. Finished the stream. We raided out to Ben Naduva, and because he is a massive Lego fanatic, I stuck around in the stream, knowing that I probably should have gone out to cover up the scope. I look outside, I switch over to the security camera, I look at it and thinking, oh dear. There were massive snowflakes falling. There were massive snowflakes falling down. The RC scope was still pointing up. Snow got onto the primary mirror, and we had that one little flake collected enough of the dust and made this little tiny that just created that donut. And it's not that big of a donut to be very concerned about. However, you can see it. So if we are adding more data to these images, then I definitely have to be taking the flats to get rid of that donut. Like a 1,000%. I need to get rid of that donut. So let's also pick a new target. Which, actually, let's have a look at where is the moon? Okay, you need a whiskey. All right, what is your weapon of choice? Sometimes there, Kajad. What do you enjoy? Do you enjoy a blend or do you like a single malt? You're gonna keep doing 60-second exposures. Hopefully, it's not terrible. I mean, if you're doing shorter exposures, you really need to put. I think somebody had was it the Orion Nebula? They did like 10-second exposures and they did like 12,000 of them. Running 3-minute exposures. It's depends on the conditions. So this is I'm using the Optolong L Pro. It is a broadband filter. It doesn't help. The moon doesn't help. It doesn't help that much. Healthy artifact, though, since donuts are whole foods. Hooray! It's a small one. I don't know where I gotta get a sound effect for a rim shot. I think we're using the same filter. I mean, it's a good filter. I love it. I mean, I love when when the really, really bright stars, like when we're looking at the Pleiades and how much of that shiny look that they get. Whiskey is a local rye. Oh, very nice. It's delightful. Very good. Very, very nice. All right, let's have a look at what is our next target going to be. Now, I was thinking the Iris Nebula is tracking low. Where are we at? 1140. We also have to pick a target that we're going to image. Probably something in the northeast. What do we have available? Do we go after the pinwheel? Do we call the pinwheel our target, our object of affection for the night? Now, we have imaged it before. We have gone after the whirlpool. Let's see, what else do we have in this area? Sunflower Galaxy. I think that needs... Okay, if we went for like sunflower and... Ooh, would it be better? You're using the L Pro practically for practically all targets. I mean, it's a great filter. I've enjoyed using it very, very much. Let's put us back on our... See what else do we have there. Croxeye Galaxy, Box Galaxy. Croxeye looks kind of interesting. That would still fit well. Box. That's kind of tiny at the moment. M106, possibly. It does have another satellite galaxy band, GC 4248. This one is 22 million light years away, and satellite galaxy is 24 million light years away. So that's kind of like it's M33. So I'm thinking we want a target that is going to kind of stay away from the moon. And let's see, pinwheel. How long does it take the pinwheel to reach the meridian? It's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4. Now 5. Actually, it might be the pinwheel to put a few hours on there. Let's go over to M101 anyway and start getting a few images on that. Have a look and see how that's going to start turning out. If it is far enough away from the moon. But look at the sparkle on the scope. That is a frosty scope. That is frosty out there. We'll see how low on the horizon M101 is. Not too bad. That's not too bad. Actually, we could probably aim lower. What else do we have? actually comes out to the point that Vega is it's coming back up above the horizon in the early hours. Actually, when does astronomical dark finish? We have astro dark until about 12 minutes past 6 in the morning. However, there is possibility of clouds rolling in. That's kind of been pushed back a bit. Well, we'll see. Let's see how M101 is looking at the moment. Do a bit of a longer exposure. See what we can. Actually, if we're going to pick this one, I'm going to have to. I'll go out and check the focus, and then actually probably turn on the cooler so that we have a consistent temperature throughout the night. We'll see. We'll see how this is going to go, because we're going to be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We're going to be continuing our build of the NASA Space Shuttle Discovery. So we'll continue that in the morning. Kitty Rin. Hello, Kitty. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, we have... Well, there's our telescope. Here is what the telescope is looking at. Let's see if we can adjust that a tiny little bit. All right, this is a 30-second exposure on one of the largest face-on galaxies that we have available to us. Let's start doing a few exposures on here. See how it's going to turn out. Right, your whiskey, BRB. No worries, Kajad. We're still going to be here for a little bit, taking some live images of outer space. Always wonderful to have you all in here today. You're wishing you had a scope like that. A lot of this has been acquired over the. I've been doing astrophotography for the better part of 5 years now, and this whole setup has been curated over the past 3.5 years. Started off with the telescope mount, the Skywatcher EQ6R Pro. It was a bit of a step up beyond of what I was kind of initially looking to invest in. However, spending that extra little bit of money has definitely been well worth it. This mount has performed very, very well, and I would say that it is definitely a sound investment if you're kind of looking at it. So much so that I would probably end up getting another one for a second mount if I was going to go down that route. Makes Death Star warm-up noises. Not the ready to fire, the pew. Love Buggy. Hello, Love Buggy. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Ugonium, what's going on, Ugo? How are you? EQ6R has so much headroom to grow into. It's fantastic. I love this mount. It is a one of those little diamonds in the rough. Actually, no, forget that. Scratch that. This is a diamond. This is beautiful. Same here. No regrets on the no regrets on your EQ60 either. It's like I said. I would go for another one, if I was going to be getting another mount like that. Although I still do have my eye on the on the AM5 for ZWO's harmonic drive mount. But again, getting a second mount requires a second camera and another guide scope and just more equipment that's going to start piling on for the costs of setting up a whole second mount. Whereas with this, I can take the camera and just move it to the other scope. We were using the smaller middle scope, the Skywatcher 72 ED, and we've moved the camera down to the 8-inch Ritchie Kretchen tonight. I hope that ZWO mount pans out. You'd love for that for a second, it looks like a nice grab and go mount. So I would like to get in on the first round. However, like I said, I don't have a second camera at the moment. I'm kind of waiting to see if that ZWO is going to release a monochrome version of the 533. because there is what is it? Was it QHY or somebody else is releasing that sensor in monochrome when the 533mm comes out. Yeah, when, if, however, I don't know. All right, QHY got the 533mm. So I mean, I still like the ZWO products. I still like the compatibility with everything. But yeah, if when the observatory is built, we will be getting a monochrome camera will be on that dedicated mount, but we'll still have some spaces available for our touring scope, as it were. Now there is our first image of M101 Pinwheel Galaxy. I'm thinking that, boy oh boy. This moon, I mean, the moon always wreaks havoc. It's always so annoying. It is incredibly bright. Actually, on Discord, I did share the image of my outdoor. Where's my general photography? Yeah, that was last night. That was last night with the full moon, with the 96% full moon, and now we're at a 98% waxing gibbous. So it's just a little bit brighter outside. Old Neener, what's going on? How are you? It is clear. Yeah, it is a vastly different sky from last night. Only one can know me. Hello, how you doing? Good day, good day, good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Back to the EAF. Officially, -5 degrees Celsius is the limit. Well, we're at like -19, so we are well beyond the limit of the 5-volt EAF. Right now, all you have is a Canon EOS with a 300 zoom. Now that one, with 300 millimeters of zoom, unless you are using a little star tracker, something like a Skywatcher Star Adventurer or an Ioptron Sky Guider, 300 millimeters is pretty deep for a stationary mount. I started out, actually the camera I'm using right now for my webcam, the Canon EOS Rebel T5i, was my first imaging camera. It was the first camera I used. And with using the kit lens, sitting at about 18 millimeters, I was able to get about 25 to 30 second exposures before we started seeing any rotation, any elongation of the stars. I did start off with a Alt-Az telescope, which didn't work out that great for astrophotography because it is just up and down, left and right. Whereas with the EQ6R, it's a German equatorial mount that is designed to counteract the rotation of the Earth and get the images coming through there. Dual EQ6R Pro dual saddle series fits Skywatcher. One thing you'll be upgrading to on the EQ6R Pro is the saddle. The ADM saddle seems to be sturdier. Interesting. I mean, I haven't really encountered any problems with the saddle right now. Actually, what I'm trying to get is another dovetail, like a male-to-male dovetail, or the wider, to be able to swap out the mounts that I have. But yeah, for using a Canon camera is still going to get you some images. We have, let's see, where is some of my earlier images that we've taken with the Canon camera. Yeah, this one of the Whirlpool Galaxy. I would like to go back and reprocess this one, but this was taken with a Canon camera on a 1500 millimeter focal length, so a little longer than what we're shooting with right now. So it's still possible. Still possible to get some nice images coming through with a DSLR. All the cable management fussing you did? Oh no. Oh no. The skylive.com places JWST in Monoceros right now. Really? Oh, well, that's... Monoceros is also in the direction where the moon is right now. So we're definitely not... I mean, I'm even having trouble right now with trying to look the other way from the moon. But because the moon is so high, it's still shooting over the bow of the of the telescope. It's like the moon kind of sits almost perpendicular to the front of the telescope. Yeah, ruh-roh. So yeah, trying to image some of the other areas. See, because here is, let's put this back to now. There's the moon. Here's Monoceros. So there's very little chance. Your best moon photos were taken in the daytime. I was very tempted to start even earlier because we had a nice daytime moon, and it was just coming up above the trees. I have like one and only daytime moon shot. That was that one there. And even then, I can still adjust it to make it look like it was nighttime. But still, I love a nice daytime moon, especially when you get once people get the really thin crescent and it's basically like all Terminator. I love those shots. I think those are really cool. Moving the whole setup around is actually quite simple now. You can pull the entire OTA off the mount with only one dangling cable. Ooh, that's nice. But still, yeah. Very nice. Are you staying for a bit because you're going to make a cup of tea? Yeah, no, I'm still going to be on for a bit. It's as much as we're going to be back in like 10 hours, but I still want to be able to take some more images because it's been so long. It's been so long since we've been able to get some clear skies. You're so zoomed in with atmospheric effect off, you didn't notice. Well, let's see what the coordinates are. 6. See if we can take a look at that in Exactly. Well, to keep things as portable, well, not portable, you see, modular as possible. That's what I've tried. That's why I have this set up. However, I got to change it during windy days, especially also because the counterweight is so low. I've actually added the extension bar on the EQ6R, and I don't like that. I don't like such a large. It's such a broad surface that when we have a high wind, it does tilt the right ascension on the scope. Kitty Wren, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you so much for joining us here in the observatory. Always wonderful to have new friends joining us, and as long as there's always questions about astrophotography, I am happy to answer them. Everybody is at a different level. Maybe if you just kind of want to dabble in astrophotography, there's no shame in asking questions. I don't know everything about astrophotography. I don't claim to have all the answers. Starblam! I like that name. How you doing? How's it going? Do I need a warmer on the mount to keep the gears and motors functioning? So far, it's not too bad. I'm thinking any of the errors that are coming off in guiding tonight is a combination of the firmware update on the ASI Air and the not so fantastic balancing that I have with the scope tonight. It was actually so cold while I was adjusting the scope. I did get a little bit of frostbite on my fingers, so and it's very bulky with gloves on there. So trying to get things as dialed in as best as possible, but for the most part, we're minus 19, feeling like minus 28 degrees Celsius, and yeah, it's still working. Everything is still moving along. I know that there was somebody had a bit of a workaround with putting a curling iron in the port for the polar scope to kind of keep the internals a little warm in there. But for everything seems to be working pretty well. I would say that this is probably close to like the limit. I'm just afraid that if things start really jittering and we're not getting any good guiding anymore. But for the moment, guiding is sitting still sub-arc second. So I'm happy with that. You kind of look at it and thinking, man, why is it working? At this point, you're almost getting indignant of your mount. Thinking, why? Tell me your secrets, mount. Tell me everything you know. Why? Why do you work? Why do you torment me? Yours is sub 3, looking great. As long as guiding is consistent. If it's consistent, then it doesn't matter. It's not going to greatly impact the image. So I think actually, these aren't looking too bad. Actually, these are looking really good. As long as we stay, we'll stay a little tight on here right now. We're at minus 20. The sensor is reading at minus 24.8 degrees Celsius, so it's warmed up a tiny bit. Mount, because I can. That's it. I will work when you least expect me to. It's like there's you get like this it can be so frustrating at times, but again, it can also be so rewarding. Like right now, the more frustrating part is that there is basically no shield that is blocking the moonlight. It is basically shooting straight across the bow of the optical tube. So it's like I need to shoot. There's no real safe place to shoot any images at the moment because it is causing a lot of glare. However, everything seems to be working out overall, aside from the moon mucking things up. Hello, Mr. Richard. What's going on? How are you doing tonight? How are things? How are the temperatures in your area? 100 meters, having that very extendable dew shield is really making itself worth it. I gotta say, I do want to get the Esprit in my arsenal. I keep saying it'd be great to have a Rasa, get that aperture, get that giant light bucket. See, there's all sorts of different pros and cons about astro imaging. Temperatures warmed up to -2. It's not too bad. That's like shorts and sandals weather. You want to get a Rasa now that you know what you're doing. I'm like 6 of one, half a dozen the other. I don't like the fact that we can't add put a filter wheel on the Rasa. We'd have to go out and change things all the time. First clear night in over a month. You got a new camera. Ooh, what'd you get? What do you got? So I think what I need to look into is getting at least a dew shield, or at least just an extension on here. It doesn't actually have to warm up for me. Because with the moon is shooting like right across. The moon's going like right across the bow there. At least with it probably would have been maybe a little better to use the 72 ED tonight, but I wanted to be able to go and have a closer look at the moon, get some different targets that we haven't imaged in a while. And the fact that we got everything set up nice and quick is a big bonus. A bit balmy, 42 Fahrenheit where you live. That's not too bad. You got the rising cam at the behest of Quiv, APS-C color. Ooh, really? Interesting. Definitely like to see that. See what kind of images you get from that one. Astrophotographers, dear deity, higher power, or wherever or whatever you are, please install a dimmer switch on the moon. That would be greatly appreciated. If we could throw up a nice giant shield to block out the moon. $1,000 less than the ASI 2600. Really? Really? All right. Definitely have a look at that. Although I'm like running everything off the ASI Air, so until I move over to Nina. All right, Kitty Rain, you gonna head out? No worries. No worries. Good to have you in here. Thank you again for joining us. Like I said, we are going to be doing this as often as we can whenever we have some decent amount of clear skies. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Actually, no, this morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be continuing our build of the NASA Space Shuttle Discovery, and to get more of this of the base sorted out there. We do have the stand ready. We have our Hubble Space Telescope that can fit inside of the space shuttle. So we will, definitely be doing some more astronomy-related things, even if it's just kind of playing with Lego. You're out in the country, the moon is about the only light pollution you have to deal with. Exactly, same. That's ours. With the, this is my light pollution. It looks like it could be like early afternoon. So that is a big. Well, also the fact that we have snow, so we're getting reflections of the moon off the ground. So there are many factors that are against us here tonight. And I'm wondering, should I have put in the broadband filter? The answer is yes, I should, because when we're in a new moon and we have this scope set up, then we're ready to go. We're ready to do some imaging in broadband and taking a look. Maybe we'll go after some galaxies, especially with this focal length. Or maybe we'll take a look at part of the Rosette Nebula, or maybe even get like a zoomed-in view of the Christmas tree cluster. Something to make things a little more interesting. But yeah, that moon is really. I was kind of thinking that we would look at the Pinwheel Galaxy as our late night object of affection, but I think I have to even change the tune to a different target. Perhaps I'll have to see. But this is one of the largest spiral galaxies face on that we can see. The first thing you've ever bought off of AliExpress, so far so good. All right, not too bad. You're willing to take the chance of the APS-C size sensor, especially after a year of using the 533. Now, I love the 533. I was saying earlier, I'm kind of waiting for that 533 monochrome to come out from ZWO, because you know that they're going to be doing that they're going to be eventually releasing a 533 monochrome. However, I think there is still a lot of supply chain shortage that is kind of putting a bit of a damper on things there. So that is a bit of a problem. You got you think you may run the sucker until the morning. Keep on going with M81, eh? I think it's a great target to go after. Well, that's the thing. What's your forecast look like? What is the rest of the week? How's that looking for you? Because that largely depends. That kind of, for me, that dictates of what we're going to be imaging. You could set a schedule halfway through the evening. That's true. What do we got what's our weather? Let's see if that's changed. Has it improved? Has it degraded? Let's see what we're looking at here. Tomorrow night. I don't get confused on this one. It says Monday, but that's still Sunday night. We have a couple hours of clear skies. So if anything, I don't even know what I would do with those couple hours for some imaging. Friday night may not be too bad. That might be all right. At least the temperatures aren't. My goodness. Okay, so perhaps on Wednesday, maybe Wednesday, it'll warm up enough that I can I can do a little bit more adjustments on the scope, but it is frigid. That's also good for the outdoor skating rink. Now we tried to get an outdoor skating rink set up in the backyard. You can kind of see it in. You can kind of see the outline of it there. It's buried under snow, but there's also another lake, not another lake, a little pond, a little farther back that will allow us to skate upon. Especially now, it is frozen solid now. There's no doubt about that. We have been consistently at these sub-zero temperatures for a couple weeks now. So it is a point of getting out there and getting my skates sharpened so we can get that sorted out and start to do some skating, start to get on the ice a little bit, because it has been, I don't know if I remember how to skate. It's been like a good 10 years since I've been on the ice. Ish. Yeah, pretty much. It's been a good 10 years since I've been on the ice. I'm pretty sure it's like falling off a bike. Pretty sure about that. Getting the weather you had for 3 weeks. I mean, it is bitterly cold. Like frostbite on adjusting the telescope this afternoon. So, yeah, didn't like that. It was like, oh, that's another thing. It has been at least a good 10 years since I've had any type of frostbite. Yeah, everything seems all right. It was a short amount of time. It was such a short amount of time, which shocked me as well, how cold all the equipment was. It is, it's like, it hurts to breathe. Why do I live in a place where the air hurts my lungs? You breathe in once and all your boogers freeze up as well. All right, what star do we have directly overhead? What are we looking at there to the southwest? That looks like it is possibly Capella, just showing up slightly overhead there, which means that if we actually look out possibly toward the east, maybe we might get a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of a... Yeah, let's take a look out to the east, because I think where we're aiming right now, actually, there doesn't seem to be a safe spot away from the moon. If we could aim down, if we could look down, that'd be great. Then maybe we could get some better images there. Sloan, hello. How are you doing tonight? How are you? What about Leo triplet? I was thinking about that. Let's have a look at where we're at with the Leo triplet. $867. Where's all the Oh boy. Is Stream Elements doing its thing again? Oh, there we go. Just vibing, playing Animal Crossing? Well, 867. 867, thank you. Thank you. For the tier 1 sub, greatly appreciated. Thank you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Glad to have you in here. On to the spike of appreciation for you. The pillar of happiness. The universe is doing very, very well. How has your evening been? But yes, it is very chilly out here. It is minus 20 degrees Celsius, feeling like minus 28. So it is freaking cold, and I'm glad I'm inside. Actually, fairly warm, because the computer over there is causing a nice deal of warmth. I love how we're looking at the stars, but it's too cold outside, so we have the the computer. We have to do it from the computers for now. Back in the day, we would sit on and lug half a ton of brass up a mountain. Imagine that. See, I say those who would sit outside in the freezing temperatures, doing your own guiding, keeping that one star locked in, and freezing your butt off, and not being able to sleep while you're doing your imaging sessions. You know, there is definitely a shift in what has been possible and what we're able to do now in this golden age of astronomy. So we were looking at the Pinwheel Galaxy M101 with not a great deal of detail coming through, because we had that full moon shooting right across the bow of the scope, which is just causing this overall gradient and mucking up our images a bit there. So yeah, the moon gets in our way. M101 is also a fantastic target when we are not being bombarded by the moon. So at least we can get some structure in here. I'll let this last exposure go through on the pinwheel, but again, we are really stretching things to get a decent image coming through at the moment. It's kind of one of those options that we almost favor a much brighter target. We did have there have been some wins tonight already. We have actually had some. Actually, hang on a second before we do that. Oh wait, nope, come back. There you go. We'll let that stack in there. Let that load up. There we go. All right, one more exposure on the pinwheel. We'll save that, and then we're going to see if we can take a look. If we can get even farther away from the moon, we'll go towards the east. Take a look at possibly the Leo triplet. And there is Stellarium. So here is the moon. You can see in the simulated view of how much the moon cuts out, especially at this brightness at 98% of a waxing gibbous. So if we can start to look, see, because it is so high in the sky as well, that it's basically shining down like every direction. There's almost like nowhere truly safe from the moon. Now, if we're going to go after the Leo triplet, it is. Oh no, we can definitely get the. We can get either the hamburger, or we can get M66 or an M65, or we just go after NGC 3628. And I think it'd be it's gonna be a little difficult with the Galaxy, but I think that's kind of been that has largely been our images there. Yeah, so if we were using the 72 ED, triplet would fit fantastic in there, and we actually get some of the other satellite galaxies in that area. But this is our focal length for tonight, M105. Let's see. Excuse me. You're happy to swing over to the triplet. What is I've never actually imaged M105. M96. Oh, I've imaged M96. No. Ooh, I love the shape of that one. Or is it M95? No, not that one either. The elliptical galaxies, they're going to be dim as well. It's trying to keep away from the for the moon. Actually, we're kind of already, we're like into the northeast with now we did take a look at we did go over to Markarian's chain earlier. Blow dry galaxy. We've M66. I mean, the two galaxies would still fit well in there. We basically just have to frame up and then focus in over there. Actually, I don't think I've. Let's go over to M66. Let's at least frame up on that galaxy and see how well it's going to look. But yeah, that moon is just causing so much havoc right now. No. Let's go. It's not too far away, but if we can start pointing away from the moon, then as a ye old astronomer in your area, I've just realized an issue with using my telescope in the winter. Oh, what's that, sir? My eye is frozen to the eyepiece. It hurts. It hurts when I blink. Man, that is just... You can see how frosty it is out there. However, things are still working. Things are still are still in good operation. Oh, that's not too bad. That's still a good view. I'd be happy with that. But there's there is M66 and M65 respectively, just slightly out of frame. So if let's do another 5-second exposure, because we're going to have to restart the guiding. I think you got about 160-second exposures on M81. I mean, if things are working and you don't really have another night available, then I would say stay on that. Get as much data as possible. Get as much time on that target as you can. And you know, you're well rewarded with a very detailed image. That's not too bad. Let's focus. Bring that up a little bit. I still love this feature in the ASI Air to kind of point and refocus and reframe your image. It's so much easier. The only thing I'm missing is a rotator to actually kind of make things fit a little nicer in our field of view. Okay. Also, let's go back to put the gain back up to 50. Let's see how these exposures start turning out with M66 and M65, 2/3 of the Leo triplet. Now, if I really tried, we probably could frame everything up in within the camera. However, I would need to rotate things a little bit. Now, even that, like they'd all every one of the Leo triplet galaxies would be sitting along the outer edges of the frame. So dithering we'd lose so much of the galaxies. Now, if we did take we have the 0.6 reducer on here. If we took the reducer off and shooting at 1600 millimeters, which I thought about doing that tonight. I thought about shooting without the reducer, like going for the native focal length, but I knew exactly what the settings were for the 0.6 reducer on there, so at least I was ready for that. And that allowed for a very quick setup tonight. And I figured if this is the only clear night that we have this week, or at least in the next few days, then I don't want to be faffing about with all the settings on here and start to stream as quickly as we could, to start sharing more of the night sky. We're about halfway through our exposure on these two galaxies, and let's bring up a little bit of information on M66 and M65 in the constellation of Leo. I'm saying 2/3 of the famed Leo triplet, or the Meh galaxy cluster, as Fraser Cain would like to call it. So right now, the galaxy we're kind of looking at right here, M66, is about 37 million light years away. It's a spiral galaxy in the constellation of Leo and part of the famous Leo triplet. A small group of galaxies, also including M65 and NGC 3628. Along with its neighbor M65, M66 was discovered by Charles Messier in 1780. Messier missed these two objects in 1773 when a comet passed between them. Because of this, Admiral Smythe incorrectly assigned their discovery to Pierre Méchain, an error which has since been propagated to many other sources. M66 appears only 35 degrees from NGC 3628 and 21 from M65, with a visual magnitude of 8.9 and apparent dimensions of 8 by 2.5 degrees. M66 is the largest and brightest of the trio. It was a spiral with two bright arms which loop outward from the nucleus. Its arms are among the most easily seen of all the spiral galaxies. At a distance of 35 million light years, the apparent separation between M65 and M66 corresponds to a total distance of 190,000 light years. Their true separation is no doubt considerably greater, because it is unlikely that both galaxies lie at the same distance from us. M66 has an absolute magnitude of -21, a luminosity of 21 billion suns, and a true diameter of at least 75,000 light years. M66 is also has a well-developed central bulge and is classified as a type SB. Its spiral arms are obviously deformed, probably due to encounters with its neighbors. They seem to be distorted and displaced above the plane of the galaxy. Much dust is visible, as well as a few pink nebulae, signs of star formation, near the end of one of its arms. Gravitational interaction from its past encounter with neighboring NGC 3628 has resulted in extremely high central mass concentration, a clump of atomic hydrogen gas that has apparently been removed from one of the spiral arms. So these are the details of M66 that we're looking at right now. And actually, this isn't... Alright, the fact that we're getting some better images here already than we did with the moon. I'm liking how this is looking. Badgers of evil. Badgers. Do we need stinking badgers? Yes, we do. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. We are doing some live astrophotography tonight. We're doing a little bit of a longer session than usual because, well, we have clear skies, and we're going to image as much as we can tonight. I welcome you on in. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and here in southwestern Ontario, I love to share the night sky with everybody as often as possible, whenever we have clear skies here. It has been few and far between. We have had some very crazy weather. We always need badgers, because badgers are the best. Mustelids? Oh my gosh, I can't even pronounce that. Mustelids? I just know badger, mushroom, badger, mushroom. Leo triplet is a memorable part of your success with the 4-inch Newtonian and meet cameras. I think I haven't missed. I don't say I want to say I missed the boat on some visual observing, but I think it is a nice large daub. It needs to be added to the collection so we can enjoy the night sky in many different facets. I got it right. It's the family name for badgers, weasels, stoats, and ferrets. There is the new thing I've learned today, and especially that it's 12:30 in the morning. I got my Sunday covered. I got the Sunday covered. Excellent. So we're doing a live stack of these galaxies. So what is a live stack of astrophotography? A single image of astrophotography. Looking at a galaxy, it can be fairly dim. It can be very, very nondescript, very few details that you can see. But the more images that you take and you add up, you start to resolve more details in an object. It becomes a little brighter. You get rid of some of the noise that is inherent in long exposure photography. And when you do stretch the image, there's no editing that's been going on, but you can start to see, you can see the noise. This will eventually start to diminish as we take more pictures. The cooler you can keep a camera sensor, the better. Now it is very cold tonight, so we're at minus 25 degrees Celsius registering on the sensor, even though it's still going to heat up as you take longer and longer exposures. It is that cold outside right now. We're also dealing with a full moon, so that is another speed bump, another roadblock for astrophotography. You got it right. The otters, martins, minks, wolverines too. I like wolverines. Okay, I like Wolverine. Yeah, you ran out of energy to list more. We get the idea. And polecats, as ferrets are domesticated from a form of a polecat. There is so much more. I love the other forms of information. How was I going to know the genus of the species for the badgers? What family they're a part of? Starting the stream tonight, I'm thinking I need to know more about badgers. I know it's the mascot for Brock University in St. Catharines, Ontario. I know that much. But what I do know is that I love to take images of outer space. I love to share it with everybody. From the first time that I took an image of the moon through a telescope at a star party about 4.5 years ago, actually we're coming up on 5 years, I fell in love with astrophotography. I've always loved astronomy. I always loved looking at the images in National Geographic, but never knowing exactly how they're comprised, how they're made up, how do they get these images from outer space. Because Brock is the Old English for the word for badger. Why do we know this now? Is it really? You say badgers of evil, but this is, you're a badger for good. You're already a load of information. From Middle English Brock, Old English Brock, badger, related to Danish Brock, badger, both probably originally from a Celtic source akin to the Irish Brock, Welsh Brock, Cornish brogue, and thus ultimately the Proto-Celtic Brockos. Who would have... This is why I love the dynamic of a live stream, of streaming on Twitch. You never know where things are going to go. I have the rough idea. I don't even have a script. I just have the rough idea where we want to go. We want to point the telescope and image some things. If we have clouds, we want to complain about the clouds. Never did I think that I would get this much information about badgers. Etymology is always an interesting thing to find out about. Agreed. 100% agree. Like, I didn't even need to ask this question. I love the information that we're getting out of this. But yes, wonderful to have you guys in here tonight. It is a, I mean, I'm counting this evening very fortunate. Not even for the like how cold it is and how well the equipment is performing. Actually, another thing I find interesting with the infrared camera, that back band on the larger telescope is actually black. And the fact that the dew heaters appear white. So we are getting some of that infrared heat coming off of them. Kind of an interest for you, same as cryptids, dinosaurs, and world building. No, it's too far of a tangent. I was going to say dinosaurs and building, and that there is the... I guess seeing how we're on Sunday. It is technically Sunday. I could turn on but it's not a Lego stream at the moment. We do have a drop game that we do play. You guys can get a chance to win a free a free gifted sub to the channel. That will be when we start our Lego stream. I'm gonna say that we will start at 10 a.m. We'll continue our build of the NASA Space Shuttle Discovery. It doesn't look like much right now. However, the really cool thing, the really thing that I like about it is the landing gear. I think that's really cool. I'll be playing with that a little more in a few hours. It's a gift to you. You're having some bad anxiety when you woke up, and chilling here with a cup of tea has been the perfect remedy. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Glad you could you can come in here and chill and relax. And that is also the atmosphere that I do want to project out on Twitch. Yes, there can be the occasional bouts of chaos with some of the channel point redeems in here, but at the same time, there's got to be something calming about looking out at the universe and just seeing these galaxies start to reveal themselves in these images. They're they're millions of light years away. 37 million years ago is what these galaxies looked like. That light is only reaching us now. If we were to be getting images from other galaxies, there are galaxies we've imaged that are 65 million light years away, 66 million light years away. The time of dinosaurs is when that light left those galaxies and have been captured on our camera. This one, 37 million years ago. So in between the time of us and the dinosaurs is when this light emitted from this galaxy. So that's the other problem about space. How vast things are, how slow the speed of light actually is when it goes into galactic terms. Even if you venture outside of our atmosphere, you look at the moon. The moon is 1 light second away. We're not seeing the moon in real time. We went from 12 million to 37 million, but it's all relative. That's the other thing that kind of that blows my mind, is that we're getting all this light. We're still seeing it, but it's from so many different times, so many different time frames. But I'm always happy to be able to have a nice chilled out place to hang out in. And you know, the live imaging streams do go a little longer, but again, even if we had like a consistent set of clear skies, there would still be longer sessions. You know, I usually will stream for about 3.5 to 4 hours, but it's been so long, and I think the dynamic of the moon is playing a little bit of a part in here, because it's washing out some of these images, even though we have actually, you can kind of see just up at the top of the screen, the moon is going to start to come into view shortly. You can see it brightening up a little bit, because the star Capella, the bright star that we're looking at over there, is kind of is heralding the approach of the moon into our frame. So if we can start shooting more farther towards like the southeast, then maybe we can get some images there. Viper's Gratitude, what's going on? How you doing? First time here, welcome in. Good to have you in here. This is our live stack of M66 and M65, 2/3 of the Leo triplet, located within the constellation of Leo. And we are shooting at 980 millimeters. You can see there's this terrible gradient that we have to deal with, because the moon is still kind of shooting right across the top of the scope, which is a little bit annoying. Crazy how clear it is when you're in England and over where you are, knowing somewhere in the middle of us is a huge mess of clouds. It is. I mean, I gotta say, there are times when I was living in England that I couldn't believe how clear some of the skies were. You know, living in the land of mildew, where it rains 422 days out of the year, and to get into this hobby, to get into this lifestyle of astrophotography and staying up late and still getting up early in the morning for work and functioning. I say that's got to be a bit of a talent. I had some weird issues with IO errors, with power errors on the mount just now. I say the national flower of England is mildew. You also got you got the whiskey, so it can't be that bad. No
By
worries.
the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, good. Now I still need to pick a voice for this mustache. I'm still not quite sure how the voice is going to go. I still haven't checked out the voice of Poro. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it needs to be a little dapper, little kind of snarky, maybe a little bit like that kind of comes along with the mustache. Maybe just the attitude that comes along with them. No. Every time this is redeemed, there are several different mustaches that could appear. So it kind of depends on which one is going to show up. But it's difficult with the moon, and it's so annoying that the clear skies are accompanied by a full moon. Now it's maybe we might even go over to the moon. Why fight it again? Have a look at some of the details for a bit. You've only recently been considering getting into the hobby, but it's so easy, overwhelmed by choice. You'd love to get a Stellina, but you're poor. I mean, a Stellina is a huge investment. However, you kind of combine everything that you get with a Stellina. I think it works great for outreach. If you're going out to star parties, I think it'd be a great resource because it is a nice compact setup, and you can share those images out to a bunch of people's tablets and phones, so that you can have those images shared right away. But I mean, in terms of doing it for astrophotography, I think it falls a little short in terms that it is only a 72 millimeter. I like the idea of it. I like the idea behind the Stellina. But at the same time, it depends on what you want to do for astrophotography. Like if you are even something is starting off as simple with your cell phone, even. Like get a little stand, something like this. You can place your phone on the stand, set a 30-second timer, and you have a nice steady spot to take an image of the night sky. And that's the starting point. If you really want to, you're going to have some sort of camera in your arsenal. That's like a blubbering English snob voice. It's like a mix between Boris Johnson and Prince Charles. Oh boy.
Holy potatoes.
Let's not get started on them for right now. It's bright and sunshiny where you are, so you're slightly odd looking at the stars now. I mean, that's also what I love about Twitch, is that there are a great deal of people from around the world that get to tune in, and so many different time zones that we're involved in. So yeah, it is currently 20 to 1 in the morning here in southwestern Ontario. Not to mention them, in fact, at all, no. Don't have any opinion on the OSA Ultrascope. Can't say I do at the moment. Can't say I do at this exact point in time. So the fact that I'm going to say, what is the Ultrascope? I'm looking at it right now. Open Space Agency. Project Ultrascope. For the Ultrascope project, we asked ourselves if it was possible to develop a kit-set telescope that would reduce the cost of pro-level astronomy by an order of magnitude. Oh, you're 3D printing this telescope. Or they send you the components, and it is 3D printed. Interesting. Interesting. This is the first I've heard of this. Powerful telescope you build at home. Really? I'm going to leave this tab open. Check this out in a little more detail. I really think anything that is going to help people get involved in the night sky and enjoying the night sky that much quicker, that much more, making astronomy more accessible is a win for everybody. Being able to, I mean, like the setup that I'm using right now, this has been curated over the course of about 3.5 years. It is several thousands of dollars worth of equipment, and you don't need to go this far either with astrophotography. There are, smaller mounts that you can use. You can use your existing DSLR camera to take images. So this is kind of I would say this is almost like middle of the road for a lot of equipment that people would be purchasing. Boz Bailey! Hello, Cafe Crew Raid. Hey, very cool, very nice. How's it going? Hello there. Hello there, fellow Anchor Club member. What's going on, Boz Bailey? Welcome in, Bedroom Gamer. Thank you very much for the follow. NJB, what's going on? How are you? How's it going? Did I find a planet destroyer? Not yet. Not yet. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? 3.5 years, you did some very irresponsible stuff financially starting like the late last year. It can be that way for astrophotography gear. I like the star of Don't Look Up. Not so much that far, but hey, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Sorgatani, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. What's going on? What were you up to tonight? Only a dark matter of time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How is it going? Boz Bailey, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. We're playing some unpacking. I've been doing that for quite a while. Cozy Chaos playing some unpacking. Excellent, excellent. I've seen some people playing that. It does feel very, very chilled. However, I've moved like 3 times in the past year and a half. So I've been IRL unpacking for a bit. Actually, there's probably still some unpacking that we have to do. But yeah, welcome in everybody. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are doing exactly what this channel is meant to be for. We're taking live images of outer space with this telescope. And it is a nice game to watch. It's kind of interesting to see how people like to organize their places there. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Glad to have you on in. Glad to have you in here today. Yes, Bedroom Gamer, good to see you there. Just Lacerta. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you all in here. Is it possible to get good quality photos of the ones if you're in the center of town with rather nasty light pollution? You can. You can still get some good images. It depends on what filter you are using. Now tonight we are shooting in broadband. What broadband is for the visible spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum that we see every day. Light pollution can come in many forms. The moon is one of them, and that is absolutely bombarding us tonight and ruining some of the views. I hate to raid and run, but you must crash. Tiny human awake shortly. No worries, boss. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing in your community in here tonight. Always wonderful. Thank you. Have a good rest. Have a good weekend. Wonderful to have you in here. Thank you very much for trusting me with your community. I've seen some stunning stuff on Reddit from folks in incredibly light polluted skies. Moving causes brain to go, where did all this stuff come from? Yes. You realize, where has all this stuff been So yeah, earlier tonight we have been taking many images of outer space tonight. We did start off with the Triangulum Galaxy, one of our nearest galactic neighbors at 2.8 million light years away, which is another galaxy that's closer to Andromeda, which is 2.5 million light years away. We took some time on trying to get a bit of a reflection nebula, but we were actually pointed out toward the moon, so that wasn't too good of a job. One of the most rewarding targets in the night sky is this, the Orion Nebula. Oakland Hipster, hello. Hello, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. So yes, for taking images in light-polluted skies, you would need a narrowband filter. And narrowband filters are going to cut out a great deal of light pollution, of the visible spectrum that's going to cause problems with your imaging. You're 100% going to go over to M66. You don't give a Friday, no worries. You can, moving conjures random crap from the ether to appear in your place of living. Yes, you wonder, where did this come from? When did I buy this? Who picked it? Who picked up the flower pot shoe? You got whiskey and it's working way better than you expected. Hey, it's always a good night when things work out so much better. You're invincible, kind of, not completely, but kind of. But this was, the Orion Nebula is such a fantastic target to image because it's very bright, it's very close by. You can see it with your own meat cameras. You don't need a fancy setup to actually get some decent shots of this. It can help, but it isn't always required. With modern light pollution filters, would it be worth driving 3 hours to a dark sky reserve? Driving to a dark sky reserve is beneficial for the fact that you get to see the Milky Way. I count myself very fortunate when we have a new moon, when it is not shining, when it's not shining and just absolutely overthrowing everything. We can see here. I walk out onto my balcony and I can see the Milky Way. I can look up and look out into the vast reaches of our own galaxy and see that whole big band of the Milky Way across the sky. All right, Sorgatani, you can do a lurk? No worries. No worries. You also find that 10mm and 9/16 sockets you have lost. And you also find the 10mm sockets that other people have lost. But they just appear out of nowhere. Not interested in streaming, but wonder about the prep work, what it takes for you to do a stream. Boy. That is a question there. My goodness. Prep work. Shower. Clean the beard up. Make sure that every little bit of the kit is working. How much time you got? You can use, yes, there are light pollution maps that will kind of show you. Basically, the farther away you can be from a city, the better. However, there are filters designed to cut out a lot of that light pollution. The area that I'm in, I have very little light pollution. I'm in rural Ontario, and my nearest neighbor is about like a kilometer away. So, yeah, there's very little light pollution in the area. The moon right now is our biggest source of light pollution. But yes, 812, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. All right, Alex, you're going to be heading off to bed? No worries. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Honestly, yeah, dark sky reserves are incredible. It is. It's just being able to look up at the night sky and see the Milky Way is a fantastic view. You also find how do we own all of these? Lord, the Bortle superiority. No, I don't like. I like to share it. I like to share all the views. Seth, what's going on? You got original pictures? If this is If it is, what's the size per image? These are originals. This is an image from earlier from tonight. They are 3,000 by 3,000 pixels. This is the camera sensor that we're using is a square 1-inch sensor. So that is the images that we come up with. They're very good resolution, actually. I've printed out a couple of images in the past, but these are, there's very little, there's actually no processing that's done on these. At most, the software is stacking our images together. Hang on, let's catch up with chat here. You got family in Tottenham, Ontario, or in England. I've lived in both. You have a faint glimmer of the amount of work that I put into this. I mean, I try to do what I can to provide something entertaining for everybody. And, you know, as much as, you know, we're looking at these images of outer space, I always like to share as often as possible and try to get some details. Actually, we got some better, we have more details come out in these galaxies, and they look tiny, but they are larger galaxies, much like what we're living in. But this is also 38 million light years away. You never had a socket set, so you can't drive, so what's worth buying one? Well, there you go. But somehow you'll still end up with sockets somewhere. But yeah, I try to, I do what I can. And also trying to balance some other work outside of streaming. But yeah, it can turn into, it can take a lot of time sometimes, most times, a lot of time, all the time. Actually, there's another project I've been working on for the stream that is almost ready. We did have a little bit of a preview of it last night, but we're getting closer into the final version. Also, Viper's Gratitude, thank you very much for the follow. We welcome you into the observatory as well. 867, do you have set up and break down the equipment entirely each time? I do not break everything down. I do have a cover that goes outside of the scope. Actually, you can see it just over to the left of the telescope. That is the Telegizmos 365 cover, which is it's fantastic material. I've been using it for well over a year, and it's kept the scope very, very, very dry, very, very protected. I know it's the next level stream stuff, and you love it. Well, I appreciate that. All the cameras, the Goofy Fun, the Photon Redemptions, etc. I thank you. I put a lot of work into this, and I don't want to put forth anything boring. Is this true? You heard if you have a clear night and high enough magnification, almost every part of the sky you can zoom into, see Amaranth licking an ear microphone. We've only glimpsed it once, and it was very fleeting. 2 people threw up, and one person donated 1,000 gift subs. It was bananas. No. Yeah, that was the sole reason for getting a real good look at that. No. So this galaxy we're looking at now is 37 million light years away. Its neighbor M65 is respectively 42 million light years away. This is 2/3 of the Leo triplet. These 2 galaxies in the constellation of Leo. And this galaxy is a nice elliptical, very nice looking elliptical galaxy, whereas M66 has had some perturbations. It's had some interactions with some other galaxies, causing a little bit of a misshapen look to its double-barred spiral. Gotta get that infrared, said the engineers. I don't think probably, like, you got 106 lights of M81. Beautiful. I mean, again, sticking on one target for as long as possible is always good. Again, getting more detail. We've done about half an hour on this target now, and it's overall. I mean, we're still fighting the moon. It is still still a bit of an issue. We're going to start seeing more of that moon coming out over top. It's just like 1.5 hours. I mean, that's still, again, try to... I know it's tempting to switch over to different targets. It is... it's always tempting to check out something else. Which is what I'm here for. I will switch over to a different target. You keep gathering those photons on M81. And that's going to be a fantastic... Like, if you can get, like... I try to always aim for 3 hours or more on a target before I really start doing some image processing on them. You got that wide field M66 calling like a siren song. Image me. Okay, Chad, what are you doing? What are you doing on boats? Where are you? Well, I'll put that down as a positive achievement. One of a kind. Thank you very much. You actively cackled. Nope. I was going to go too far on that one. Forget it. Try not to wake up your roommate or partner, but you may have failed. I mean, I don't know. I say it's late enough, but it's late here for me. All right, we'll wrap up that section at the moment. You're guessing it's possible to use photographs taken from 2 separate sites when processing. Yeah, you can. It's but well, depending how far away you are from these separate sites. If you're on like opposite sides of the Earth or hemispheres, you're going to get some shift in the image unless you're using same setup. Then you could probably get away with it. But there is the big amateur telescope, that Astrobiscuit. He is another fantastic YouTuber who is who's done so much for astrophotography, and he's developed this program of the big amateur telescope where everybody kind of gathers up their images, and everybody will throw them all in one pot, and you can process them and try to get some really, really good images with multiple days worth of data being poured in. You finished the whiskey bottle, so you're probably fine. Good. I appreciate it, one of a kind. Always wonderful to have new faces, new names, new familiar friends that are going to be joining us. You binged a few of his videos this weekend. He's very entertaining. Rory is awesome. It is fantastic to see everything that he's done for astrophotography. Now let's see what we have available, because that moon, the moon is just so, it's just lording over us right now. Like it is so high up towards the zenith.
Hello there, kids. It is an astronaut, Tim Peake. Ask me a question.
Well, yes, we can do that. We can do that. Page 148. It's just so moon-like. Yes. Yes, it is. Let's see. Page 148. Where is I have my pen. And we have this. We have to mark that down. Bright as hell and ruining everything? Yes. Yeah, exactly. $148. There we go. So, from Ask an Astronaut, Tim Peake. What was it like to wear the first Union flag on a spacewalk? Astronauts are embedded in a large but extremely close-knit team that supports human spaceflight operations around the world. The space station is truly an international affair. As a crew member on board of the ISS, you feel like you're representing a global effort in science and exploration. However, there are times when you're reminded of the significance, honor, and impact of representing your home nation in this worldwide endeavor. This was never more apparent to me than when I had the privilege to wear the Union flag on my spacesuit as I stepped out into space. I think Scott Kelly summed up the importance of the moment perfectly when he said, Hey, Tim, it's really cool seeing that Union Jack go outside. It's explored all over the world. Now it's explored space. I'm sure that's exactly what Scott Kelly sounds like. It was one of the most proudest moments of my life. When the spacewalk was over, Tim and I were safely back inside the space station. We got straight to work in tidying tools and equipment and debriefing on the day's events. It wasn't until much later the evening that I realized the magnitude of the support that I had received back at home. My crew support team had sent up a few messages of encouragement that had been flooding in the day. There was even a tweet from Sir Paul McCartney. Good luck, we're all watching, no pressure. Wishing you a happy stroll outdoors in the universe. It was both overwhelming and extremely humbling to realize what had been a personal dream and an achievement that I had worked so long and hard for had also meant so much to many more people back home. I went to sleep that night a very proud Briton, with the Union flag from my spacesuit velcroed to the wall of my crew quarters. Well, thank you very much for the redeem, and as such, we are marking down these pages because there have been many times when I have forgotten who's said what, who's been on which page, so we will. Page 148. That's an 8. There you go. Thank you very much for that redeem. You bet the rest of the crew were watching him very carefully since he was carrying that particular flag. There you go. Kajad, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated by that. It's colonized all over the world. All over the world. All right, well, actually, what we're probably going to do, it is 1 a.m. I am going to be up again in a few hours to get ready for the Lego stream. So we'll pick a target. Let's see what we got here. What's available to us? Something away from the moon. Something away from the moon that we're going to image for a few hours. Let's see what we got over here. Let's see, do we go after... No, these, we need to stay a little more ways away. Oh, no, but... Let's take a look there. Actually, let's try something different. Let's see what we can get. I'm tempted to go after M63, the Sunflower Galaxy, just because of the dark dust lanes in here. And I think it actually fit very well. Let's go take a look at the M63. Let's see how well that fits in our field of view. M63. Sunflower Galaxy. Let's head on over there. Let's see what that's going to look like. And it's still on this side of the meridian, so we don't have to worry about a meridian flip from the telescope right now, which is good. I need to get some sleep. You get to sleep, and I don't. Plus, navigating a slight hangover, who knows? I mean, drink plenty of water. Replace those electrolytes. And in minus 28 degree weather, no less. All right. There we go. Target is centered. Ooh, that doesn't look too bad. You hate the electrolytes, but you need the electrolytes. You need some. You just stay hydrated, and that'll be less of a hangover. Like that. All right. Guiding. Guiding is... Wow, like... There's like nothing out there to guide with. Here we go, 3-second exposures. Hang on, let's try that. Let's try that one more time, shall we? Let's get these images. Some people say you need to drink the same thing that you drank last night. What? No. All right, let's see. We got some stars guiding. We have the M63 in view. Let's put about 4 hours on this target, shall we? 4 hours, 15 minutes. The meridian at 4 hours and 48 minutes. I will say let's drop this from 85 frames to just go 80 on there for 4 hours on this target. M63, shut down, go to the home position, and that will take us to about 5. Yeah, plus dithering. Let's make sure that we are dither settings. Pixels, yeah, we do dither after everyone. That's fine. That is good. Let's get that rolling on there. All right, we're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for this first image to come through. Make sure that everything is looking nice and good. But I will start saying my thank yous now. It is always a pleasure to be sharing the night sky with everybody. I do appreciate those who have been spending time with us tonight and hanging out and sharing photons as well, sharing areas of the night sky. It is it's always. It doesn't feel like 6.5 hours has gone by doing this. If anything, maybe I feel like I sound just a tiny bit tired, but I mean, it's absolutely wonderful to be sharing this and enjoying the company, and making me feel like I'm doing something kind of special here, kind of interesting, and just being able to share the night sky with you guys. Always happy to look at the same places. It's fun. I like that too. I like that idea that we're sharing, we're experiencing the night sky in different locations on Earth, but still looking at the same targets, and how things don't really wildly change too much depending on your latitude, really. So yeah, it's always great to see, and to see the images that you guys have been taking as well and sharing them on Discord, and also meeting a bunch of new friends tonight, and hopefully that we see more people come back to take a look at some different areas. As the seasons change, so do the targets available to us, and things change even with cycle of the moon. When we're in a new moon, we get so many different targets available that are going to be washed out by a full moon. So when we're in a new moon, we're going to go back and look at some of these targets and realize that, holy potatoes, that moon really screws up the images. Not gonna lie, kind of rekindled your need to push through this and learn the things you're feeling overwhelmed by. Well, I'm thank you. If there's any little bit of inspiration that I can offer, just again rekindling some sort of love for the night sky, it is the fact that a single photograph of the moon got me into this. I love it. My wallet hates me, but I love doing this. I love seeing what everybody else is doing. I love sharing the wins and losses with everyone, because not every night is going to be a great night for astro imaging. Things happen. It's not always going to be on the up and up and up. You need these. You need the gremlins. I've been streaming a long time. Been watching since you got home 2 hours ago. Oh, Nina, I appreciate you hanging out in here as well. It is always good to see you. Your wallet may murder you in your sleep. That's why you got to keep it all wrapped up and underneath a cinder block. But it is always wonderful. Let's see how this. Oh, let's look at. Ooh. All right, so these images won't be stacked up live. These are going to be. We're taking these single images and Man, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna turn on the cooler. We're gonna go down to. We want something consistent for the darks, for the dark frames. All right, let's go to cooler on -30. So maybe the first frame will end up being a throwaway. Saval, welcome into the observatory. That's why we have the aluminum carrying cases. Throw them in there. Throw the wallet in there. Keep yourself protected. All right, the cooler is running. The cooler is running, so it is going to be cooling down to -35 degrees Celsius. Having just a consistent temperature. So when we do the darks for this, I figured 4.5 hours or 4 hours or so on this target should net us some decent images coming through. We will add our flat frames. I will do that. I will do some of the subframes that are necessary to try to pull out some decent details, especially with some of the other images that we took earlier on tonight. She's a friend of yours. Well, welcome in, friends. Welcome. Boom. There we go. What do? We set it, and you guys can't all shout back in unison. Well. Saval, hello. How are you doing? This is our view for tonight. We are we're taking multiple hours of images on the Sunflower Galaxy to wrap things up. So that's going to be our target. And for one of our future rainy day astronomy sessions on Saturdays when we don't have clear skies, we'll do some image processing on some old data and maybe do some reprocessing as well, because there are different little skills that you're going to pick up along the way for astrophotography processing. And there's also little things that I will sometimes skip over during certain streams. And then there's other times when we'll take a little more time on our image processing, which we really get down into the finer details of trying to make an astrophotography image go from something like this into something that is a little more refined, such as what we kind of see within Stellarium. You really want to get M66. Well, what? I mean, you could probably still get. Are we in the same time zone? Is it 1 a.m. for you? Because you can still get like 5 hours on it, or 4.5 hours. You got 2 hours a day on M81. It's a start. I am not one to say to go for it. Do it. Enjoy it. Go after those targets, even if it's just a small amount of photons. Again, something that we sit here together and collect. And we see these images coming through together. You know, these are our photons. You guys are sitting out here as much as I am, waiting for these images to come through. You got 20 darks, you're drunk with power, and a little bit of whiskey. Go. Go for it. All right, we got 13 seconds to go on this exposure where we have dropped the sensor to 30 degrees Celsius, something consistent. Even look, my goodness. It's running at 4%. The cooler is only running at 4%. All right, that's probably going to be a throwaway. Anyway, we got that. Gin for you, yummy yums. I tried gin a while back, and the only time where I enjoyed gin was within when it was Pimm's. Pimm's o'clock in the UK. You're well, thank you, and you can call me Savvy. I shall. Yummy brought me in here, and happy to watch some space. Yes, we are always going to be imaging the night sky as much as possible. Whenever we can take the cover off the scope, it is very frosty outside. We are sitting at about maybe feeling like minus 28 degrees Celsius. So it is a chilly, chilly night. Miller Lite for you, but eating spicy nachos. Ooh. I like some spiciness. You guys know I like spicy. We know that there is the scorpion sauce that goes on. That goes on our little spicy cheese bites. but that is the tablet is off. Do you like my cover? This is almost also the reason why I chose this tablet, is because this cover was available for it. I'm like, well, it seems like it's going to work. That paired with the ASI Air, that was what we were doing. If we don't collect and love those photons, then they just die neglected and lonely in the ground. No, we don't want that. We don't want any of that. Kachad, you just replied to your own message. Oh, no, wait. There was a whole chain of messages. Tried the botanist. I did see Babish, Binging with Babish, talking about the botanist. That was interesting. I mean, I'm not against it. Well, to me, it looks like it was just you replying to that. Why do I keep spicy salsa close? It is whenever there is any increments of 50 bits. Any increments of 50 bits, we would douse one of these little guys in some hot sauce. It originally started off with some ghost pepper peanuts. It was some ghost pepper peanuts that we had, and I just figured we'll add this into the mix. So, there's 50 bits, then you get to see me in a little bit of pain. However, it is delicious. Are we on the Gouda yet? No, we still have some more of the. We still have some more of these left. So once those are run out, then we'll move on to the Gouda. Furious Bite. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing tonight?
Astrophotography, you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Well, get on it.
Why not? Thank you. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. All right, 2 more. We're gonna start the Lego stream in a few hours with heartburn. All right, we'll call that one a bonus one. We'll call that a bonus. Oh, so now my co-host wants back in. All right, there we go. Thoroughly coated in the scorpion pepper sauce. And you get a bonus freebie. Oh my goodness, so late. But it's so tasty though with the garlic parmesan. There you go. A bonus one there. Thank you very much, Why Not, for the 100 bits. And ending off on they're very crunchy. You're at being out of I'm sure I can still talk. It's okay. Oh. Well, at least it's not moldy cheese. This is not moldy cheese, am I right? Oh, boy. We have an Etsy for the book. Yes, the Etsy account, if you search for... how do we do it? That is the the name of our Etsy account. If you search for that on yeah, found. Ooh, that one hits. It's just spicy. Yes, that is the name of our Etsy store, where we do have some other books and other items up for sale on there. Oh yes. Oh man, oh man. All right, so we're taking our images of the Sunflower Galaxy. Those are running. We got 3 exposures, and that's looking a little better. That's looking a little nicer. We will, once we get those all stacked up, we can start to pull out some more details and yeah, just see what we can get out there. Usually a lot of our images tonight have been about half-an-hour exposures, so there's some detail that we were able to discern from them, but still not as much as we would like to. So that's the galaxy we're looking at. That one is 37 million light years away, so we'll process that image probably next Saturday, and in a few hours, pardon me, oh gosh, do we have the hiccups now? We will be returning with with our Lazy Sunday Lego stream to continue building the NASA space shuttle, and yeah, it is absolutely a pleasure to be spending time with you guys and hanging out and talking about astronomy and what you guys have been drinking tonight, which is always nice to be joining people and sharing the times. I can't find it. Let's see if I can get that loaded up here. There we go. There's our direct link. I didn't know if I had it readily available. Yes, that is our shop, where I do have in the next week or so, I'm going to have a new cross-stitch pattern available. So that's probably going to be either based off of Big Bang Theory or maybe the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We'll have a look at that. But yes, let's see who is on right now. What is who do we have streaming tonight? What's Nutty doing on? Let's see, what's Glorgana up to? Ooh, all right. Here is, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. Who here is only slightly squeamish? Only slightly squeamish. This is mostly not gross, and it has been a while since we've been able to raid our friend Glorgana, and I think I'll send you guys over there. She is doing some taxidermy. There is it's mostly not gross. We got to talk. All right. The Discord messages are always open. Always open. So those are the channels where you can find out where updates are going to be. Those are going to be our raid messages, if you care to copy those in. We're going to send you over to Glorgana, who is doing a little bit of taxidermy tonight. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, give her all the love that you can. I'm probably going to raid and bail because it's 1:30 in the morning. It is getting late, and I will be up again in a few hours. She turned on, yeah, she did. She turned the color back on, so being a little daring there. So yes, there is taxidermy. Be forewarned. But if you do like to at least kind of say a quick hello to her, it is always well appreciated. Gonna salute M66 after brushing your teeth and then sleeps. Wonderful. Get on those targets. Get on those targets. There we go. We'll get that ready for it to go. It is always a pleasure to be sharing the night sky with you guys. And as always, if there are questions, please always feel free to ask them in the Discord. There are many people who are doing astrophotography and many other things in the sciences, many other topics of sciences. And we're going over to a taxidermist, Glorgana. And yeah, she's doing absolutely some incredible things on there. So yes, have a very good evening, a very good morning, a very good night, wherever you are, until like 8.5 hours from now. We will return. Until then, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we'll see you really, really soon. Take care.